Chapter 241 Gudazu rips 6 spots with his hands. Master Arceus, please calm down. Arteria wrote. Madara Uchiha's arrogance and the arrogance of the 9 sons really annoyed Arceus. However, Arceus is still calm, and now he will not use destructive ultimate moves unless the opponent's attack threatens him. I know how to do it. Now in this space, I don't have to worry so much. Arceus said. Don't worry about destroying the earth in this secluded dreamland of the power of Jia. The cause of this war is all because Madara Uchiha. Arceus' goal is just to get rid of him. However, the 2 9-day demon gods ran out of the way again. At this moment 2 9-sun demon gods attacked excitedly. Break the mountains and the ground. Devil Soul Splitter. The slash of the cracking world shattered the formation, erupting blood gas, magma and dark energy. Distant ideal hometown. The scabbard of absolute defense blocked all attacks and nullified all the energy hitting Artoria. An invincible move. I'll slash again. The 9 sons demon gods fighting spirit rose up and attacked Arteria again. 310 is by no means an ordinary invincible defense of isolated space. And the 9 sons of darkness, because he knows the power of time and space. The noble phantasm of Arteria is not simple. Master Arceus, leave it to me here. With the invincible defense, Arteria blocked the crazy attack of the 2 9-sun gods. Arceus didn't pay much attention to them and made a move directly to Madara Uchiha, fighting sanctioning Shij, seeking Deyu. Madara Uchiha fought back and threw out the Deyu. Boom boom boom. Thick smoke rose, accompanied by a violent vibration, and the 2 moves cancelled each other out in the explosion. In the midst of the chaos, a red light passed by Madara Uchiha. Chap. Only seeing Madara Uchiha stunned for half a second, Gudazu tore off his arm with one hand. It's you. Madara Uchiha was startled when he saw this monster tearing up the heroic spirit again. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, I am now more than that simple. Madara Uchiha used chakra to quickly recover his arm. What a terrifying healing ability. Gudazu said in shock. Then let me send you to hell. In a flash of lightning, the Gudayu behind Uchiha Madara flew out quickly and slammed into Gudazu. It's just you. Gudazu responded coldly with another tear. Clap clap. The Taoist jade, full of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, is like a paper ball in front of Gudazu, and it still cannot escape the result of being torn apart. This, impossible. Madara Uchiha was completely frightened this time and tore the jade with his hands. Arceus couldn't do it. Just when Madara Uchiha was in a daze, Gudazu moved in front of him in a blink of an eye. Chap. In 6 paths immortal mode, Madara Uchiha was torn in half by Gudazu with one hand. This red-haired girl is really against the sky. See how you recover, Gudazu said coldly, and then threw the 2 halves of Madara Uchiha to the ground. Damn. Madara Uchiha broke out in a cold sweat. Even though Juwei's strength was very strong, it was difficult for him to heal for a while because Gudazu's blow had a strong inhibitory power. This inhibitory power is equivalent to the power of a level 100 god of creation. In the state of Zuyu possessed Gudazu, I can exert such terrifying power. Fortunately, I didn't have my head torn off. Madara Uchiha thought for a while and suddenly took a breath. Although the 10 tails are very powerful, if his head is torn off, he will also die. After thinking about it, Madara Uchiha remained motionless for the time being, waiting for Gudazu to go away before returning to the original state. In front of this monster that meets God and kills God, he can only pretend to be dead. Seeking Deyu. After a while, Uchiha Madara returned full of blood and sent out a begging jade, wanting to plot against Gudazu. Electrical property sanctioned gravel. However, Arceus discovered the blow and sent out the fastest electric attribute to punish the gravel, smashing Uchiha Madara's quest jade. Shameless. Gudazu saw Uchiha Madara's small movements and was immediately furious, tearing it away with a claw at lightning speed. I won't give you another chance. Madara Uchiha dodged quickly, and in the 6 paths immortal mode, his ability to control the sky is also one of the best. Boom boom boom. After that, Madara Uchiha flew high in the sky and used various skills to attack Gudeko, but all the attacks were smashed by Gudeko one by one. After chasing for nearly 10 minutes, Gudazu still couldn't find a chance to shoot. Madara Uchiha began to get carried away and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Ranged attacks are your weakness. There is no chance of getting close, so you are just like that. Oh, is it? Gudazu responded coldly and then stared. This. Madara Uchiha couldn't move for a moment. His body had been suppressed by the restraining force of Gudazu's full state. No, wait. Uchiha Madara sweated profusely in shock. This power was completely unmatched. Boom. Before Uchiha Madara could finish his words, Gudazu's thoughts detonated his restraint and shattered him. That's it. It's over? Arteria said in shock. Boss, are you really dead? In the different dimension of Shinwei, Nagato felt that the chakra of the 10 tails had been interrupted and he could not feel his presence. At this moment, a black figure resembling the mysterious man in Conan emerged from the sleeve of one of Uchiha Madara's residual arms, and this black figure held a beating heart in his his hand. Chapter 242 The war is over. Skeletons on the ghost ship. What is this? Arteria was surprised. This black monster has only eyes and a mouth and has been baring its teeth. It is very evil. This black shadow is the creation of Uchiha Madara's yin and yang escape. Black Jew. Created by Uchiha Madara. That should be Madara Uchiha's heart. Smash it. Arceus wanted to cut the weeds and roots and slammed the rays of destruction directly. However, a white Jew drilled out of the ground, merged with Heiju, then dived into the ground and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. He escaped. Gudazi frowned. Divine might. After that, the Akatsuki organization, who was watching the battle in the different dimension, also escaped with the help of Obito's time-space ninjutsu. At this time, Senju Hajime, Captain Yamamoto, and others flew over from not far away. At the same time, the coming of the gods and trees gradually unraveled, and Garp, Sengoku, San Admiral, and others were all liberated from the vines. The war is over? Sengoku looked bewildered, and after reading the Infinite Month, he had absolutely no idea what was going on. Unexpectedly, as soon as I woke up, the war was over, and the extent of the destruction of the world is unprecedented. Is Madara Uchiha defeated? Now is a good time to get rid of the general, Kojiki said excitedly. No, it's not over yet. Madara is still alive and dead, and the Akatsuki organization has not been eliminated. They will be reincarnated in the dirt, and they can start a world war at any time in the future, Qianshao Hajime said. As for the disposal of General Wanakuni, these are all. It's a little thing. Everyone was shocked. If Roger and other big men were resurrected, the next battle would definitely be more difficult. Is there a way to ban this forbidden technique forever? Sengoku asked. The reincarnation of the dirty earth needs to collect the DNA of the reincarnated person, and it needs a living person as a container. In the end, the soul of the reincarnated person exists in the pure land of bliss, Qianshao Zuma said. We shouldn't be able to stop the first two. If we want to prevent the reincarnation of the dirt, we can only start with the third method, Sengoku said. Yes, if they are not allowed to connect to the underworld, the reincarnation of the dirty earth will not be able to start, Qianshao Zuma said. Underworld. Everyone's eyes turned to Captain Yamamoto. I'm afraid the old man can't help you either. The underworld is not under the jurisdiction of the soul world, Captain Yamamoto said. Isn't there any other way? Kyuzen asked. Perhaps the Lord of the Void knows, Momuzagi said. It is indeed possible to find the Lord of the Void Circle, but is it possible for him to help us find it? Sengoku said. Well, it seems that this is not the way. Garp shook his head and said. At this time, Xiaoji asked Arceus, Master God of Creation, do you have a way to find the underworld? I only created the Pokemon world. The underworld is not clear. Arceuston paused and said, Gia, is the underworld under your control? The underworld is not under the control of the restraint, but you can look for holy relics and summon the goddess of the underworld, Gia said. Also, for future battles over level 90, please leave the planet, otherwise we will notify Yetiendi. At that time, I think it will be more than a 10-year seal, Alea added. Okay, we're clear. Everyone present nodded, except for the two Nine Suns demon gods. Cut. I'm not afraid of any seals. However, the battlefield outside the universe is more enjoyable. Nine Suns demon god is also unconvinced. After all, the last lesson made him pay a heavy price. Where can I find the holy relic? Sengoku asked. Didn't you fight the Holy Grail War? Zuyu asked everyone. Okay, we understand. Akainu nodded and said, this time, I have to go back to my old business and dig a hole. However, he did not feel aggrieved when digging the pit this time, but seemed extremely excited. Flowers. If he can find the holy relic, maybe he can become Marshal of Marine successfully. Summon the goddess of the underworld. Will she grant our request? Momuzagi asked. It's up to you, Gia responded. After speaking, the light on Gudazi, Merlin, and Arteria disappeared instantly. The three restraining forces dissipated and they left the battlefield. In the end, everyone dispersed and the war was over. On the second day after the war, Madara Uchiha was defeated, and the news of the sacred relic of the underworld woman spread quickly, causing a world-class sensation again. I didn't expect that the wily Madara Uchiha was defeated. Do you still think he can't win? It seems that you haven't had enough of your dreams. The key is the holy relic. Without the help of the underworld, Madara Uchiha and Akatsuki are still the world's top threats. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and dig for treasures. As soon as the news spread, almost everyone in the pirate world began to dig pits to find the holy relic of the goddess of the underworld. 3 days later, the Great Channel, near Ghost Island, the Magic Triangle, the Luffy and Cabensis adventure boats happened to pass through this terrifying sea where the sun never sees the light of day. This day, Luffy and Carbensis hit the jackpot and encountered foggy weather. Hey, Luffy, will there be ghosts in this sea? Cabensis was a little terrified. The sea was already scary enough, and this fog made it even more creepy. Why are you asking this? Don't you have a silver bullet? One shot at a time, Luffy said. At this moment, a huge black shadow appeared in front of the fog. A dilapidated undead ghost ship is slowly approaching. At the very front of the deck, a skeleton figure was staring at Luffy's boat and smiled strangely. Yo ho ho. Chapter 243 _ a misty island leading to the underworld. Skulls. People from the Lich King. Watch the fight. After seeing the skeleton on the opposite bow, Luffy was furious and jumped onto the ghost's deck. Armament Kuomomomo. Pistol. The anger towards the Lich King was completely vented on this fist, and the iron fist flew out like a bullet and slammed into the skeleton. Wait. Luffy started the fight directly, and the skeleton was also stunned. Bah. In desperation, it could only pull out the two-edged sword in its crutch to block Luffy's strong attack. However, Luffy's strength was very strong, and the skeleton was directly knocked back a few steps. Scare. At this August 13, a large number of ghost-type Pokemon flew out of the tattered cave on the ship and rushed towards Luffy. Mobile shooting. Luffy's boat Cabinsus loaded a silver bullet to cover Luffy. Second gear rubber jet pistol. Luffy hits second gear and punches again, this time faster and faster, making it difficult for the skeleton to dodge. Song of plundering blowing snow slash. I saw that the skeleton quickly released the sword. Its speed was not inferior to Luffy's second gear, and the slash had fallen in an instant. Bah. Armament S fist and cane sword collided again, making a loud crash. Cluck cluck. However, the skeleton's move brought the chill of the yellow spring and directly froze Luffy's arm. Ugh, it hurts. Luffy's expression was slightly painful, and the cold was to the bone, causing a lot of damage. For Luffy, however, it was only a minor injury. Watch me beat you up. I saw Luffy blow up on the other hand, his arm inflating like a balloon. 3 blocks. Rubber like a gun. Armament S fist was released again, flying towards the skeleton like a huge cannonball. Song of plundering blowing snow slash. Brook slashed with cold air again, but it couldn't stop Luffy's third block at all. Boom. The siege cannon-like fist instantly blasted the skeleton, slammed into Luffy's cabin, and directly slammed into the sleeping Enel. Luffy. Carbensis, you bastards. Enel cursed. Damn. When he found out that he was being crushed by a skeleton, he was shocked and pushed it away with a palm. Luffy, what the hell did you bring back to the ship? Enel roared. At this time, Luffy jumped back to the deck, ignored Enel, and asked the skeleton directly, are you from the Lich King? Who is the Lich King? I don't know the Lich King at all. Skull said. Why attack us? Luffy said. Didn't you attack me first? Skeleton said. Then who are you and why are you here? Luffy asked. My name is Brook, the acting captain of the Baron Pirates, and I'm a musician. Brook said. Rumba Pirates? Isn't that the pirates from more than 50 years ago? Are you Laboon's partner? Luffy recalled the experience of the Twin Gorge, where the giant whale Laboon was the pet of the Rumba Pirates. Laboon? Have you seen Laboon? Brook said excitedly. Well, it's still in the Twin Gorges. Wait for you to go around the Great Waterway and bring it home. Luffy said with a smile. Laboon. Brook was a little sad thinking of those happy past events. Hey, Brook, do you know how to get to the underworld? Luffy expressed his intention. They came here to find the entrance to the underworld. Underworld? I don't know, but there is a mysterious island here, which is surrounded by a thick fog because it looks dangerous. I haven't been there. Brook said. I don't know if it is the underworld you call it. The island Brook speaks of full of the breath of the dead, barely known and unmarked on the map. Because he ate the yellow spring fruit, he could perceive the existence of the isolated island. Whether it is or not, we have to go and see. Luffy said excitedly. If it is the best. If not, it is an adventure, and it is exciting to think about it. If you're going, I can take you there. Brook said. Okay, let's go now. Luffy couldn't wait and set sail immediately, heading for what Brook said was the isolated island. After an hour, Luffy's boat gradually came to shore in the misty island. Where is this place and why is the air so thin? After entering the island, Cabinsus felt that it was difficult to breathe. The island was full of smog and lifeless, and it was not a place for human beings to live at all. In the center of the island, the breath of the dead is even more terrifying. At the same time, 0.8 Luffy and Enel also felt short of breath and extremely uncomfortable. Yo ho ho. No, the air here is very fresh. However, Brook on the side was just the opposite, full of energy in an instant. It sure is the undead. Luffy said in shock. Luffy, it's very dangerous inside. Do you really want to go in? Cabinsus said. Go in. Luffy said firmly. Yo ho ho ho. Then come with me. Brook smiled before continuing inside. However, when they walked to the center, under the influence of the breath of the dead, Luffy, Cabinsus and Enel all fainted instantly. Chapter 244 _ Death Dreyfus. A few minutes later, in a black tower, Cabinsus slowly opened his eyes and touched his head, which seemed to be scorched by fire, and his body was very weak. After seeing the scene in front of him, Carbon System was startled. Where is this? This building is somewhat similar to City in the Sky, but the style is completely different. In one part of the tower stands a huge ancient pendulum clock. The pendulum clock is moving. Time is passing, but the speed of passing is obviously slower than that of the outside world. And all around there are 4 statues of skeletons with scythes, which are solemn and terrifying. terrifying. Luffy, Enel, wake up. Seeing this situation, Cabensis immediately slapped Luffy and Enel to wake up. Where is this? Where's Brook? Luffy asked in surprise. It doesn't seem to be easy here. Enel also noticed the big clock in the middle and was fascinated. Ha ha ha. The humans who didn't receive the invitation actually broke into the Tower of Delusion. At this moment, a devilish laughter echoed in the tower, and then a black miasma wafted from the pendulum clock, condensing into a black robe holding a sickle and an unusually tall skeleton death god. Who is it? Cabensis was startled and immediately pulled out his dual guns, loaded 18 silver bullets, and fought at any time. Enel is also very nervous. This breath of death, strong and terrifying. Only Luffy not only was not afraid but curiously asked Death, Brook, where did you get this suit? Brook, I'm Dreyfus. Dreyfus laughed wildly. Isn't it, Brook? It really looks like that, Luffy said suspiciously. Idiot, it doesn't look alike at all. It's just the body and breath that don't match. Cabensis scolded. Human, why did you break into this place? Death god Dreyfus snapped. Luffy stated his intention directly. We're going to the underworld. Ha ha ha. The underworld? It's really a lifeless kid. Death god Dreyfus laughed wildly. Tell me how to enter the underworld. Luffy shouted at Dreyfus, the god of death. Humans, you must pass the trial of the Tower of Delusion when you enter and exit. If you want to enter the underworld, use your strength to open this door, said Dreyfus, the god of death. I am a god, Enel. I don't need any trials at all. Fake a ghost and a skeleton. Look at the trick. 30 million volts thunder beast. Multiple headshots. Enel and Cabensis directly issued a big move to test the strength of Dreyfus, the god of death. Boom. However, the strong move of the two directly penetrated the body of Dreyfus, the god of death, and hit the strong kill, producing a muffled sound. So strong. Isn't it a spirit body? It can't even hit a silver bullet. The big move was empty, and the two were suddenly shocked. The death god Dreyfus was in front of them, and they couldn't compete at all. Small human, I won't care about you, because you will die sooner or later. Death god Dreyfus is the real death god, illusory, symbolizing the constitution of the law of death. It can hurt any life, but no life can hurt it. Long ears. Cabensis, it looks like we can only break through the tower, Luffy said with sharp eyes and coldness. Come on. Cabensis loaded his gun and looked forward. Death Dreyfus did not leave but watched them fight. The strong is one of his interests. Roar. At this moment 3 magic circles flashed on the ground, accompanied by a roar like a beast. However, when the light dissipated, there were only 3 small ordinary goblins in front of them. The 3 were speechless for a moment. Is this the so-called Tower of Confusion? Lower than the monsters outside. It seems that this Tower of Delusion is also a paper tiger, Enel said disdainfully. After that, I rushed all the way, and in less than half an hour, I reached the 24th floor, the last floor before the top floor. In the process, they encountered a level 25 elementalist, a level 15 untransferred cleric, a level 40 Qigong master who claimed to be absolutely defensive, and a level 40 ammunition expert who was good at cross-shooting. The number of layers in the front is basically no threat, while the Qigong masters and ammunition experts in the back are very good at dealing with them. The Qigong masters caused them a lot of trouble because of their thunder clones and the invincible chi mask. However, Luffy and the others had an advantage in numbers and used the advantage to grind her to death. A level 40 ammunition expert, his defense is very low and he is basically unstoppable under the siege of 3 people. Fortunately, none of them are excellent professionals. They only use a few special professional skills and their strength is much weaker than the general level 40. And this 24th floor is a level 40 street fighter with an epic weapon, dragon scale and blood claws. The evil and poisonous hotel has average defense but strong attack power. Intruder, heaven and earth. As soon as Luffy and his party set foot on this floor, the evil poison hotel used a unique trick and cast an energy net. Quick flash. Luffy and Enel quickly dodged using observation haki and the heart net, while Cabensis was not so lucky, being bound by the evil hitter's net before being pulled to her side. Fohu Overlord Fist. Immediately afterwards, the evil poison hotel made a big move, ready to press Cabensis to the ground and use a vicious boxing technique. God's sanction. Enel used the heart net to read out the evil poison hotel was ready to make a move and immediately smashed a huge thunder column and blasted hotel, interrupting his move. If she succeeds in this move, I am afraid that the head of Cabensis will be shattered. Afterwards, Cabensis broke free from the energy net and became furious. Damn poison, look at my robot. Air combat machine. Storm. Cabensis set up a mechanical device on the ground and then quickly assembled into an air combat robot and began to launch artillery bombardment on the evil hotel. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel hit a taiko drum, blasting out a huge Brontosaurus. Second gear rubber jet pistol. At level 40 and with an epic weapon, Luffy didn't dare to neglect and immediately opened the second gear, using high mobility to launch a fierce attack. Boom boom boom. The 24th floor was filled with flames and the airtight attack kept hitting the evil poison hotel. coupled with the auxiliary ability of Enel's heart network, they basically escaped the attack of the evil Poison Hotel. Hours after the battle, the three of them worked together to defeat the powerhouse Admiral's alternate strength Poison Guy. It's really hard to deal with. Luffy gasped. This evil Poison Hotel is much stronger than the Kagong Master and ammunition expert in front of him with a real level 40 strength. They fought hard in this battle. Fortunately, every time you clear a level, there will be supplies. Cabensis said after each level, they would get the supply magic that Death God Dreyfus gave them, and their state almost returned to full blood. Let's go. The last floor is above. Without a moment's rest, Luffy led two teammates to the top. On the last floor, the tower owner of the Tower of Delusion will appear in person. What awaits them will be a more severe test. Chapter 245 The entrance to the underworld. The god of the underworld, Medusa. The top floor of the Tower of Delusion. Haha, how could someone get here? Vivi was shocked when he saw Luffy and the others climb to the top of the tower. A sword spirit of Coral Fisher wearing a white turban and holding the ordinary artifact dagger Kahlua in his hand. Can I enter the underworld by defeating him? Luffy ignored the sword spirit and asked Dreyfus directly. As long as you pass the trial, you will naturally have the answer. Dreyfus said, hey, the person you want to challenge is me. Sword Soul was ignored and suddenly became angry, drawing his sword and pointing at Luffy. Haha, challenge. What kind of onion are you? Enel said with a confident smile. I am the invincible dragon swordsman who guards this tower. Nine Raptors Shaken said proudly. There are more sword souls than you. Cabensis sneered. Damn, look at the move. The raptor breaks the air. The Nine Raptors Cha-Chin was furious and immediately performed a smug stunt, rushing towards Luffy like lightning. At the same time, 9 magic circles appeared on the ground, and then 9 fire dragons fleet were quickly summoned. Second gear. Luffy used observation haki to quickly dodge, but the fire dragon fleet in front of him began to erupt flames. Wow, Luffy was burned by the flames and slightly injured. Dragon breaks the sky. At this moment, the 9 raptors Cha-Chin's raptor slashing slash quickly returned, hitting Luffy directly. A spurt of blood spurted, and Luffy was directly drawn with a big hole. It was difficult to dodge with such a rapid attack, and Enel immediately supported. Shoot. 30 million volts Thunderbird. The densely packed bullets could hit the 9 raptors Shaken, and Enel's lightning strikes rubbed a little, but they didn't do much damage to him, and a lot of damage was blocked by the fire dragon fleet. Armament rubber jet machine gun. Luffy quickly recovered, and a burst of punches blasted out like a machine gun. Bang bang bang. Fleet. The fire dragon who was in front of him was knocked back several meters, but because the dragon's constitution was particularly strong, the damage was not much. The raptors cut the sky. The raptors cut the sky. The raptors cut the sky. After that, the 9 raptors Cha-Chin used the raptor breaking slash infinitely, and the endless slashes gradually slashed Luffy and Carbensis into serious injuries. And Enel, because he is flying in the air, the raptors can't reach it, so he is very comfortable. After dozens of knives, Luffy was covered in blood but still cheered. Death is imminent and you are still holding on. You all have to die today. 9 raptors Shaken snorted coldly and then used the raptor breaking slash, rushing towards Luffy. And just then, Luffy started to blow and lifted one foot into the air at the same time. If I don't beat you, how can I go to the underworld? The rubber giant battle axe. A bang. Luffy's huge feet were wrapped around the ultimate armament haki. 60 million volts Trotron. Enel took the opportunity to play the Thunder Dragon, wrapping 60 million volts of lightning around Luffy armament's big feet. Boom. A thunder battle axe fell, instantly crushing the 9 fire dragons and smashing through the formation. Wow. Under the powerful aftermath, the 9 raptors Shaken was knocked flying, and even if he had a hegemonic body, his sword moves were forcibly broken. Chance. The fist of Gagabo. Cabensis seized the opportunity and released the time-space device, and then Gagabo punched out. Boom. The entire Tower of Delusion shook violently for a while, and the 9 raptors Shaken was knocked flying by a punch, and was directly knocked out by seconds. The ultimate trial of the Tower of Delusion, and finally clear the customs smoothly. Hey, Luffy, are we going into the underworld now? After the battle, Cabensis lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. If you don't go in, how can you ban the reincarnation of the filth? Luffy didn't think about retreating at all, and insisted on going in. It's just a door. It's so hard. Our strength is too far behind. Cabensis thought for a while and said, otherwise, let's go to the Soul Society first. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be the One Piece / King of Pirates man. Luffy laughed. Cabensis was speechless for a moment. Becoming One Piece / King of Pirates? What is the connection with the underworld? God will not be defeated. Cabensis, do you want to back down? Enel was also very arrogant, thinking that all problems could not trouble him. Let's go. Maybe I'm worried too much. Cabensis said in a low voice. He was still worried, and there was always an ominous foreboding, but Luffy was so persistent that he could only follow. After that Dreyfus, the god of death, looked at their distant backs and said meaningfully, only in the face of death can the strong be stronger. Half an hour later, at the entrance to the underworld, is it a human? How could a human come in? Catch them, don't let them run away. As soon as Luffy came in, he made a noise and was surrounded by a bunch of skeleton soldiers. Hey, where is the goddess of the underworld? I want to talk to her, Luffy shouted at the skeleton soldiers. Ridiculous, is Lady Goddess something that mortals like you can see? Said a skeleton soldier who took the lead. Don't talk nonsense with him, catch them. Afterwards, all the skeleton soldiers swarmed up and rushed towards Luffy and his party. Question could not be answered, so Luffy and the others had no choice but to fight and make big moves together. Armament rubber scramble. 30 million volts thunder beast shoot. Bang bang bang. After a burst of big moves, the skeleton soldiers were instantly shattered and they were all killed in seconds within a few minutes. These skeleton soldiers are just some patrolling soldiers in the underworld. Their strength is only about level 20 to 30 and they have no special skills, so their combat power is not high. Boom. At this moment the sky suddenly surged with dark clouds and then struck down a huge dark thunder. A shadow-like deity appeared in front of the three of them. The deity erupted with a strong momentum and instantly the ground began to crack. Hey, do you know where the goddess of the underworld is? Luffy asked. Luffy, don't act rashly. This person's strength is absolutely god level. Cabensis reminded. Hey, are you dumb? Hit her until she speaks. Luffy and Enel jumped up and attacked the snake-tailed heroic spirit. Boom. However, the snake-tailed hero stared and Luffy, Enel, and Carbensis behind him exploded violently, killing them instantly. Afterwards, the two surviving skeleton minions came and took Luffy and Enel and Cabensis away. The snake-tailed hero glanced at it, then turned and left. Leave this to me. Just after the heroic spirit left, an exploding Huan Quanbing came over and actively requested to escort Cabensis. Be quick, the other two skeleton soldiers urged. At this time, the explosive head skeleton soldier showed a signature smile. Yo ho ho ho. This Huan Quanbing is Brook disguised as Chapter 246_rescue Luffy. Hey, why don't you go? The two skeleton soldiers said impatiently. I'm sorry, two big brothers. You go first, I have a little osteoporosis. Brook said. There's so much to do. Hurry up. The skeleton soldier ignored Brook and turned away with Luffy and Enel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Brook ran away without turning his head. Yo hoo hoo. Sayonara, two soldiers. Damn it, I got it. The skeleton soldier smashed his palm and he said how the skeleton soldier was so faceless. It turned out that he was not from the underworld. After that, Brook took Carbensis to successfully escape from the underworld and return to the world of pirates. The next day, Cabensis quickly spread the news and asked for support from all parties. In an instant, all the major forces in the world caused a great sensation. New World, Revolutionary Army Base. The underworld has been found. Luffy was captured. It seems that the underworld is really unfriendly. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, said in shock. The dragon looked at the sea. Luffy must be saved, but before that, he must be fully prepared. After all, after Madara Uchiha was taken over, most of Marine's attention returned to the Revolutionary Army. If you don't pay attention and get caught by Marine, the loss will be big. Heavenly Continent. Ace, who was in retreat, suddenly received news that Luffy was arrested. Ace was so excited that he immediately flew out of the cave and returned to the world of pirates. For Ace, except for the Whitebeard pirates, his closest friends are Luffy and Garp. The two brothers are the same. When Luffy had an accident, he rushed to the rescue as soon as possible. Marine headquarters. Nani. Garp's reaction was as fierce as Ace's, slamming straight through the office wall and immediately flew to the magic triangle. Garp, wait, there's fog there. Do you know how to get there? Sengoku wanted to prepare himself before setting sail, but Garp was so impulsive. In the sky, only Garp's words echoed. Don't worry, I will find that kid Cabensis first. After that, Garp disappeared without a trace. Soul Realm. I'm in trouble again. I'm really worried, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Beside Hokage Rukia saw a trace of worry in his eyes and asked, this time Captain Yamamoto will also be there. Are you going to participate in the rescue alone? Well, of course. Following those captains is too restrictive, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Following Captain Yamamoto and other captains to fight, there is basically no room for play, and their purpose is mainly to block the passage of the reincarnation of the filth. Luffy is only secondary in their eyes. I'm going to, Rukia said. Don't hold back. It's okay to save one, but I'm not so sure about saving two, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Bang. Rukia immediately gave him a shudder and yelled, what do you mean? I'm also a proud disciple of GSD. In terms of the order of apprenticeships, you have to call me senior sister. It hurts. I actually mean, be careful. It's very dangerous there. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately became cowardly, and it hurts to touch his head. If that's the case, then call me senior brother, Rukia suggested. Okay, with him, the combat power has indeed improved a notch. Ichigo Kurosaki Kurosaka nodded. With Zoro around, their team's strength would be much stronger. Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy, it looks like you haven't grown enough, Rayleigh said worriedly as he wiped his sword. Uncle Rayleigh, are you going to save Monkey Sauce? Shucky was also smoking a cigarette, a little concerned about Luffy's safety. After all, there may be a more terrifying world than the Soul World. If I let others deal with my proud disciple, where should I put the face of my Hades? Rayleigh Haki said, as if returning to that high-spirited age. In this battle, he will also come out for Luffy, and Roger S. will. In addition, the red hair rushed to the magic triangle at full speed after receiving the news. In the end, in just half a day, in the waters of the magic triangle, there were a large number of Doking-level powerhouses and many captain-level death gods floating in the water. The scene was very spectacular. Immediately, everyone who received the information was boiling, thinking that another peak war was about to start. The world's top powerhouses are all gathered in the magic triangle. What's going on? Are you going to fight again? Is it the crusade against the master of the virtual circle? No, I heard that the entrance to the underworld has been found, and Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of the hero Garp and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Long, has been arrested. I hope they can successfully seal the forbidden technique of reincarnation from dirty soil. At this time, Xiaoji also flew over in a fire-breathing dragon. Not only that, but Gulaton and Rift Seat also joined the operation. The lineup this time is more luxurious than a chicken lunch. Damn it, Luffy's connections. When Cabensis saw this top powerhouse on a small boat, he was taken aback. Then Cabensis waved to many strong men. Hey, here. Swoosh swish. One after another, lights and shadows of different colors flew towards the boat of Cabensis. Finally, the Misty Island. All the strong stand under the Tower of Delusion, majestic. Suddenly, a black miasma condensed into the figure of Death God Dreyfus. Huh? Is it going to dry? Garp geared up, ready to attack. Ha ha ha. At this time, the Death God Dreyfus laughed loudly. Strong man, your strength does not need to be tested. Go. The underworld is in front of you. The lineup this time made Death Dreyfus a little excited. He is looking forward to this war, and even more to the performance of these powerhouses. Garp was shocked. He didn't expect the door of the underworld to open directly to them. Let's go. After that, all the strong entered the underworld together. Although Death God Dreyfus seems to have bad intentions, it is a good thing for them to be able to pass the customs smoothly. Whatever his purpose, save Luffy first. Chapter 247 Queen of Warcraft Gorgon. Before everyone stepped into the underworld, the god of death reminded humans, don't blame me for not reminding you. When you enter the underworld, you must be mentally prepared to face death. Thank you for reminding us. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't come. Garp is fearless, and those who dare to come here have basically put their life and death aside. Ha ha ha. Okay, one day you will come to me. Death God Dreyfus said, next time, you will see a stronger tower. Everyone looked cold and solemn, did not look back, and continued to move towards the underworld. The entrance to the underworld. My god, Cabensis exclaimed. In front of him, there were countless undead army lined up. Because Brook took Carbensis away, the army of the underworld had been prepared for a long time. As soon as there was movement at the entrance of the underworld, the army would surround them. At this time, a light and shadow floated in front of the enemy, and the last snake-tailed hero flew to the front of the front line and warned the invaders, humans dare to break into the underworld, there will be no return. Captain Yamamoto did not fear such a large army, but calmly walked to the front of the camp and said respectfully, friends of the underworld, we don't mean to offend. This time we entered the underworld because there is a special emergency and we need to see the goddess of the underworld. At this time, Ace couldn't control his emotions and flew out and said excitedly, bastard, Luffy, hand over Luffy. Those two little devils, they killed our army in the underworld, and there must be an explanation. The snake-tailed hero said coldly, as for Lord Ereshkigal, she is currently in retreat, and it is impossible to meet you. Please come back. Go. She knew that the opponents were all elites, and this lineup was unusual. Captain Yamamoto's strength is no worse than hers. In a fight, they may not necessarily win, and the underworld will definitely suffer heavy losses. The best solution is to quit. The goddess of the underworld, whose name is Ereshkigal, is the mistress of the underworld and the ruler of death and the undead. Gorgon, the queen of monsters in the underworld. The old man is from the soul realm, so he shouldn't have interfered in this matter, but it is about the life and death of the human world, and the old man has to take action. This time, the old man must see the goddess of the underworld, otherwise I will not leave if you chase me away. If I fail this time, this old man will come back. Captain Yamamoto said stubbornly. Then don't blame me for being rude. Gorgon didn't give him another chance, and ordered the attack directly. At the same time, he summoned a large number of heroes who died in history, as well as many monsters. These heroes are not summoned in the mode of heroic spirits, but in the mode of undead. Immediately, a large number of sphinx tails, centaurs, and many strange-shaped monsters poured poured into the battlefield to resist the opponent. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, and the blades are like fire. Scatter, Senbonzakura, Speed Whirlwind Fist. The two sides talked about collapse, and the strong men such as Death and Garp attacked directly and issued a big move. Boom boom boom. The colorful energy instantly enveloped the sky, and the war was about to break out. Force seal the temple of 10,000 demons. Burning hell. Afterwards, the strongest coaches from both sides attacked. Gorgon used a noble phantasm, and Captain Yamamoto erupted in a super large area of Ryotsu, sending out a pillar of fire attack. Boom. Gorgon created a life-dissolving area, but it was shattered by Captain Yamamoto's spiritual pressure, and the two sides cancelled the big move. Captain Death is here. Senbonzakura. Dragon and Fury. 8 poles collapse. The many captains of the God of Death contain dead heroes and beasts, and the dragons are crushing soldiers with a wide range of attacks. Chance, let's go. At this moment, a team composed of Kurosaki Ichigo, Zoro, Rukia, Brook, and Cabensis broke into the center of the local camp while taking advantage of the chaos and went to rescue Luffy and Enel. In the palace in the center of the underworld. Human, why do you want to see me? The goddess of Hades is very curious about the situation outside. Flowers. Suddenly, a crack opened in front of the goddess of the underworld. Solomon and the mysterious black-robed magician used time and space magic to advance into the palace. Who is it? The goddess of the underworld snapped. Sir Goddess, I am Solomon. This is my master, a magician from the devil world. Solomon said, Heroic spirit, what are you doing here? Said the goddess of the underworld. Stop a calamity that destroys the world. Solomon said coldly. The calamity of the world, said the goddess of the underworld in surprise. The strong human beings outside are deceived by the documents left by the evil god of darkness on the slate, trying to capture the underworld so that the world will not be mixed so as to obtain immortal thieves. Black-robed magician said, this time, we took the liberty to break into the palace, and we just wanted to prevent this disaster. There is such a thing, said the goddess of the underworld angrily. Lord Goddess, we will do our best to prevent humans from doing this. Please stop their plans. The goddess of the underworld instructed. The goddess of the underworld believed it to be true. She originally wanted to deal with this group of villains herself, but she wanted to suppress some god-level existences in the deepest part of the underworld, so she agreed. Then, the two magicians flew out of the palace. Come out, Bagur. 72 demon gods. Alice summoned a large number of demon dragon-shaped beasts that can fly to the sky, and Solomon summoned the demon pillar to fight the rescue army. However, neither Alice nor Solomon's goal is to really resist the rescue army, but have another purpose, and their purpose is related to what the goddess of the underworld is suppressing. In God's vision, two crafty magicians, Yechen said with a smile. He knows Alice and Solomon's plan. Once Alice and Solomon's purpose succeeds, the world will probably fall into endless panic. At the same time, the demon apostle that Alice wants to kill in the future will be easier. Chapter 248 The blocker in front of the palace. On the battlefield, Zariki Kanpeki and the sphinx-tailed beast madly attack. The slashes of Zariki Kanpeki can only slash VVS sphinxes, and the lion-body snake-tailed beast has a very high attack power, and basically every blow can injure Zengi Kanpeki. Within a few minutes, Zaragi Kanpeki was torn apart by sharp claws, and blood spurted frantically. Ha ha ha, really strong beast, come again. Zaragi Kanpeki laughed wildly. Encountered with an equal opponent, Kanpeki Zengaki did not hold back, took off his blindfold, and burst out with a super strong spiritual pressure, which instantly caused the ground to crack. Sword press. With a mad slash, the hot spiritual pressure erupted instantly, and the front right limb of the lion-body snake-tailed beast was directly chopped into sections. Roar. However, the sphinx-tailed beast roared wildly, and the arm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and launched a wild attack on Zaragi Kanpeki again. 690s in the underworld. These beasts have extremely strong vitality, and it is difficult to kill them without hitting the key points. At this time, Garp and the centaur fought fiercely. Crazy trample. Ming destruction strike. The centaur ran for a while. The night spear in his hand broke through the air, flashed a blue light and shadow, and slammed into Garp, and Garp directly used the awakening big move, entered the invincible state, and threw 4 punches at the centaur. The fist of the gods and the night spear collided forcefully, and a huge energy wave shot up into the sky. From Garp, the other death god captains, as well as the heroic undead, are all fighting with all their strength. The 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. Pisces Carp. Ice Dragon Spinning Tail Juikong. Draw the sword. The captain's Shikai big move. The red-haired artifact dagger's super wide range of slashing, and other strong moves, instantly covered the sky, and the momentum was like a waterfall falling from the sky. The king's sword. The extreme wind. Furious. The undead heroes responded with a few moves, but they were weaker overall, and the offensive was gradually extinguished. Boom boom boom. The energy wave exploded quickly, and the undead heroes were instantly blown away and injured. Their there is a certain gap between the strength of the undead state and their body. During the melee, the rescue team seized the opportunity to sneak in front of the prison tower near the enemy's rear line. Luffy, Enel, we're here to save you, Cabensis said excitedly. At this moment, a large number of huge double-headed hounds poured out of the prison tower. Roar! Under the lightning bolt, the two-headed hounds swarmed up and rushed towards Zoro, Kurosaki Ichigo, and others. Draw the sword. Zoro quickly drew his sword, and the sharp sword energy slashed across the waist, and nearly 10 double-headed hounds were instantly cut in half. Oops, something happened to the prison tower. It's the enemy rescue team. Go back to defense. Because of the roar of the two-headed hound, the army of the underworld had already discovered them, and suddenly a large number of skeleton soldiers and many level 50 generals of the underworld rushed over and flanked them. Break the army and dance. Death Tombstone. Rukia Kukiki and Ichigo Kurosaki launched a wide area attack to resist the attack of the underworld army. However, the number of enemy troops is too large and their attacks are difficult to defeat the opponent in one move, and they will soon be in trouble. Break the light. At this time, a powerful laser cannon fell from the sky, and Ash rode on the fire-breathing dragon, with strong support from Raisakusa and Gulaton. Boom! The fire soared into the sky, and the powerful blow of the divine beast instantly knocked out thousands of skeleton soldiers and opened a passage. Carbensis, Ichigo Kurosaki, go in and save people, Ash said. Okay, wrap it on me. Cabensis smiled confidently. With Xiaoji there was absolutely no problem. After that, Ash and Zoro withstood the siege of the army in front of the tower. Cabensis, Ichigo Kurosaki, Rukia, and Brook entered the prison tower to rescue Luffy. At this time, the battle between Captain Yamamoto and Gorgon has entered a white-hot stage. Forced seal the Temple of 10,000 Demons. Songming. Gorgon, a rank noble phantasm, was released again, and Captain Yamamoto's flame tornado swept in at the same time. Boom! The two energies continued to fight against each other and quickly swept across the area for several miles. Just use this trick to break the situation. Suddenly, Captain Yamamoto's Ryotsu exploded to the extreme. Bankai Remnant Fire Sword. Bear Ryotsu burned the city on fire. Captain Yamamoto used Ryotsu to create palm-like flames, trapping Gorgon. Oops! Gorgon was shocked. She couldn't break the confinement of the flame for a while. Captain Yamamoto's next move, she must be unable to escape. Remnant Fire Sword. North. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. The sun-like flames cut off the sky, and the sky turned red in an instant. The entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in blazing sunlight, and everyone could not open their eyes. Gorgon was left with a flaming stab wound of flame, which was spreading rapidly, almost burning her entire body. With Bankai's ultimate move, Captain Yamamoto finally killed Gorgon. In the end, Gorgon used his last ounce of energy and ran away in a hurry. The queen is defeated. After the defeat of Gorgon, the army of the underworld was headless, chaotic, and began to retreat. It's time to talk to the goddess of the underworld. Captain Yamamoto led the allies, advancing step by step, and finally killed in front of the palace. At this time, Raisakusa flew in with Ash, Ichigo Kurosaki, and others, and Luffy was also on it. Hey, everyone! Luffy waved his hand, bared his teeth, and greeted everyone. 3. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bagul rose up, blocking Captain Yamamoto and their way. On the head of Bagur, Alice and Solomon stood on top, looking down at everyone. The thieves who want to break into the palace, this is your burial place, Solomon warned sharply. Black-robed magician and Solomon Garp frowned. How could they appear here? Are they from the underworld? Said the redhead in shock. It turns out that those giant dragons that could escape just now were released by them, Shiro Yukitake said. Uhoho. At this time, behind them, a large number of huge Bagur and the 72 demon god pillars roared wildly. It is not so easy to see the goddess of the underworld. Chapter 249_Liberation. The Seven Ghosts. Today, the old man must see the lady goddess, Captain Yamamoto said stubbornly. I'm hurting the army of the underworld and robbing the underworld. You still want to see lady goddess? Solomon said coldly. Do it. Solomon did not give them an excuse, and directly ordered all the pillars and Bagur to attack. It seems that war is unavoidable. Captain Yamamoto shook his head, and Ryotsu broke out again. Remnant Fire Tato West. Remnant Sun Prison Clothes. The fist of the demon god fell for a moment, and a high-temperature flame of 15 million degrees erupted from Captain Yamamoto's body, forming clothes like the scorching sun. Bear. Just looking at the fist of the demon god pillar instantly turned into a big fireball, and then a howl resounded through the sky. The flames spread rapidly, and the demon god pillar was gradually burned to ashes. At this time, other people also made moves one after another to deal with other pillar demons and Bagur with big moves. Jijing Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. Phantom Sword Dance. Fast Hurricane Fist. Third Gear 17 Rubber Giant Bazooka. Countless long swords, gorgeous slashes, combo punches that set off a storm, and countless different moves, all slammed on these monsters. Boom! A burst of thick smoke blew up and instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. In an instant, all the pillar demon gods and Bagur who rushed forward were shaken back and their bodies were smashed to pieces. 96 of the broken ways. 1 knife cremation. Captain Yamamoto took advantage of the chaos to attack, resorting to the way of sacrificing ghosts, slashing out the raging flames with 1 knife and splitting the crippled poverty instantly. Opportunity. Split the empty seat. Use the light of destruction. Gulaton, the flame of the sun. Xiaoji did the same, driving the 2 divine beasts to make the ultimate move. Just in time to try a new move. Haired Shanks jumped up, pierced through the sky, and then shouted, "Extremely Excalibur!" Meteor falls. An instant, countless sharp swords fell from the sky like a meteor shower, and the number was comparable to Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama. However, Alice had already predicted Ice Dragon Screen. Under the casting of the mind, the top ice attribute magic was released instantly, and a huge spherical ice shield covered the camp in an instant. Boom! I only saw that the entire ice shield was instantly enveloped by the sun-like flames, and the ice layer several meters thick could not stop such a strong flame, and it began to slowly melt. In the middle of the flame blade, the shield was directly split in half, and the deadly flame energy slashed towards Alice and Solomon. At the same time, the red-haired Jianyu and the destruction light cannon of the split empty seat penetrated the crack and blasted straight at the 2 of them. Bagur, pillar demon god. In desperation, Alice and Solomon had to sacrifice all the remaining summons to block the front. Boom! All the summoned beasts in front of the fire blade were cut in half with 1 knife, and the aftermath also shocked Solomon and Alice. In the end, under the combined attack of many masters, the black robe Alice and Solomon were defeated. Instigate. Under the shock of the aftermath, the 2 top magicians teleported to the gate of the palace. As expected of Captain Yamamoto, he can even break through a level 80 ice shield. Alice's left hand has been cut off and the wound has been scorched, and the injury is very serious. The strength has really increased a lot, which is really interesting. Solomon's body was blown to pieces and he was also seriously injured. Do you still want to stop us from seeing the goddess of the underworld? Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly. Why do you talk so much nonsense with them? They are also madmen who destroy the world. Kill them, Garp said. At this moment, Solomon laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. You can still laugh when you're about to die. Cabensis said. Death is imminent. Ha ha ha. Just rely on you bastards. Solomon laughed wildly. Do you really think you've defeated us? The truth is just the opposite. Our goal is to be achieved, Alice said. While speaking, Alice cast healing magic, and all wounds were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few seconds, the wounds of the 2 men fully recovered. In the battle just now, they didn't use all their strength at all. Purpose. Everyone looked suspicious. Was this battle set up by them? Soon, the answer will be revealed naturally. Let's experience the despair. Solomon smiled strangely, and then Alice opened the crack in time and space, and the 2 were ready to leave. Damn black robe magician, don't try to run. Luffy leaped and punched Alice. However, still flying in mid-air, as soon as Solomon opened his palm, Luffy was imprisoned in the air as if he had lost gravity. After that, the 2 magicians entered the crack in time and space and disappeared in front of everyone. What's the purpose, they say? Garp asked. Boom. However, before the words were finished, a super powerful earthquake broke out in the underworld, and the earth cracked rapidly in an instant, opening countless bottomless large cracks. Boom boom boom. Then, 7 different colors of ghosts and gods spewed up from the cracks like a fountain and rose into the sky. The power of ghosts and gods in the body has reacted. What's going on? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo felt the power of ghosts and gods in his body surging everywhere. This is bad. These breaths are the source of power from Devil May Cry. The 7 ghosts and gods who signed a contract with Priest Jig. Chapter 250_Unrest in the Underworld. Stop ghosts and gods. Pirate World. Just after the aura of ghosts and gods broke out in the underworld, a strong earthquake also occurred in the pirate world above. Boom. Under the extreme earthquake, huge waves of 100 meters were set off in the 4 seas, and the mountains of the Kitu continent shook as if the end had come. Then, on the great waterway, 7 beams of light of different colors shot straight into the sky in an instant. Uhoho. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light gradually turned into a phantom of 7 ghosts and gods standing in the sky, and people all over the world could see every ghost and god. And at the end of the new world, there is a giant hell whale with a size comparable to a giant beast. In an instant, people all over the world fell into panic. What is this? Why does it suddenly appear in the sky? It's Kazan of the soul of the sword. Is it a ghost? There are a few ghosts and gods that I haven't seen before, especially the whale. It's terrifying. Could it all have something to do with the underworld? Underworld. The breath of ghosts and gods is getting stronger and stronger, almost breaking the ground. They're coming out. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo had noticed that the power to seal the ghosts and spirits had gradually faded away. Boom. boom. There was a loud bang, and the breath of ghosts and gods broke out in an all-round way. Ho. After that, the 7 ghosts and gods all broke through the bottom layer and appeared in front of the palace. Is this the real ghost? Captain Yamamoto said in shock. He had only seen ghosts and gods in the formation before, but he didn't expect it to be so different from the real one. The strength of each of them is above Captain Yamamoto. At this moment, the voice of the goddess of the underworld came from the palace. Humans, the ghosts and gods have gone berserk. Please be sure to stop the ghosts and gods from leaving the underworld. Otherwise, your world will face the calamity of destruction. She didn't know their intentions until Alice and Solomon were gone. The ghosts and gods are running wild, and it must be these 2 magicians who have moved their hands and feet. This war is the time when the underworld is at its weakest. The second apostle herder took the opportunity to release the ghosts and gods, and her ultimate goal is to put the 7 ghosts and gods into the world of pirates, and then transfer the apostles of the devil world to the place where the ghosts and gods appeared. In the end, he just wanted to use the hands of ghosts and gods to get rid of other apostles. At this time, the ice blizzard of natural disaster grade, the flames of death that burns all things, the plague of death, the bull ghost that erodes the heart, the swordsman who sneaks in the shadows, the ghost of destruction with an axe in one hand and a knife in the other, and sneaking underground, swallowing all the ghosts and gods, the evil god Firaxio, all launched catastrophic attacks. Boom boom boom. With an ordinary blow, countless soldiers in the underworld were instantly killed, and it was impossible to block them. Now I give you the blessing of the underworld. The strong human beings, hurry up and stop them. Buff to Captain Yamamoto and others, and let humans help her stop the ghosts. Now she has to use a lot of power to strengthen the barriers of the underworld, and she can't do without the palace. Otherwise she can dig a hole and leave here at any time with the power of ghosts and gods. This kind of spiritual power, Captain Yamamoto, as well as the other death god captains, instantly surged in spiritual power. Other professionals, as well as haki practitioners, also instantly felt energetic and full of power. Buff imposed by the goddess of the underworld has a steady stream of spiritual power, magic power, vitality, and haki, and the combat power is greatly improved. Burning hell. Captain Yamamoto stepped on the ground, detonated dozens of pillars of fire, and burned all the viruses and goblins of the Rakshasa of plague. Come and fight ghosts. Almost at the same time, Zaragi Kenpeki also rushed up, blocking the path of the first ghost Kazan. Blah blah blah. At this time, Kaija, the red-haired, and the afterimage had already faced each other with their swords. The red hair comes with haki, vindictiveness, and the power of a class changer, barely blocking Kaija's onslaught. Profound truth, 1 by 1,000 blades flower. Pisces carp, the wind blows the clouds. On the other side, many death god captains, as well as dragons, Rayleigh, and other masters deal with the erosion of Puruming and the frost of Saya. 8 poles collapse. The ice sky and 100 flowers burial, and the Carlo of the underworld who burned everything was dealt with by Garp and 2 hero. Numerous masters used their best tricks to block the ghosts and gods, barely slowing down the ghosts and gods. These ghosts and gods have just come out and haven't recovered their full body yet, but they still have level 90 strength. If there is no buff bonus, I am afraid that the audience will be lost in seconds. At this moment, the feet of Luffy, Ash, Ichigo Kurosaki and others instantly turned into a black ocean. Flash, the farther the better. Enel, through the ability of the heart network, realized that the situation was not a second, and immediately let everyone away. Boom. As soon as they escaped from the Black Sea, the 7th ghost and evil god Baraxio jumped up from the sea with a big mouth. Boom. The evil god Blaxio slammed into the air, and the powerful shock instantly caused a super powerful earthquake, and many underworld troops were instantly swallowed by it and turned into food in its belly. What kind of monster is this? Luffy gasped. If he was hit, even Captain Yamamoto would be finished. The hobby of the evil god Blaxio is to devour ghosts and gods. If the spirit body is bitten by him, it will almost kill the existence in seconds. The spiritual body is very dangerous in front of it. Even with the blessing of buff, it has absolutely no advantage in the face of the 7 ghosts and gods. If this goes on, the ghosts and gods will definitely break through this line of defense and enter the world of pirates. Chapter 251 Goddess Power. Seal Horatio. If you want to go out, ask this old man first. Captain Yamamoto let out a loud shout, and the Ryotsu instantly burned to the extreme. Remnant fire soared north, ashes of heaven and earth. Under the protection of the goddess of the underworld, Bankai used his ultimate move again, wielding a slashing sun that annihilates everything. Rakshasa Plague. The Rakshasa of Plague burst out with purple flames, colliding with Captain Yamamoto's flames. Boom. The flames of the 2 sides collided and cancelled each other out. Under the protracted confrontation, the purple poisonous flames of the Rakshasa of Plague gradually overwhelmed Captain Yamamoto's flames. Remnant fire soared west. Remnant sun prison clothes. Seeing that he was about to be overwhelmed by poisonous flames, Captain Yamamoto had no choice but to break out Ryotsu again, turning his whole body into flames to resist the poisonous attack of the Rakshasa of Plague. Although most of the damage was offset, Captain Yamamoto was still injured by some poisonous flames. Fortunately, with the blessing of the goddess of the underworld, the poison is being cleared and healed quickly. Captain Yamamoto was able to block the Rakshasa of Plague in front of him. However, everyone else was beaten under pressure and had no chance to fight back. What I want 247 is the blood of warriors. Kazan became more and more brave the more he fought, and Kenpei Kazaraki had been slashed all over by him, and his attack on Kazan of Soul of the Sword was not at all fleshy. Between the two, the strength is not at the same level at all. Not far away. Cluck cluck. Saya the Frost erupted with a ring of powerful cold air, which instantly invaded the audience. The people who besieged her and the eroded general were all frozen in an instant. The powerful mind-reading ability of Puruming of Erosion coupled with the effect of erosion magic greatly reduces the resistance of humans, and Saya's ice can cause double damage to them. Such a strong freezing effect even Captain Death God needs to spend a lot of spiritual pressure to remove. And the worst thing is, if you keep being frozen, you won't have a chance to fight back. Garp and 2 Hero are here. Bear. They were already in a black sea of fire. This flame is so strong that it can ignore all defenses. Garp gritted his teeth and said, "My ice was melted in an instant." Dong Shilang said solemnly, "Turn everything to ashes." Minjian sword. At this time, Carlo of the underworld flame broke out with a dark aura and pulled out his double swords to use the two swordsmanship. Get out of the way. The two realized that the situation was not good and immediately used observation haki and the ability to fly to dodge. Clap clap. However, the speed of Carlo's gust of wind and the fierce sword energy instantly brushed the bodies of Garp and 2 Hero. Garp and 2 Hero were slashed in the abdomen and the flames were spreading rapidly, worsening the wounds. Fortunately, there was no direct hit, otherwise it would definitely be an instant kill. And on Luffy's side, the huge evil god Byraxia pursued frantically. They can only spread out, taking turns attracting its attention. Luffy, get it out of the way. Carbon Sisborn ran after him, desperately using the sliding shovel to escape the devouring mouth of the god of terror, Blazius. This way, big whale. Fruit Momo pistol. Luffy nodded and immediately sent a rubber fist to the top of the head of the evil god Byrashu. Roar. The evil god Byraxia roared, then turned his spear and rushed towards Luffy. Okay, be careful. Just grind it to death. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled confidently. This was their tactic. However, these attacks could not cause any damage to the evil god Byraxia at all, and even if he fought for another 10 years, it would not be possible to grind him to death. Except for Captain Yamamoto and Luffy's side, the situation is slightly better. All other fronts are losing ground and are about to fall. Boom. At this moment, a ring of golden light erupted from the palace, instantly suppressing the 7 ghosts and gods. Judgment of the underworld. The goddess of the underworld activates her power, and the laws of the creation god level instantly block the actions of the 7 ghosts and gods. Afterwards, the goddess of the underworld holding a spear, the temple of heat Methramtia, floated over the underworld. Magic release. Immediately afterwards, the underworld goddess Gunhouse released all the magic power and stabbed the evil god Byraxia with a single blow. Rumbling. I only saw countless pairs of hell hands stretched out on the ground, grabbing the body of the evil god Byraxia. Afterwards, the hand of hell gradually dragged the evil god Byraxia into the bottom layer and sealed it. Resolve the most troublesome thing first, said the goddess of the underworld. The evil god Byraxia is very destructive. If it is destroyed by it everywhere, the underworld will be flattened very quickly, so it must be dealt with first. After reinforcing the world barriers of the underworld and temporarily repairing the cracks that the ghosts and gods broke through, the goddess of the underworld began to dispatch to beat these escaped ghosts and gods back to the lower world. Is this the goddess of the underworld? Garp asked in surprise. The goddess of the underworld pinched a strand of black hair and said angrily, "Damn magician, you are really deceiving me. This strand of hair has powerful magic power, which makes the ghosts and gods go berserk and break through the seal." At this time, the power of the goddess of the underworld was invalid and the seals of other ghosts and gods had been lifted. The seal time of the underworld divine judgment is very short and it can only last for 1 round. It's you. Seeing that the other 6 ghosts and gods were the goddess of the underworld, a few drops of nervous sweat suddenly appeared. Go back to me. The goddess of the underworld snapped. Go away. Borodin is resurrected again. Only we can seal him. Kazan shouted angrily. The message Alice gave them was the resurrection of Borodin. It was Jig who brought the 7 ghosts and gods to send Borodin and his 5 million knights back to hell. Now, they have gone mad and will not listen to anyone's persuasion. They must return to the human world. This battle is unavoidable. Chapter 252 _chaos Ozma. Suffer to death ghosts, and gods collapse the mountain. Arctic hell. Rax Hossaplay. God Ghost Flash. The ghost eats the heart. Minjian sword. The 6 ghosts and gods all used the ultimate blow, intending to destroy everyone with one blow. Without defeating the goddess of the underworld, they will not go out. The strong men of the human world, seal them with me. The power of ghosts and gods is slowly recovering and cannot be delayed for too long, so the goddess of the underworld joins other human powerhouses to attack together. After all, the skills of the goddess of the underworld are very helpful in team fights, which can maximize her power. I can work for the goddess no matter what. Captain Yamamoto flew behind the goddess of the underworld and opened Bankai. Very well. The protection of the underworld. Goddess of the underworld releases X-level powers, providing endless Ryutsu haki and increasing the attack, defense and magic power of all human powerhouses. This gain effect is really strong. Xiaoji rode on the fire-breathing dragon and smiled confidently. Super X fire-breathing dragon. Use purgatory. Split the empty seat. Destroy the light. Gulaton. Use the flame of sunshine. The super evolutionary fire-breathing dragon, coupled with the attack of the 2 divine beasts, erupted a flame that was no weaker than that of Captain Yamamoto, and a laser cannon that shot a mountain in seconds. Remnant fire sword. North. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. The goddess's buff. Captain Yamamoto issued Bankai's final ultimate move for the 3rd time, slashing out a slash that annihilated everything at lightning speed. Ming Destruction Strike. Extreme Ghost Swordsmanship. Storm Style. Death Tombstone. Jijing Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. The professionals all used the awakening big move, and Captain Death also used all the power of Bankai, and all the big moves were overwhelming to block the ghosts and gods. Mesramtia. At the same time, the power of the goddess of the underworld was released, summoning a large number of black thunders several meters thick, rumbling. All kinds of energies that shattered the world. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning erupted instantly, and the entire underworld was instantly plunged into a glare of light. Rumble rumble. At the moment when the aftermath erupted, apart from the temple with the enchantment, the surrounding vegetation and buildings instantly turned to the ground, and cracks gradually appeared in the sky. Pirate world. Boom. Immediately after the explosion, the entire planet shook suddenly, causing a powerful earthquake. The ghost is angry. Earthquake. Tsunami. The world has not returned to its original state, and another devastating disaster has occurred. Is there a big war in the underworld? Silently, under the sudden disaster attack, the whole world fell into panic. At this time, in the underworld, the aftermath of the explosion has not yet dissipated, and huge fireballs will be blown up from time to time, which is frighteningly powerful. Damn, in the underworld, she has the power of the god of creation. During the explosion, Carlo of the underworld was injured. Even ghosts and gods are still one level behind the power of the creator gods. Suddenly, from the fire light flashed. Mesramtia imprisoned soul. The goddess of the underworld stabbed the big heart of Carlo in the underworld with a spear, instantly sealing it. Mesramtia, the goddess of the underworld, was originally a spear-shaped cage that could penetrate enemies, imprison souls, and summon lightning. No, I'm unwilling. Woo-ah-ah. Carlo said unwillingly. Damn. Tianchen ice prison. Saya the frost burned with rage, pierced the ground with a sword, and in an instant an icicle with a thickness of dozens of meters rose to the ground below the goddess of the underworld. Remnant fire sword. West scorching sun prison clothes. Captain Yamamoto took a quick step, appeared above the icicle, and then turned into a body of flames. Boom. The ice and fire continued to fight. The ice was melting, and the flames were cooling down. The battle between the two was about whose energy was stronger. In general, Captain Yamamoto is in a weak position, but because of the blessing of buff, the spiritual pressure is far from constant and temporarily withstood the cold air of the icicles. Next, it's you. At this moment, the goddess of the underworld flew towards Saya of Frost, and then stabbed it forward with a direct hit, sealing it. Damn. After the Frost Saya was sealed, there are now 4 ghosts and gods left. Chance. Attack with all your strength. 8 poles collapse. Die Ankai Ente. Excalibur. Meteor falls. Afterwards, the goddess of the underworld and the strong men of the human race chased after them, and the 4 ghosts and gods were unable to fight back. I can't hold it anymore. The 4 ghosts and gods could only defend blindly. Under the swift and violent offensive, they retreated step by step, and the ghosts and gods were sealed one by one. It didn't take long for all the ghosts and gods to be sealed except Kazan of the soul of the sword. Kazan, surrender obediently. The goddess of the underworld snapped. I'd rather die in battle. Kazanin, the soul of the sword, was unyielding and planned to perish with the goddess of the underworld. Ha ha ha. At this moment there was a wild laugh in front of the temple. Immediately afterwards, a thick smoke rose and gradually condensed into the silhouette of 3 demons. Ozma, why did you come out? Said the goddess of the underworld. These 3 people are the apostle Ozma and his 3 henchmen, Tamat of despair and Belials of destruction. Sanction, it doesn't exist. Ozma smiled, then turned to Kazan. Kazan, come back to the world with me. While speaking, Ozma used space magic to open the space-time rift in front of Kazan. Damn, the goddess of the underworld flew and stabbed, but Kazan had disappeared before her eyes. Ozma is an apostle. The rank is equal to that of the goddess of the underworld, and the goddess of the underworld cannot close his space passage. Then, Ozma entered the crack of time and space, holding a strange box in his hand, and laughed arrogantly. Goodbye, Goddess Ereshkigal, your era will soon end. Damn, the goddess of the underworld looked very ugly when she saw the box. This box was very important to her, because this box holds a big secret. Pandora. Chapter 253 The girl who killed the colonel in 1 second. Pirate world. After the ghosts and gods were sealed, the phantoms floating in the air gradually disappeared, except for Kazan of the soul of the sword over an island in the new world. The turmoil in the underworld subsided. The planet gradually returned to calm, and the people gradually calmed down. Disappeared. It seems that the war is over. Has our human race won? I don't know what's going on inside, but the war must have been difficult. No, there is still a Kazan of the soul of the blade that has not dispersed. At this moment, Kazan of the soul of the sword turned into a red light, floated into the distance along with several black rays of light, and finally disappeared. Underworld. Who is Ozma? Chief Yamamoto Team July 17th Ask. It is also one of the ghosts and gods, and it is also an apostle, stronger than ordinary ghosts and gods. The goddess of the underworld said. Apostles. There are even apostles in the underworld. Garp said in shock. Isn't it very dangerous for him to enter the world now? Long asked. Indeed, Ozma of Chaos became a ghost after he sold his soul to Dreyfus, the god of death, and his 3 dark knights were originally Dreyfus' confidants, and they were very powerful. Goddess Road. Is there any way to get rid of him? Captain Yamamoto asked. Ozma's power is very special, and I don't know it very well. The 3 knights of the dark are also peak powerhouses, and it is difficult to deal with. The goddess of the underworld said. Sir Goddess, we are here this time to ask you to close the channel of reincarnation, a forbidden technique that can inject the souls of the dead into the bodies of others. Captain Yamamoto said. The goddess of the underworld shook her head and said. Now the underworld is severely damaged, and it will take some time to restore its original appearance. And now you should not worry about these. But Ozma. That's right. Everyone's faces were solemn, and Ozma was more terrifying than reincarnation. Although his ability is not known for the time being, the apostles have the power to destroy the world. Ozma is different from Roths. Roths is kind and will not take the initiative to attack humans. Controlling the global religion is also a last resort, and Ozma signed a contract with Dreyfus, the god of death, because of revenge, with the aim of destroying the world. More importantly, the box in Ozma's hand. The goddess of the underworld said solemnly. Does that box contain a more terrifying power than Ozma? Ashvivi said in surprise. It can be said that, in short, you must take back that box. The goddess of the underworld said. The goddess of the underworld did not tell all the information, because the power in the box was not only stronger than that of the apostles, but even threatened her dominance in the underworld. Okay, I understand. We Marine will definitely hunt down Ozma. Garp said. In addition, you have to be careful of those 2 magicians from the demon world. They know the secrets of the underworld, and their background is very complicated. The goddess of the underworld reminded. Okay, we'll be prepared. Garp nodded and said. There are still important things to do in the underworld now, so let's go first, said the goddess of the underworld. The underworld suffered heavy losses this time, and the damage was no less than the last war caused by Madara Uchiha, and because of the rampage of the 7th ghost, many generals above level 50 were swallowed up by it. Even her most capable subordinate, the Queen of Warcraft Gorgon, was hit hard by Captain Yamamoto. This time the vitality is greatly damaged, and it will take a long time for the underworld to recover. At the same time, in order to prevent the ghosts and gods below from coming out again, it is time to strengthen the enchantment under the underworld now. The next day, Pirate World. After Garp and others left the underworld, the news of Ozma and Kazan entering the human world spread quickly. In an instant the whole world exploded. My god, it turns out that light is the apostle Ozma. The apostle sealed in the underworld has come out. Is the world going to be in chaos again? I heard that it is a black robe magician, and Solomon has done a good job. It seems that Solomon has not given up on his plan to restore the original world. It's not just them that the underworld is worried about. There is a special box. Solomon, who disappeared for a long time, once again brought fear to the world. East Blue. In a church. Is Ozma out? Galantis asked worriedly. The power of this world is not enough to fight against Ozma. If he really starts a war, the human world will definitely fall into an unprecedented disaster. It looks like the mission will be intensified. After thinking for a while, Glantis left the church. The clergy is an important force against Ozma. There are not enough clerics in the pirate world, and this power must be promoted now. Marine headquarters. Sengoku, Tsuru, and the admiral all looked solemn after hearing Garp's information. It seems that the reincarnation of the dirty earth can only wait for the underworld. The most important thing now is to find the whereabouts of Ozma, Sengoku said after thinking for a while. That's right, open a bounty and let the pirates help you find it together. Crane suggested. That's what I meant. Sengoku nodded and said beep beep beep. Just then, the emergency phone on the desk in the office rang. After Garp answered the phone bug, a hurried and nervous voice came from the opposite side. Garp, Vice Admiral Colonel N was killed. The caller was a soldier from the West Blue Marine branch. What happened and who did it? Garp demanded. The soldier's expression was like seeing a devil, and he said in horror, yes, it's a 16-year-old girl. Chapter 254 Pandora, commander of the Underworld Warriors. 16-year-old girl. It doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Garp was only surprised by Vivi. It is not unusual to have such strength at the age of 16. After all, when Ant was 5 years old, she burned half an elbaf. After a pause, Garp asked, how strong is the opponent? Unfathomable. It can only be described as terrifying. Anyone who approached the girl's house would be blown into pieces in an instant. Most of the soldiers in our branch were killed in one fell swoop, the soldier said. Before that, a small island in West Blue, in a small village, Colonel N led a troop and went into the village to capture strong men to join the army. Because of the many wars in recent years, Marines suffered heavy casualties and asked the Marine divisions of the 4 seas to provide supplementary forces for the division. In the courtyard of the last house in the village, the strong Colonel N snatched a blonde boy named Aaron with one hand. Let go of me. What are you doing? Aaron, 17, struggled desperately and kept hitting Colonel N with his fists. However, he is just an ordinary person, unable to break free from the clutches of Colonel N. The strength is good. It seems to be a good soldier. Ha 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 ha. Colonel N laughed. What are you doing? Let go of my brother. Just then, a girl with long purple hair rushed out of the room and blocked Colonel N's way. This long-haired girl is Aaron's sister Pandora. Aaron and Pandora lost their parents when they were young and grew up in an orphanage. Now they just came out and lived a peaceful life. I didn't expect this to happen. Go away. Colonel N pushed Pandora away with a palm. Bang. Pandora fell to the ground and fainted. Ordinary weak women couldn't stand a blow in front of such a strong man. Sister, asshole, let me go. Aaron cried bitterly, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Like a fly. It's annoying. In the end, Aaron's struggle angered Colonel N. From now on, your family has only Marine, no sister. I saw Colonel N slammed Aaron to the ground with one hand and then took out a gun and pointed it at Pandora on the ground. Woo-hoo-hoo. And just when Colonel N was about to shoot, a super strong wind suddenly blew across the island. Let go of my brother. Under the strong wind, Pandora stood up. Her face darkened as if possessed by a devil. What's going on? Colonel N was startled. The girl in front of him was completely different from just now. I said, let go of my brother. Pandora approached Colonel N step by step and emphasized again, don't come here. Come again, and I'll kill him. Colonel N seemed to have seen the devil. In danger, he had to use Aaron as a hostage and escape from here. Boom. Suddenly, there was a flash of thunder, and Colonel N seemed to be standing behind Pandora. 2 men in exquisite dark armor, and fell to the ground instantly. Boom. Then, only to see Pandora's eyes staring, Colonel N's whole body exploded and he was instantly killed. After that, a large number of Marines rushed over, but they were all killed by Pandora. In the office, everyone fell into silence for a moment. If this girl is not controlled, it will definitely be another big problem. Now that her power has not developed yet, let's pull her into Marine as soon as possible, he suggested. Well, then do we invite her to join Marine, or be she Shibuka? Kizaru asked. Pandora is not a Marine, let alone a pirate, and neither of these two identities is suitable. Anyway, let's show the misunderstanding first. Marine can't have one more enemy, Sengoku suggested. Crane pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. Okay, let Doberman negotiate this matter first. In addition, Ozma's affairs should be followed up from time to time. At this time, on a mysterious island in the New World, Ozma threw the unsealed box and said excitedly, the Underworld Warrior. What a powerful force. In this box are the left and right hands of Hades, then Atos, the god of death, and Hypnos, the god of sleep. The seal of the box was opened because Pandora was awakened in a desperate situation, and now Pandora has become the commander of the Underworld Warriors, with the power of 400 commanding 108 Underworld Warriors. And everything Ozma did was instigated by Solomon. Solomon unblocked him and informed him of the existence of the box, allowing him to use the power of the Underworld Fighter to realize his revenge plan. Ozma accepts Solomon's proposal because if he wants to take revenge on mankind, the people of the Underworld will surely come out to hinder him. The Underworld Warrior and the goddess of the Underworld have a revenge for destroying the country and can help him block a major threat. Now, with the help of Underworld Warriors, Ozma can rest assured to carry out her plan and even join forces with Underworld Warriors to eradicate the Underworld first. which is why the goddess of the underworld is nervous. In God's vision, Yechen Viviisho, Ozma, underworld warrior, apostle held, underworld goddess, you are really an interesting food chain. In fact, they all use each other. When they both achieve their goals, they will turn around at any time. What Yechen wanted was this situation. No matter how they tear each other up, world chaos is inevitable. Chapter 255 The power of the fighter. 3 days later, late at night, West Blue, Pandora's residence. After Aaron fell asleep, Pandora showed the necklace in front of her heart. Instigate. Only to see a flash of light, Pandora disappeared into the house. In the blink of an eye, Pandora came to a land full of life and met a blonde man in black and gold armor. Pandora, Aaron is the reincarnated Hades, Lord Hades, the master of the underworld, hell, and this blissful land. Your mission is to protect Aaron and awaken him to become the real Hades. The blonde man said, this land is the pure land of bliss created by Hades, the king of the underworld. Now Hades' body is sleeping in the temple. Hades chose Aaron because Aaron had an angel-like pure soul. Hades believed that his own body was the most precious, and there was no room for any flaws. Therefore, every time Pluto is reincarnated, he must choose the purest teenager in the world. Yes, Lord Sleeping God. Pandora nodded and said, of Hades, the god of sleep in the universe. Also, keep an eye out for the reincarnation of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Hypnos, the god of sleep, instructed. Athena? Pandora asked, confused. Yes, she is the old enemy of Lord Hades. If you find an opportunity to kill her. Hypnos said. Understood. Pandora nodded and said. Pandora paused and asked curiously, Lord Sleeping God, why is a passage blocked by my necklace? That is the underworld, which originally belonged to us. Hypnos, the sleeping god, said ambitiously, this time, our first battle is to retake the underworld. Pandora's divine power necklace could originally lead to the world, the underworld, and the pure land of bliss at will. However, since the underworld was ruled by the goddess of the underworld, the passage to the underworld was blocked. Before launching the holy war, the first plan of the god of death and the god of sleep was to attack the underworld and recapture everything that belonged to the underworld. The next day, a warship slowly approached the island, and Vice Admiral Doberman landed on the island with 100 quiet soldiers. And this time, Doberman came to apologize to Pandora and invited her to join Marine, or Bishisabukai. However, before Doberman reached Pandora's residence, an old man blocked his way. Lord Vice Admiral, don't go near Pandora's house, you will die. The old man advised. No, don't worry, we didn't come to arrest her this time, but made a special trip to apologize to her. Doberman, who had the same temperament as Akainu, forced a smile and said kindly. Before that, Akainu, Sengoku and others had repeatedly warned that they must not cause trouble. Lord Vice Admiral. The old man frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Boom. Just when all the Marines walked within 100 meters of Pandora's house, a large number of earthworm-like tentacles were pulled out from the ground, tying and strangling more than a dozen Marines. Almost at the same time, there was a scent in the air, and then the soldiers dozens of meters wailed in an instant, and then stood in place and died. Boom. Immediately afterwards, diffusing earthworm Lemmy, a warrior wearing dark earth-colored armor and covered in huge earthworms, broke through the formation and appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Niobe, the Earth Dark Star who is good at using poison in fish-headed body armor, also took a lightning-like pace, blocking Marine's way. Wait, damn, the whole army strikes. Before Doberman could explain, more than half of his men had died, so he had to order an attack. Boom. Suddenly, another burly warrior in red fang armor came out and smashed the soldier's head into pieces with one punch. Gugadu, you are too bloody. Deep Diver Niobe said with disgust. This burly underworld fighter is the Earth Storm Star Cyclops Gujardo, with amazing strength and good at melee combat. Ha ha ha. Come on, blood killing. Cyclops Gugadu laughed wildly and then launched a frantic attack on Marine. Damn it, the wind breaks through the sky. Seeing that his subordinates were about to be killed, Doberman had no choice but to use his final kill, flashing to Gugadu at the speed of a gust of wind and then slashing down. Bah! Only a loud collision was heard, and Doberman Armament's sword was directly embedded in Gugadu's red armor, slashing through a small part. The strength is really not bad, Gugadu said excitedly. How is it possible? What kind of armor is this? Doberman said in shock. An ant. This is a ghost clothing. Gujiatuo punched hard, directly denting Doberman's abdomen and flying more than 10 meters. At the moment of landing, a large number of huge steel earthworms were pulled out from the ground, trapping Doberman firmly and holding it in the air. Mustache, you were caught by me. Lemmy the earthworm said with a smile. Let me practice boxing. Gugadu was eager to use Doberman as a sandbag and beat him to death. Around the houses, all the people watched through the windows. This power is terrifying. Even Vice Admiral can't stand a few tricks. Has Pandora fallen and killed Marine? The mighty power of the underworld underworld fighter surprised everyone. These few are only middle-level cotters, and their strength is only at the upper middle level. The three giants among the underworld fighters are god-level masters with a strength of over 75. Wait. At this moment Pandora came out of the house and stopped Gugudu. Yes, Lord Pandora. Gugudu lowered his head and asked Pandora to deal with Doberman. In front of Pandora, the underworld warrior could only obey absolutely. Marine, what are you looking for from me? Pandora said coldly. Pandora, on behalf of Marine, I'm here to apologize to you. There's no mandatory conscription in Marine. It's just Colonel Answell. Doberman explained. Well, then what? Pandora didn't take it seriously. After consciously waking up, she already hated all Marines. The world government wants to invite you to join Marine. If the system inside is not suitable for you, you can choose to be Shisabukai. Doberman said. Marine? Shisabukai? Who do you think I am? Pandora was instantly furious. Now she is leading the underworld fighter, and her identity is at least equivalent to that of the queen. The humble Marine and Shisabukai undoubtedly lowered her identity. After that, Pandora gestured with a look, and Niobe, the Dark Star deep diver, started to get rid of Doberman. Scent of death. Without any struggle, Doberman's whole body was paralyzed, and he died completely. Pandora looked at Doberman's icy corpse, then turned to the sea and solemnly declared, the following human beings pay the price for your rudeness. Soon, you will be punished. Chapter 256 The bronze chest of the Temple of the Goddess. Marine headquarters. After receiving the news that Doberman's army had been wiped out, the entire office was shocked as if it had suffered an 8th magnitude earthquake. Nanny, Doberman was killed so easily. How is this possible? Akainu said in shock. With Doberman's strength, even Admiral couldn't easily kill him. The strength of this Pandora is definitely not under Admiral. This is troublesome. Ozma didn't find it, but it caused a lot of trouble. Kuzan said solemnly. No, it's not just us Marine. She claims to punish all mankind. Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. What a big breath. Another Solomon. Kizaru murmured. I think it's almost the same. According to the intelligence, Pandora leads many underworld fighters, and all of them are very strong. It is estimated that they are no worse than Vice Admiral. Garp said. Strengthen the surveillance of Pandora and be ready to fight at any time. Sengoku suggested. Until he finds out the underworld warrior behind Pandora, Marine will not act rashly for the time being. The next day, Doberman Vice Admiral was killed, and the news of Pandora's claim of salvation came out, which immediately caused a lot of discussion. Just killing a Vice Admiral and claiming to punish humans. It's a bit too big. Marine hasn't dared to attack yet. I don't think the 913 is too small. I heard that West Blue's Marine was killed more than half of it overnight. It seems that they did it. It's not surprising. After all, the generals stationed in West Blue are Rear Admiral at the highest level. The kingdom of Heinstein fell. It was Pandora. After Doberman's accident, Pandora launched an all-out attack on West Blue. On the surface, it is to punish Marine and humans, and it is also searching for the whereabouts of Athena's reincarnation. At the same time, the powerful Heinstein kingdom of West Blue also fell overnight. Pandora changed the name of Heinstein Kingdom to Hades Kingdom and used it as a base for the gathering of Hades. That night, the pure land of bliss. Click. A crack in time suddenly opened, and Ozma, who had disappeared for a long time, brought the three knights of darkness to this beautiful continent. The moment Ozma arrived, the god of death and the god of sleep came out. I knew you would come, Ozma of chaos. Death god. Then Ado said with a smile. Ha ha ha. God of death, god of sleep, I heard that you are preparing to attack the underworld. Ozma said. Why, don't you want to stop us? Hypnos said. No, now the goddess of the underworld has friendship with all walks of life, and the enemies you face are not only the forces of the underworld. There are many strong men in this world. Do you plan to use these 108 underworld fighters to go all out? Ozma said. If you want to win this battle 100%, I can help you. Winning 100%. The tone is really big. Death god. Then Ado said. We met for the first time. Why should I believe you? Hypnos, the god of sleep, questioned. Once you are born and cooked twice. If you don't dislike it, just accept my big gift. Ozma smiled strangely, then opened the time rift and put in several level 30 ghost swordsmen. Oh, the god of death and the god of sleep, Vivi, were startled, and their eyes were full of anticipation. You will become servants of chaos, the curse of blood. I only saw Ozma the chaos chant for a while, and suddenly the whole sky was plunged into blood red. I only saw a few ghost swordsmen instantly transformed into thin-bodied scissors monsters, fat sawtooth monsters, and other ugly monsters. Immediately afterwards, these monsters returned to their original appearances. Thanks to Lord Ozma's gift, I can feel the endless power surging in my body. All the ghost swordsmen knelt on one knee and bowed their heads to Ozma. The viral curse is indeed a powerful opposing force. Then Ados, the god of death, nodded with satisfaction. Ozma's ability was amazing. No wonder he was so confident. The underworld is a big obstacle to prevent my revenge. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Ozma said ambitiously. Then, Ozma left the Pure Land. Ozma, interesting monster. Then Ados, the god of death, knew that Ozma's purpose was not simple, but he would not pose a threat to Hades for the time being. When the Hades fully awakened, it would be easy to destroy Ozma. The next day, the sky-veiled behemoth, Luffy, Cabensis, and Enel stumble upon a hidden dungeon, the temple of the global goddess. The level of monsters is very high, around 41-45. The three teamed up and fought hard all the way for nearly an hour before they saw the boss Ashur the Fallen. Kuomomomomo, jet machine gun, airdrop support, random fire, 60 million volts Brontosaurus. When the three saw the huge Athor, they immediately used a powerful big move to smash at Aether flying barrage. However, Asal had a dominant body and directly carried their attacks, sending out sharp spikes like a torrential rain, stabbing Luffy and the others. Boom! Under the collision, Luffy Armament's arm was stabbed, but Athor was also injured by him, and the attacks of Carbensis and Enel had a penetrating effect and hit directly. Keep attacking. Luffy had a blast, and even with a minor injury, he didn't care. Rumbling. Afterwards, the two sides fought frantically. Luffy and their attacks were very effective, causing great damage to Asal. However, Asal's skin is extremely thick, and he has a strong body, so he can attack in a wide range, causing them a lot of trouble. Finally, after breaking Asal's dominance, Luffy began to unleash his ultimate. Enel. Luffy motioned to Enel, telling him to let out a thunderbolt. Lei Ying. Enel nodded and directly released his ultimate move, Lei Ying, to create a concentrated thundercloud ball full of lightning. Rubber giant thunder axe. Finally, Luffy jumped up and used third gear to gigantic his feet to absorb the super strong lightning. Rumble boom. The thunder battle axe fell, instantly crushing Asal and blasting out a super large deep pit. In the end, Athor ran out of health and was defeated by Luffy's secret ult. Boom. At this moment, a short and strong earthquake occurred in the giant beast. Then, a huge statue in the temple of the goddess began to collapse and fell to the ground. Boom. Just after the goddess' head was smashed, a divine light suddenly flashed inside. After a while, the light dissipated. Presented in front of everyone is a large copper box with a bas-relief of a Pegasus and a simple style. Chapter 257_Awaken. Goddess Athena. What is this? Such a strange box. Luffy walked over and measured the box around, feeling amazing. Ugh, it's so heavy. Why can't this box be opened? Luffy tried to open the box but couldn't find the opening. Luffy, maybe this isn't a box, Cabensis said. 10 minutes passed and Luffy couldn't find a way to open the box. Bang bang bang. Whether it was knocked, warped, or smashed, the box still didn't change. Damn, I can't believe I can't open this damn box. Luffy refused to accept it and Armament smashed it with his fist again, but it still didn't work. Luffy, stop. At this time, Cabensis couldn't stand it any longer and came to stop Luffy. It seems that this box cannot be opened by ordinary methods. Why don't we go to the Sabayati archipelago? My teacher Kelly has a lot of research on these strange treasures, Cabensis suggested. Okay. After various attempts, Luffy also had to give up. Eventually, the three-man squad set sail for the Sabayati archipelago. 3 days later, the long roundabout. Luffy, Cabensis and others passed by here, replenished some supplies here, and then continued on the road. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a few shadows floated over, and the Earth Storm Star, Cyclops Gugadoo with Dealy Star, Earth Element Star, Earth Crazy Star, Earth Nuxing Star, Earth Store Star and several Pluto fighters began to execute orders to clean up the human race. Pandora's sanction is to send middle-level cotters to lead the subordinates to clean the island one by one, starting from the Great Waterway. The screams flew in the sky, and the underworld fighters began to attack frantically, whether it was the common people or the pirates here, killing them. Offending Lord Pandora is the end, said Cyclops Gugadoo. Stop. Seeing this, Luffy immediately flew up. Armament Gamma Gamamo jet rocket launcher. Without hesitation, Luffy went straight into second gear and a rocket blasted towards Cyclops Gugadoo. Bang. A loud bang. Luffy's palm slammed directly on Gugadoo, but he couldn't penetrate Gugadoo's ghost clothes. Gugadoo glanced at Luffy. He was in the midst of killing, and he was full of unhappiness after being interrupted by Luffy. There are a few stinky boys who don't know how to live or die. Gugadoo was instantly furious and then jumped. Giant fist. Not good. Luffy, Cabensis, Enel and others realized that the situation was not good and immediately used their displacement skills to avoid the attack. Boom. Only seeing the huge fist slamming on the ground, the evil little universe exploded in an instant and the stratum was directly blasted out of a large deep pit. Ugh, what power is this? Under the impact of the aftermath, the three of Luffy were shocked and vomited blood. Courting death. At this time, other underworld fighters also began to attack. Instigate. A burst of rapid movement faster than Marine's shave. Luffy and the others were blasted away by several fighters before they had time to dodge. Bang. After falling to the ground, Luffy and the others stood up again and attacked. Damn. Rubber jet machine machine gun, indiscriminate fire, empty support, multiple headshots, 30 million volts Thunderbird, armament S-fists which shot like bullets, as well as various gorgeous archery techniques and celestial technologies coupled with endless lightning strikes, all slammed into the underworld fighters. Boom. However, the performance of the underworld clothes is comparable to that of Going's holy clothes. Luffy's fists and Carbensis's shots cannot penetrate these armors at all, and at most the underworld clothes of a few weak underworld fighters will be shattered, and endless lightning strikes can damage them, but they're not sandbags, evading his attacks with their high-speed stride. Bang bang bang. In the battle that followed, Luffy and the others were almost all pressed and beaten, and Cabensis didn't even have a chance to release his awakening. Little Devil die, Giant Fist, Sky Bat Fist, Scorpion Sting, Luffy and the others with one punch and one kick, and the whole body was covered in blood. The end. After struggling for nearly 100 rounds, Luffy fell to the ground, and Enel and Carbensis were too poor to fight and had already lost their ability to fight. Seeking Flowers 0. Ha ha ha. Stupid human beings who are still heroes. Just watch them die. After that, the underworld warrior captured all the civilians and planned to kill them in front of Luffy and the others. Bang. I saw the giant Gugadoo punch, and the head of a young man burst open like a watermelon, extremely bloody. No, don't kill me, brother. Cries, shouts, and sobbing were mixed together, and all the civilians dared not look directly at this cruel scene. Among them, a purple long-haired girl in a long white dress witnessed all this. She did not cry, but her heart was already bleeding. It's really vulnerable. Are all human beings made of tofu? The giant Gugadoo said, dissatisfied. Immediately afterwards, he found another strong man and performed violent punishment again. However, just when the giant Gugadoo was about to shoot again, the purple-haired girl bravely stood up and shouted angrily at the giant Gugadoo, "Stop!" While speaking, the entire island seemed to have turned into a vast star, and then a golden light broke through the sky, and the girl's small universe exploded in an instant, and everyone was stunned for a few seconds, as if time and space stood still. After being stunned for a few seconds, the giant Gugadoo did not feel fear, but instead showed greedy eyes and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. I found it. I found it. It's Athena. Just use your head and go back to Lord Hades. Ha ha ha. Under the mad laughter, the huge palm of the giant Gugadoo stretched out to the purple-haired girl. At this moment, a holy light fell. Lushan Baelongba. Boom. The powerful little universe exploded in an instant, and the countless dragons flying for 9 days directly blasted the giant Gugadoo and the underworld warrior behind him for 100 meters. Under the super intelligence big move, all the underworld fighters were smashed to pieces and then turned into black gas and vanished into ashes. After the strong light dissipated, a brown-haired Saint Seiya wearing a going holy robe stood in the sunlight, majestic. Chapter 258_boy. You can also explode a small universe. At the moment when Athena woke up, the whole world saw this sacred little universe, and in an instant the world was boiling and talking about it. My God, I seem to see the stars in the universe. What a holy light. It feels like all wars in the world are over. It's the exact opposite of the breath of those underworld warriors. Did God come? Were wreaking havoc on the West Blue and the Great Channel were also attracted by this light and were ready to go to besiege Athena. Athena finally appeared. Earth Dark Star Deep Diver Niobe stared, his eyes full of greed. Looks like I'm going to become famous. 250. Diffusing Earthworm Limey said excitedly. However, at this moment Pandora, who was in Hades' castle, issued an order. All underworld fighters retreat and return to Hades' castle immediately. All the fighters were puzzled, but under the absolute order, they could only choose to retreat. This is the intention conveyed by the twin gods, because this light not only attracts the underworld warriors, but also attracts various powerhouses in the pirate world. No benefit to confronting the powerhouses above level 50 here, and there are divine beasts in this world. If you provoke the 9 suns demon god and the creation god Arceus, I am afraid that the twin gods will come forward and the underworld fighter will be bloodbathed. Marine headquarters. What a holy light. Is it another god of creation? Sengoku looked at this light with longing, as if he saw the hope of dawn. There must be something big happening. I'll go check it out. Without any hesitation, Garp flew straight to the long roundabout that glowed near Changhuan Island, the capital of 7 waters. Its divinity. When Xiaoji saw the divinity of justice, he also knew that a god-level figure was coming, and immediately flew over on a fire-breathing dragon. In addition, there are many strong people also rushed to the long roundabout. At this time, the long roundabout. Who are you? The purple-haired woman asked. Libra's Tonghu. Please forgive me for being late, Lord Athena. Tonghu knelt down on one knee and bowed his head. Libra, one of the 12 going saints, and his strength is at the peak level in the 12 houses. I am Athena. Athena said in shock. Well, it's because of your awakening that I followed the call, Tonghu said coldly. At the same time, the underworld fighter also knows about your awakening, and now I will protect you." After speaking, Tonghu removed the equipment of the holy garment and automatically returned to the golden going holy garment box. At this moment, Luffy saw this scene, and his eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs. "Wow, so cool. Are the things in my box also equipped with these armors? You got the holy clothes?" Tonghu said in shock. On my boat. I'll go get it for you to see." Luffy was full of blood and ran into the boat excitedly, taking the heavy copper box over. This is the holy garment of Pegasus. Since the last holy war, many holy warriors died in battle. For some unknown reason, the holy garment also disappeared bizarrely. "I didn't expect it to appear here," Tonghu said. "It turned out to be Pegasus. The name is really impressive," Luffy said with a grin. "It seems that there is no need to ask the teacher to unblock it." Cabensis lit a cigarette, and the corner of his mouth raised Vivi. This time, Luffy finally encountered the power that belonged to him. "Young man, like me, you can explode a small universe and become a Saint Seiya." Tonghu took a closer look at Luffy and found that his breath was unusually calm. He was definitely a master of fighting technique and very suitable for becoming a Saint Seiya. "Really? Yo-ho, that's great." Luffy jumped up and danced with excitement. "By the way, how do I open this box?" Luffy asked after calming down. "The holy cloth has life. When you can explode into a powerful microcosm and become one with the holy cloth spirit, the holy cloth box will naturally open," Tonghu explained. "So, hee." Luffy touched his head and smiled awkwardly. He had beaten the box before to open it. "If you want to become a Saint Seiya, I can teach you. But now, considering the safety of Athena, I have to go back to the sanctuary first." Tonghu said, "If you want, you can come with me." "Good." Luffy can't wait to teleport to the sanctuary immediately. "As for your two friends, I think you will be separated for a while," Tonghu said. "It's okay, Luffy. Don't come back to see me if you don't become a Saint Seiya," Cabensis said. 2.5 "Don't worry, we'll see you soon. Now, I'm the man who wants to become the Saint Do King." Luffy smiled confidently and then left long roundabout with Tonghu and Athena. Just after Luffy left, Garp, Ash, and others flew over. "Carbensis, what happened? Where's Luffy?" Garp asked urgently when Luffy was there. "This place was attacked by underworld warriors." Cabensis breathed out a smoke ring and said with a smile, "As for Luffy, I think the next time we meet he will be an excellent Saint Seiya." Chapter 259 Destroy the essence, smash the atoms. "Saint? Is it related to the underworld?" Garp said in shock. "Well, the opponent of Hades, and the old enemy of Hades." "Athena," Cabensis said. "Hades, Athena. Could it be that the holy war is coming again?" Ash said. "Master G, do you know about jihad?" Cabensis said in surprise. "Well, but I've only heard of this legend." Xiazai said. "Legend?" Cabensis said. "Yes, I heard that every time Pluto orbits, a holy war will break out. I don't know the specific situation, but judging from the strength of these fighters, it is definitely a world-class war, even involving the universe." Xiao Ji said. "Looks like we have to guard." Garp sucked in a breath. "Sure enough, the war is coming again." Divine Ruins realm disappeared. Luffy and Athena are lost. The sanctuary that Tonghu and the others entered was protected by several enchantments. Except for the omnipotent Ye-Chen, no one could spy on the situation inside. The holy clothes with life, the exploding microcosm, and the magical power similar to Dochi. These fighters are really unusual. The corner of Aizen's mouth was slightly raised. In this battle, what he saw was not only the holy clothes, the dark clothes, and the small universe, but also the power of mind similar to magic and fighting spirit. The appearance of the Saint Seiya and the underworld fighter undoubtedly added a lot of fun to him. If you can put on the holy clothes or the ghost clothes for the 10 blades, the strength will definitely be improved by a level. New world, in a cave on a secret island. The 6 paths immortal mode is no match for these lunatics. It seems that I will start with the power of the Saint Seiya, Uchiha Madara said with a frown. In the last battle, he survived because of the 10-tailed chakra and the power of Heiju. The failure of the Eye of the Moon project made him realize the lack of power. "Master, you have the power of God. As long as you understand the principles of mind power and the microcosm, you can greatly improve your power." Heiju said. "Better," Uchiha Madara said. Before, the power of dungeon professionals did not improve him much, and although Pokemon could be transformed into quasi-divine beasts, the price was too high to create many. After a pause, Uchiha frowned and said, "Next time, I want to launch the infinite month reading that will not be interrupted and no one can resist." A day later, Sanctuary. "Wow, what a mysterious place. The new world actually exists in such a place," Luffy exclaimed. The sanctuary is located on a secluded holy mountain, which houses 12 shrines garrisoned by going saints. Underworld warriors must pass through the 12 temples one by one, and finally reach the most honorable temple of Athena. The holy mountain is hidden on a misty island in the new world, and the history, maps, and world of One Piece / King of Pirates have no records at all. Well, there are multiple enchantments in the sanctuary. Even if it is another 100,000 years, ordinary people will not find his existence. Tonghu said, "Teacher, what do you mean by bursting into a small universe?" Luffy asked curiously. Tonghu didn't speak, just touched a huge rock in front of him with his fingers. Boom! Only a faint light was seen, accompanied by a huge explosion, and dozens of tons of huge rocks were instantly shattered. How is this done? Luffy's eyes widened, unable to believe it all. Such a huge stone, even the 4 sovereigns could not be crushed by touching it. This is the essence of destruction, Tonghu said with a smile. The essence of destruction? Luffy asked, confused. In this world, all matter is made of atoms. Everything that exists in the vast universe was created by a big bang. The skill of our saints is to elevate the small universe within the body to an explosion, which is smashing atom, Tonghu explained. Luffy nodded, seemingly understanding, and then said, I don't understand. Tonghu was speechless for a moment and lost so much saliva. It turned out that he was just playing the piano to the cow. Yoshi, I'm going to start practicing. Luffy rushed to the big stone next to him as if he had been slapped with blood and stabbed with his fingers. However, after poking thousands of times in a row, the fingers were swollen and not even a hole was poked. Hey, Luffy, a small universe for beginners. It is already a genius level to be able to blast the stone with one punch, Tonghu said. With fists. Boom. Under armament, Luffy punched through the giant 130 stone, but the way of destruction was completely different. Teacher, I'm not a genius, I'm a prodigy. Luffy grinned. Bang. When Tonghu saw this, he gave Luffy a shock. Luffy, you are cheating. It hurts. Luffy touched the bulge on the top of his head and then began to train honestly. After that, Tonghu returned to his shrine, shook his head gently, and then said with a smile, it seems that it will take some time. And this time, Dressrosa Island. A tattered pirate ship with a clown flag slowly sailed into the port of Dressrosa Island. Finally found the mainland. We don't have to starve to death at sea. Buggy hugged the rest of the crew and burst into tears of excitement. Previously, after they entered the new world, they accidentally lost the recording pointer and drifted at sea for several days. And Buggy was able to enter the new world and float to the island of Dressrosa entirely by luck. And just after they entered the island, a dark figure came over and looked at the island grimly. Chapter 260_Unicorn, God of Buggy. 1 hour. The royal palace of Dressrosa Island. Boom. With a huge roar, a tall building in the palace was cut in half and quickly collapsed. After that, a large number of nobles fled the city desperately. Ah, it's him. He's back. Heavenly Yaksha of vengeance. Rebecca, get out. The sky. Doflamingo is condescending, throwing out various skills and destroying as much as possible. Doflamingo, to die. To the sword of victory. Suddenly, a golden sword chi burst through the sky and charged directly towards Doflamingo. Hearing the news, Rebecca picked up the sword of oath of victory and came to stop the invaders. Shield white line. However, Doflamingo directly used the fruit awakening ability to block Rebecca's slash. Rebecca couldn't use the full strength of the sword, not to mention that Doflamingo's strength has been raised by a level stronger than Admiral. Death? I'm already dead, Doflamingo said savagely. Dead? This armor, could it be the underworld fighter? Rebecca said in shock. This is Lord Hades' gift, Doflamingo said. Because of the power of Hades, Doflamingo was able to become the underworld fighter, and now he has become a fighting puppet. Go to hell, woman who ruined everything for me. Doflamingo erupts with an evil microcosm and madly onslaughts Rebecca. Rebecca kept being pressed and beaten by Doflamingo, completely unable to fight back. Originally, she was weaker than Doflamingo, but now that Doflamingo has become a fighter, the gap has become more obvious. If it wasn't for the help of the Sword of Victory and the Scabbard Avalon, she would have been killed long ago. It's a pity that she can't use the power of the Noble Phantasm, and sooner or later she will lose. At this time, a restaurant near the palace. Boss, let's go quickly. Deputy Captain Moji was so frightened that he planned to stay away from here. Idiot, go wherever you go. Now is the best time to grab treasure, Buggy said with a smile. Just finished eating. Now it's time for God Buggy to have a big fight. Treasure? The crew members were puzzled and said. The other party invaded alone. Now that the guards of the palace have been transferred, we sneaked into other palaces and searched for a batch of rare treasures. Buggy smiled excitedly and immediately sneaked into the palace from the breach of the destroyed city wall. Moments later, Buggy was holding a large pile of gold and silver treasures, and the harvest was full. However, just as he was about to leave, boom, with a loud explosion, Rebecca blasted through the wall like a cannonball and fell in front of Buggy, losing consciousness. When Buggy saw Doflamingo in front of him, he was so frightened that it split into pieces, then pieced it back together. A few thieves got in, Doflamingo said. You. As soon as Doflamingo pulled his fingers, several crew members were directly cut off by his line, and Buggy escaped because of being torn apart. Idiot, I'm a broken person, Buggy said proudly. His broken broken pieces can be immune to all slashes. However, before he was finished, the ground turned into white lines like waves. White lines on wild waves. Boom. The white line rushed up like a giant wave, twisting Buggy into a twist in an instant, blood flowing. Isn't this the clown on Roger's ship? People of the old times should die with the old times. It's a big joke in the world to do this kind of sneaky thing and survive in the world, Doflamingo said with a smile. Now, I'll take you to meet your Captain Roger. Damn, Captain Roger. Captain Roger, he's a legend. Boom. At this moment, Buggy's whole body erupted with golden light, and then the huge white thread wrapped around his body burst instantly. What a small universe. Doflamingo's eyes widened, shock. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the entire palace shook violently, and a dark purple unicorn flew out of a box at the bottom of the treasure vault on Dressrosa Island. The unicorn walks through the air, runs fast, and when it flies to Buggy, it instantly transforms into a first-degree armor and automatically wraps it on Buggy. Under the divine light, the unicorn bronze Saint Buggy, the goddess, is shining. What? This clown is actually a saint. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, but he didn't expect that the clown Buggy would be reborn and become a saint. Buggy looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Yeehaw! Seeing the heroic appearance of my god Buggy, I'm starting to shudder. Che, it's just a low-level bronze saint. What are you proud of? Giant waves and white lines. Doflamingo's evil little universe erupted again, instantly pulling up a large number of huge white lines on the ground, slapping Buggy. Mystery Buggy one-horned gun. The clown Buggy released the nirvana of becoming a saint, and the small universe condensed on his forehead exploded instantly. Boom. A roar. The hard horns on Buggy blasted out like cannonballs, instantly piercing Doflamingo's white line, and at the same time directly piercing his dark clothes, blasting a big hole in front of his heart. Nanny, this is impossible. Doflamingo stroked his heart and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Bugga, the unicorn's horn is indestructible, Buggy said proudly. The unicorn's horn can destroy everything, but it also represents the life of the unicorn's garment. Once its horn is broken, it means that the holy garment has been destroyed. Boom. At this moment, dark clouds poured over Dressrosa Island, obscuring the sky. Woo-hoo-hoo. Then a strong wind blew across the entire island, and a dark fighter wearing a griffin underworld robe and exuding a powerful dark purple aura slowly descended. Chapter 261 The whole people are dispatched to find the holy clothes. Hey, underworld fighter, do you know who I am? If you don't want to die, just get out of here, Buggy said arrogantly. The griffin warrior ignored him and turned his attention to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, it's really embarrassing. You have lost all the face of the underworld warrior. Griffin underworld warrior said. Lord Minos, I'm so sorry. I was careless, Doflamingo said guiltily. The underworld warrior in the griffin clothes is one of the three giants of the underworld. Tianguixing Griffin Minos. I can't do this little thing. It's a waste. Griffin Minos scolded. His purpose for bringing Doflamingo here is to take the kingdom and monitor the movements of the powerhouses in the new world. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by a bronze warrior. Hey, how dare you ignore me, Buggy God? Buggy yelled at Minos the griffin. After gaining strength, he is now very swollen. Long-winded flies. Buggy's arrogance angered Minos the griffin, the puppet line of the stars. I only saw that the griffin Minos opened the palm, and immediately flew out several silk threads that were invisible to the naked eye. However, just when Buggy was about to be tied up in 097, his body began to split, and all the threads were thrown out. This strange ability. Minos Vivi was surprised. He didn't expect a bronze warrior to have such ability. Yeehaha, another idiot. Look, Buggy unicorn gun. Buggy laughed smugly, and then the sharp horn on his forehead shot out again, stabbing Minos the griffin. Stupid. However, the griffin Minos slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Despair. I saw him gently stretch out his hand and directly squeeze Buggy's horn. As the three giants of the underworld, Griffin Minos has a super strength of level 80, which is stronger than the general going Saint Seiya. If Buggy fights him, it will definitely kill him. Using the life of a holy garment as a weapon is foolishness, Griffin Minos said coldly. As long as the horn is crushed, Buggy's holy garment will be completely scrapped. Just as he was about to crush the horn with all his might, a golden beam flashed. Lightspeed fist. Boom. The powerful speed of light exploded directly in the arm of Griffin Minos, and a huge fireball instantly rushed up. Instigate. In the firelight, the unicorn flew out and returned to Buggy's forehead. Because of Buggy's ability to break apart after he became a Saint Seiya, his psychic power exploded, and he could manipulate any part of the human body, including the saint cloth, at will. After a while, the aftermath gradually dissipated, and Minos the griffin was not injured, but his expression became serious. Lightspeed fist. It's the going Saint Seiya, Griffin Minos said. As soon as the voice fell, the two going saints rushed over. Pisces Aberphika and Aries Shin support at the speed of light. Oops. Isn't this Minos of the three giants of the underworld? Abphika said. said, I have something important to do today, so I'll let you go for the time being. Minus the Griffin grabbed Doflamingo, opened his wings, and left Dressrosa Island. Doflamingo was still useful to him, and he couldn't be allowed to die now. Piranha Rose. Abfica sent out several black roses infused with curse and death, and pursued Minus. Blah blah blah. However, Black Rose was directly blocked by Minus wings, causing no damage. He ran away. Alberfica frowned. Forget it, the task is important. Shin turned his gaze to Buggy with a hint of admiration. It's a rare genius to wake up the saint cloth directly. Yabofica said. Hello. Who are you? Buggy asked. We are the Going Saints who are responsible for guarding Lady Athena. This time, we came here to find and protect the person who found the saint cloth, Shin explained. At the same time, bring it back to the sanctuary. Aberfica added. Sanctuary has done a survey, and there are several sacred clothes hidden in the pirate world. Therefore, Athena gave an order to let the Saint Cecilia go to recapture the saint cloth. My god, Buggy, but to become a man of One Piece / king of pirates, how could I waste time with you? Buggy said. Forget it, Minus just now will come back to you at any time. If you stay here, your life will be in danger at any time. Shin smiled and then turned and left with Yabofica without looking back. Hey, wait for me, I'll still be a Saint Do King. When Buggy heard this, his face turned pale, and he immediately changed his mind and flew over. In this way, Sanctuary successfully retrieved the second holy garment and unexpectedly gained a genius Saint Cecilia. Next day, Buggy's story of defeating Doflamingo, the underworld fighter, spread all over the world. Beyond the nickname Saint Buggy, the great god defeated the underworld fighter Doflamingo. As expected of the crew of One Piece / king of pirates Roger, Going Saint Cecilia appears in Dressrosa Island. I saw two people carrying a going box before, but I didn't expect them to be the most advanced Saint Cecilia. I heard that they are trying to retrieve the lost holy clothes, and the chance to become a saint has come. After getting the news, everyone got excited and started digging mines and searching for treasures all over the world. If you dig up a holy garment, even if you don't have the talent to become a saint, you can still sell it for a good price. Marine Headquarters. The clown Buggy defeated Doflamingo, who became the underworld fighter. It seems that the power of the saint fighter is really not to be underestimated. Garp said he knew Buggy's strength, and it was a miracle to be able to counter-attack and defeat Doflamingo, not to mention Doflamingo, who was wearing the robe. We Marine have to seize this opportunity. If Admiral can become a Saint Cecilia, I think it can at least reach the strength of the 4 emperors. Sengoku analyzed. It's time to be dispatched. Akainu is gearing up. Digging holes is already a deputy to him, and this is a good time to make contributions. Well, those who have dug up the holy clothes may not be able to awaken. I think they can offer a high bounty to recover the holy clothes, he suggested. Yes, it's more efficient. Kuzan agrees. The others also nodded, agreeing with Crane's proposal. The end. After some negotiation, Marine offered a bounty of 2 billion berry. The value of the holy clothes is directly equivalent to a big man at the level of the 4 emperors. Chapter 262 Kuzan's succession. Marshal Marine. 3 days later, Marine Headquarters. Garp's office. Beep beep beep. Morning. Garp received an emergency call from his treasure hunt team. The caller was the leader of this treasure hunt team, Garp's disciple, Kobe. Garp Vice Admiral. Found it. It's a chest with a woman embossed, Kobe said excitedly. Last night, Kobe spent the night digging holes and discovered a hidden underground palace on the shattered island of the Terracotta continent. Some searching, Kobe found the garment chest in the temple. Really? Go back to the Marine Headquarters immediately. Garp was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately asked Kobe to bring the cloak back to the Marine Headquarters. Beep beep beep. Just as Garp hung up, the phone bug rang again, and it was Crane. Garp, come over to the Marshal's office, Crane said with rare excitement. Any news on the sacred cloth? Garp asked. Yes. The phone bug smiled, unable to hide the joy of the Crane. Bang. Garp smashed through the door of his own office and rushed to the Marshal's office like a running bull. Half an hour later, the Marshal's office. Garp, Sengoku, 3 Admiral, Momuzaki, and Kobe, all around the middle table. On the table were 2 huge bronze chests, one carved with a bizarre beast and the other was the one that Kobe brought back, because Kobe rides the Pokemon BB Bird and soon returns to the Marine Headquarters. These are the 2 sacred garments that we Marine got. One was bought from a bounty hunter for 2 billion, and the other was found in the temple by Kobe, Rear Admiral, he said. Akainu looked at Kobe, feeling unhappy and jealous of Kobe's credit. The holy cloth is obtained. The question is how to unblock it, Kuzan asked. According to Cabensis, this holy garment is alive, and it is said that it can only be awakened by its own small universe. Garp explained. How can we explode the small universe? Everyone's eyes focused on Garp, looking forward to it. However, Garp's answer disappointed everyone. I don't know either. Ha ha ha. Garp touched the back of his head and laughed. At this moment, a man with long blue hair with a going cloak on his back jumped into the window. I know the answer you you want?" said the cyan long-haired man. "Who are you?" All Marines instantly increased their vigilance and entered a state of defense, ready to fight at any time. "I am going Saint Cecilia," Aquarius Dieter said. When everyone saw the going suitcase behind Desir, they were shocked. "It's the same as the rumored one carrying the going suitcase. There are indeed some of you who are suitable for this Andromeda sacred cloth," Dieter said lightly, staring at the sacred clothing Kobe brought back. "Andromeda? What about the other one?" Garp asked. "There are two. There is only one holy garment here." Dieter frowned. Hey, are you blind? There are obviously two cloak boxes here," Kizaru said. Boom. Dieter didn't say a word, just a look, and the holy clothes box that had been rewarded was blown to pieces. "Nanny." Everyone's eyes widened. "This is a sacred garment worth 2 billion berries. Damn, destroy our holy clothes. You are the underworld fighter disguised as a holy fighter." Akainu shouted angrily at Dieter. "No, the holy garment cannot be completely destroyed. This holy garment is fake." Dieter said. "What? We were deceived by the bounty hunter, and I'll tear him apart," Akainu said angrily, clenching his iron fist. Bounty hunter, stationed at Long Roundabout, had seen Luffy's garment chest. After learning of the reward, he commissioned a craftsman to create this fake. Marine is not stupid. He only gave part of the deposit, and after checking, he will give him all the bounty. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be fake. However, there is indeed the existence of a second sacred garment near here, Dieter said. "In Marine's headquarters, there is a sacred garment sealed, which is why he came here. And what Kobe brought back was unexpected. Nani, our base camp is hiding the holy clothes," Sengoku said in shock. "Go find the holy clothes immediately." Flowers. Then, Marine used a large number of troops to turn over the soil around Marine's headquarters. In the end, they found a frozen coffin underground, and inside it they found a holy garment box with a relief of flying birds. Office of the Marshal. "Master Dieter, among us Marine, who has the hope of becoming a Saint Cecilia?" Garp asked eagerly. "This is the holy garment of the White Bird constellation, suitable for Admiral Kuzan of Frost," Dieter said with a smile. Beside, Akainu was very unhappy, but at the same time he was full of expectations, as if he could hear his inner voice from a distance of 108,000 miles. "The other person who became a Saint Cecilia must be me. As for this Andromeda, the best candidate is this Kobe Rear Admiral," Dieter said. Soon as he finished speaking, Akainu's mouth twitched, and his face instantly turned green, greener than Gushinal. "And Kizaru doesn't care. He is a little envious of the power of Saint Cecilia, but he doesn't force it." "Great, so we have two more powerful warriors in Marine," Sengoku said excitedly. "If you want to become a Saint Cecilia, you still need a series of training. You two, are you willing to go back to the sanctuary with me?" Dieter said. "I will definitely become an excellent Saint Cecilia." Kuzan and Kobe said in unison. "Ha ha ha, Kobe, Kuzan, don't let this old man down." Garp looked proud. Kobe was his disciple, and Kuzan, though a student of Zephyr, admired Garp and followed him for a long time. After that, Dieter took Kuzan and Kobe back to the sanctuary. That night, the World Government 5-star building. "Great, Marine has two Saint Cecilias out. This is the best time for the revival of the World Government." Garosei/5 elders are very excited to receive this good news. They are ready to use the two as Marine's endorsement, which will definitely enhance the prestige of the World Government and Marine. Finally, after some deliberation, they made a decision. After Kuzan and Kobe come back from practice, Kobe will serve as Marine Admiral, and Kuzan will succeed Marine as Marshal. Chapter 263_Bronze Saint Fighting. 3 days later, Sanctuary. Boom. On the training ground, a huge roar suddenly came out, and then a boulder nearly 10 meters high was instantly smashed into pieces. "Teacher, I succeeded," Luffy cheered. This boulder was shattered by the explosion of a small universe. In less than a week, this talent. In the distance, Tonghu Vivi was surprised. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Luffy would understand the small universe. "Yoshi, in this way, I am the first Saint Cecilia in the pirate world, and will be the world's #1 Saint Cecilia," Luffy said with a smile. Unicorn Fist. At this moment, a fist wearing dark purple armor flew fast. Bang! The fist of the unicorn robe slammed into Lujuju Zero Phase face, directly blasting him more than 10 meters away and falling to the ground. Afterwards, Buggy stood on a boulder, pointed at Luffy, and said ambitiously, "Yeehaw, Luffy, the first person to become a Saint Cecilia is me." "Ugh, Buggy, you're also a Saint Cecilia?" "Sure enough, you're a strong opponent." Luffy wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and Vivi frowned. "Luffy, go on." Seeing this, Tonghu threw Pegasus Saint Cloth at Luffy. I only saw a burst of light shining through the training ground, and Pegasus holy clothes fit perfectly on Luffy. Saint Pegasus. Luffy, awaken. Shin Capricornus walked to Tonghu's side from a distance. "Yeah, it looks like there's a good show to watch," Shin Viviisho said. "My disciple, I woke up Xiao Universe in a few days, and I will never lose to your disciple." Tonghu said. "Really? My Buggy awakened the unicorn on its own," Shin said confidently. "What? The unicorn is automatically awakened?" How is this possible? Tong Hu said in shock. Xiang smiled and pointed at the two who were fighting fiercely. You can see who is more powerful, just look at it. And this time, on the training ground, Unicorn Double Fist, Kuomo, Rubber Meteor Fist. Buggy uses his ability to splinter, throwing a double flying punch with a strong light. And Luffy, a burst of rubber slaps, and a small universe erupted at the same time, and countless blue and white fists came out in an instant. Boom. In a flash, both of them were blasted away, and the two sides were indistinguishable from each other. Drink. Immediately followed by a roar. Buggy and Luffy fought a close match. Bang bang bang. Buggy's ability to break apart, and Luffy's rubber fist slammed wildly, and the field was full of loud fist blocking. Woohoo. Suddenly, a chill came. Diamond Stardust Fist. A tall man in a pure white holy robe threw out a lot of snowflakes with one punch, instantly knocking Luffy and Buggy back. Nani, it's Admiral Kuzan. Buggy saw that the tall man in front of him was Marine Admiral Kuzan. Hey, you guys are making me sleepy, Kuzan said coldly. Just then, Kobe came over from behind Kuzan. Are you Luffy? Kobe asked. Huh? Who are you? Luffy asked curiously. It's me, I'm Kobe. Kobe said excitedly. Kobe, are you Kobe? You've grown so big. After a long absence, Luffy also jumped up excitedly. Kobe was a handyman he met on Alvida's ship who was forcibly brought aboard. It was because Luffy defeated Alvida that Kobe was free to pursue his marine dream. Well, Luffy, I've become a qualified marine, Kobe said confidently. Over the past few years, Garp has taught Kobe a lot: fighting spirit, professional skills, and Marine's fighting technique. Because of his achievements in various battles, he quickly counterattacked and became a rear admiral from a miscellaneous soldier. It's amazing. Let's learn from each other. Luffy's fighting spirit ignited, and Kobe's growth surprised him. This time, he wants to meet this old friend for a while. Okay, let you see my growth. Nebula Chain. Kobe uses Andromeda's powerful move, flying out a large number of chains with a small universe, bombarding Luffy. Kuomo, Rubber Meteor Fist. Luffy fought back with his fist, and the two small universes collided and exploded instantly. At this time, Kuzan's microcosm also began to explode, attacking Buggy. Clown Buggy, the one who defeated the underworld fighter Doflamingo. Let me see your strength. Diamond Stardust Fist. The frost punch broke out again, and the frost instantly froze everything. Cut. Now I'm the god of Buggy, so I'm not afraid of you. Unicorn Double Flying Fist. Buggy responded with a big move, matching Kuzan's skills. Boom. In the confrontation of the small universe, neither of them has the advantage. Be able to fight with Admiral Kuzan so anxiously. This is Buggy's proudest battle. Boom. Then, a burst of fireworks exploded in the arena, and the four of them started a big melee. In the distance, Tong Hu, who was watching the battle, exclaimed, "These people are really freaks." The bodies of people like Luffy have already undergone rigorous training in 3.6, and there have been countless actual battles. Therefore, in terms of Saint Seiya, their talent is very high. At this moment, two more bronze warriors rushed in with a small universe like a dragon and a phoenix. How can I miss this kind of thing? The Lushan dragon is flying. It's not good for you to take the limelight. Fenji Tianxiang. Boom. I only saw that a huge thick smoke was raised, and the battlefield was instantly blown up. These two moves did not deliberately aim at anyone, but hit the ground. In the thick smoke, Luffy saw two familiar figures, and immediately drank excitedly. Ace Sabo, Phoenix Ace, and Draco Sabo join the melee of the new Bronze Saints. Chapter 264 Underworld Fighter Action. Attack the human world. Really powerful destructive power, Buggy said in shock. How did you get the holy garments? Luffy asked. It was found in the mainland of the sky, in the cave of cultivation. Ace said. Mine. It's a secret. Sabo bared his teeth. In fact, his was found near the Revolutionary Army base, but with Marine there, it is inconvenient for him to say this. Luffy, don't stop. We haven't decided yet. Unicorn gallops. At this point, Buggy performed another stunt, kicking Luffy. How can I be interrupted by you? Lushan Chenglongba. Seeing this, Sabo immediately used the Nirvana of Draco, hit a flying dragon that shot straight into the sky, and blasted Buggy directly. Fire Fist Ace, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Look at the move. Diamond Stardust Fist. Sabo's big move was finished. Kuzan also used his big move, slamming into Sabo and Ace. Kuomo, Rubber Meteor Fist. Luffy rushed out first and blocked Kuzan. 18. Looks like there's a chance to get a good fit. Ace loosened his bones, his fists lit up with flames, and joined the big melee together, rumbling. After that, the melee of 4 people instantly turned into 6 people. Of course, now that they are comrades in arms, this melee is just to learn from each other, and will not use all their strength. At this time, Hades Castle. Pandora has assembled all the underworld warriors and is ready to start a war against the underworld. All underworld fighters, now our primary task is to retake the underworld. We must win this battle, otherwise you will not be able to gain the ability to be immortal. Pandora said. Pluto Fighter is a human being selected by 100 108 magic stars to awaken their souls, thereby awakening the power of the Pluto fighter. Underworld fighters are also human, and they will fall into the underworld when they die. Originally Hades could resurrect Hades infinitely, but now because Hades has not fully awakened and the underworld is ruled by others, the soul of Hades cannot break through the enchantment of the goddess of the underworld after his death, so he is locked in the underworld and cannot be resurrected temporarily. The ability of immortality and immortality will play a key role in the holy war. Without this ability, the combat power of the underworld warrior is equivalent to weakening by more than half. We must take back the underworld. The underworld fighters shouted loudly, and their morale was soaring, and they were bound to take the underworld. Tianguixing minus, the affairs of the human world are left to you. Pandora said, the mission must be completed. Minus nodded and said, the underworld warrior kept Doflamingo because he was familiar with the world of pirates and could provide a lot of favorable information. This time, Minus, one of the three giants, will lead his subordinates to come to the human world to destroy some islands without strong men, and their purpose is to make noises and attract the attention of the powerhouses in the human world. The ultimate goal is to launch a general attack on the underworld where the goddess of the underworld is stationed. After some preparations, the underworld fighter is finally about to start action. Hours later, in the sanctuary training ground, rumbling, the battle is still going on, and the six of them are so excited that they have forgotten the passage of time. I think it's almost the same now, Shin said. Well, the performance is very good. Tonghu nodded and said. After that, she and calmly walked towards the training ground and then took a leap. Crystal wall. I only saw Shin flying to the middle of the six and then used telekinesis and a small universe to create an invisible protective wall on all sides. Rumbling. With a loud bang, all the attacks of the six bronze saints were blocked while Shin's crystal wall was not damaged in the slightest. What a strong defense, everyone exclaimed. In front of going Saint Seiya, their small universe is still too small. Enough, today is a meeting. In the future, you will be comrades fighting side by side, Shin said. At this time, Tonghu also came over and said solemnly, and your mission is to swear to protect Athena, love, and peace. Everyone nodded, their eyes full of faith and fighting spirit. Wearing holy clothes, they were comrades in arms and absolutely abandoned their identities in the C-190 thief world. Beep beep beep. Just then, the phone bug that Kyuzan brought from Marine headquarters rang. Sengoku has special emergency information to convey to Kyuzan. Kyuzan, something happened. The three giants of the underworld, Minus, as well as more than a dozen underworld warriors, and Doflamingo, are attacking the islands of the Great Waterway. Sengoku frowned. Nani, did the underworld fighter act so quickly? Kyuzan said in shock. It's Doflamingo again. I didn't expect him to be dead. It seems that this time we have to give him a fatal blow. Buggy was very proud and showed off his record. It seems that their purpose is not simple, Xiang said coldly. The three giants are dispatched. It seems that we are going to meet him for a while, Tonghu said coldly. Afterwards, the two going saints received orders from Athena to go to the human world to investigate and stop the purpose of the three giants, Minus. At the same time, six newly awakened bronze saints, including Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, are also on the quest list. Chapter 265 Great Waterway in Dire Straits. Pirate World, Great Channel, Boom, Drum Island, Long Circle, Jaya Island, Dressrosa Island in the New World, and others, were all attacked by underworld warriors. Every underworld warrior has the ability to destroy a country alone, and the strength of the three giants like Minus has the destructive power to instantly destroy a town. Islands like Changhuan Island without top powerhouses will be razed to the ground in less than a day. Terracotta Continent, Holy Land, rejoice. Ha ha ha. Destroy it. World Noble Tenryabito, I will repay the original revenge today. Birdcage. Doflamingo floated in the air and directly used the birdcage to cover the entire Holy Land. Originally, Doflamingo appeared on Dressrosa Island, but I didn't expect him to turn around and attack the Holy Land. An instant, Tenryabito felt a diabolical terror. It's him. He's back with revenge. The birdcage is approaching, and my mansion is about to collapse. Quick, run to the underground palace. Desperation. All Tenryabito poured into the underground passage built early in the morning and went to the underground palace for refuge. However, Doflamingo smiled eerily, and the show is now on. All I could hear was a burst of screams flying all over the sky, and a patch of blood instantly stained the walls of the underground palace. Known as one of the left and right sides of Minus, Tianling seeing Bayerk started to kill in it just like catching a turtle in an urn. Doflamingo knew about the existence of the underground palace long ago, and they had already prepared for it this time. Underworld Corpse Fist. Bayerk exploded into a small universe, and in an instant Tenryabito's guards were blasted away and killed. Tenryabito is the heart of the world government, and if they attack Tenryabito, almost all of Marine's forces will be attracted. Tenryabito from the the underground palace hurriedly escaped from the ground. Hey, a bunch of trash, just wait and go to hell. Doflamingo laughed horribly and then punched him. Big waves and white lines. Doflamingo's small universe exploded in an instant and a white line like an ocean wave flew directly towards Tenryabito Ice Age. At this moment an extremely cold microcosm erupted. The entire battlefield was instantly frozen and Doflamingo's white line was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Admiral Kyuzan. No, it should be Kyuzan Whitebird. Doflamingo frowned, dripping nervous sweat. Doflamingo, it's you again. Immediately afterwards, Garp, Akainu and others, as well as nearly 10,000 marine elites, all rushed over to stop the underworld fighter. The war has only just begun. Long roundabout, the hometown of Athena's human body. Enel stayed here for a few days as they waited for Luffy to return. Damn fighter, here we come again. Cabensis frowned. This time, God will judge you, Enel said angrily. Mechanical Interception Factory, Double Eagle roundabout. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. They were too embarrassed to be beaten last time, but this time they were more vigilant, fighting at a distance and making big moves. Long Looney, who has the same status as Bayer and has a 70-level terrorist strength. Ha ha ha, it's all a bunch of trash. Word Seal. However, before they could make a move, Looney unleashed his telekinetic power move, which directly blocked their mobility. Let me send you to hell. The ground collapses. Immediately afterwards, Looney's small universe exploded, directly shattering the surrounding 100-meter terrain. Damn, it's over. Enel and Cabensis wanted to break free, but because their bodies were sealed, they couldn't resist at all. Just then, two rubber arms flew over and pulled Enel and Cabensis out of the crack. Carbensis, Enel. Luffy rode Kyuzan's big bird and rushed to Long Roundabout. Oh, Pegasus Saint Seiya. Rooney Vivi was surprised, not expecting a Saint Seiya with such a strange ability to appear. However, he was just a bronze saint. He didn't take it seriously at all. However, Luffy was not intimidated by Looney's aggressive aura, but instead yelled at him, "Those who dare to hurt my partner, I will definitely beat you up." Dressrosa Island. We meet again. Shin of Capricorn. Minus smiled excitedly. Minus, I can't let you escape this time. Shin was full of fighting spirit and a powerful golden light had erupted. The power of the small universe was extremely terrifying. The three giants of the underworld are really unusual. Tonghu was also ready to fight. His whole body was radiating blue light. Oh, nice little universe. It seems to be two interesting puppets. Minus eyes became sharp and the dark purple breath instantly rose to the sky. In the sky, dark purple griffins, cyan tigers, and golden goats confront each other. The battle between the pinnacle warrior of the underworld warrior and the duo of Libra and Goat is about to start. At the same time, the Great Channel, as well as the New World, the islands where the four emperors were not heavily guarded, were all attacked by the underworld warriors. Their purpose is to set fire to the pirate world and cover up the movement of the underworld. On the Saint Seiya side, Sabo, Ace, and the others have rushed to various battlefields to support them quickly. Because of the ability to transform into wings, they almost all arrived in time to fight the underworld fighter. It's just that the entire Great Waterway is completely in dire straits. The entrance to the underworld. Just when the World War of Pirates broke out, the remaining underworld warriors had already begun to attack the underworld. The strongest three giants, Tianxiang seeing Jialulogoagos, looked at this familiar everything and suddenly sighed. Underworld familiar breath. Behind him, Tianmeng seeing Radamundes, led dozens of powerful Pluto fighters. The real battlefield of the underworld fighter is here. Chapter 266 The ground collapsed and fell to the underworld. Underworld. Those who trespass in the underworld, kill them. Just as the underworld warrior broke into the underworld, all the soldiers and generals of the underworld rushed over, and tens of thousands of troops surrounded dozens of underworld warriors. Goddess of the underworld, your rule is really rotten, and you have raised a large group of waste. Tianxiang Star Garuda Ayago sneered, walking directly in front, bursting with a powerful black aura, provoking the army of the underworld. Under the strong breath, Gorgon, the commander of the underworld army, gritted his teeth. It's you, Ayagos. Yo, isn't this Gorgon, the supreme commander of the goddess of the underworld? Is it just you who wants to stop us? Ayagos said coldly. The three giants all have the strength of level 80, which is stronger than Captain Yamamoto. Gorgon is weaker than Captain Yamamoto, and even the big three can't stop him, let alone two. Want to storm my army? Then come. Gorgon roared angrily, and in an instant many monsters such as hellhounds, sphinx tails, and bull-headed people poured out from the summoning formation, thinking that the fighter would attack. Kill. Almost at the same time, the skeleton soldiers and demon soldiers in the underworld all swarmed up, engulfing the underworld warrior in an instant. Beyond your own power. Vivi raised the corners of Ayagos and Radamundi's mouths, and then all 330 Hades started to attack. Roaring greed, wings of destruction, great axe smash, boom. Only a huge roar was heard, and the entire battlefield was was instantly enveloped by a strong light of energy. The powerful ultimate move of the underworld fighter killed hundreds of underworld soldiers in an instant. Gorgon's demon beasts are very capable of fighting, and an explosion of this magnitude does little damage to them. Skeleton soldiers, which are less than level 40, are directly smashed into pieces. Boom boom boom. Then, the two armies began to bombard each other, and the overwhelming energy exploded like fireworks in an instant, which was extremely spectacular. At this time, the pirate world, the Holy Land, rejoice. Doflamingo, die. Stardust Pheasant Mouth. Kuzan combined the small universe with his own elemental ability, and released it all the time. In an instant, a huge iceberg came out of his hand, and the power of the ice exploded instantly. The Wrath of the Necromancer. At this moment, the Necromancer Wu Tianlingzing Bayek from the underground palace flew out, punching out the energy cannons that were transformed into countless evil spirits. Boom. The polar ice and the small universe of the Dark Souls collided, and a strong light instantly rushed out. Kuzan's iceberg exploded, and the aftermath of the Dark Souls rushed towards Marine's entire army. Only a scream was heard, and countless Marine soldiers were instantly captured and all fell to the ground. Bayek is a necromancer with abilities similar to the Lich King, and is extremely powerful. If his soul destroyer, even going Saint Seiya, can't resist. Many fighters who look ordinary are actually possessing deadly abilities, which is why they often leapfrog to fight back. Roar. Immediately afterwards, the dead soldiers all appeared behind Bayek and became his undead soldiers. What's the matter? Is this the Lich King? Sengoku was shocked, not expecting such a strong guy. Damn, watch this old man beat you up. Garp was instantly furious. He hated the ability to puppet and collect souls the most. Under the burning anger, Garp's iron fist was wrapped in a grudge, and he punched fiercely. 8 extremes collapse. Almost at the same time, Momuzaki, Sengoku, Kizaru, and others also made big moves. Flame devours the waves. Tathagata's palm. Big golden Buddha shockwave. Yasakani no Megatama. Energies blasted out in unison, instantly covering the entire Holy Land, and Doflamingo and Bayek could not escape. However, the corners of the two underworld fighters were slightly raised, and they had no intention of dodging. It seems that you don't know the power of the underworld fighter. The white line of the original magic shield. Doflamingo's small universe exploded in an instant, and the ground pulled up a white line like a soaring ocean wave, turning it into a huge shield. You can make your soldiers never overlive with your own hands. Ha ha ha. Almost at the same time, Bayek used the captured undead as a shield, and suddenly all the undead rushed forward and slammed into Marine's big move. Boom. Under the shock, all of Marine's moves were blocked. Doflamingo and Bayek's defenses are extremely strong, and breaking their shields is not that easy. Long Island. Kuomo. Rubber meteor fist. Let him and me judge you. Flame rope. Luffy's infinite meteor punch slammed wildly with the whipping of Looney's Hell Judge, and the entire island was instantly covered with roars. Unforgivable fighter. Luffy shouted angrily while throwing his fists, and the small universe rose rapidly as if it were hanging, and the offensive gradually overwhelmed Looney. This little universe, how is it possible? Looney was taken aback. A small universe of bronze saints was already comparable to the top fighters. A puppet like you without a partner will not understand it. Third block. Guomomo. Giant meteor fist. Luffy blew toward his arms, quickly expanding into 2 giant arms, and continued to blast out meteor punch. The end. Luffy couldn't resist Luffy's heavy blow like Mount Tai, and he was hit several times in the heart. Flew out 100 meters, and nearly half of the robe shattered. Ugh. Looney vomited a large mouthful of blood, and then stood up with difficulty. If I'm defeated by a bronze warrior, how can I stand up to Lord Midas? Drink. With an angry shout, Looney burst into an unprecedented super powerful microcosm, and then put his palms forward. Word seal. Damn. Block. Damn it. Psychic power exploded in an instant with the small universe. Enel, Carbensis, and Luffy could not dodge, and were directly blocked by 99% of their mobility. The ground collapsed. Immediately afterwards, Looney shattered the ground again, and a huge crack opened under the feet of the 3 of them. Hearing an unwilling cry, the 3 of Luffy fell into the endless abyss. And this time, the underworld. 3 figures suddenly fell from the sky. These 3 people were Luffy, Carbensis, and Enel. Looney's ultimate move, the ground collapse, is to send the opponent to the underworld. Chapter 267 _Skyburst Bennu Bird Radiance. Humans from last time, and Saint Seiya. Gorgon looked at the 3 and recognized Luffy, Carbensis, and Enel, and Vivi was taken aback. Nani, is it the Holy Warrior's miraculous soldier? When the underworld fighter saw the arrival of the Saint Seiya, he thought it was Athena's trick, and immediately became nervous. What are you afraid of? It's just a bronze warrior. Deal with him. At this moment, a few underworld warriors rushed up and attacked Luffy and the others. Sneak attack on the underworld. Insidious and cunning underworld fighter. Guo mo giant meteor fist. Luffy was burning with anger and he opened the third gear directly and a burst of meteor fist slammed into the air, instantly knocking the oncoming underworld fighter into the air. What ability is this? Pegasus has such a special attack. Is it really the power of the Bronze Saint? Idiot, just hold him back. Let's attack the palace. After a moment of surprise, the underworld fighter regained his morale and advanced toward the palace. Take advantage of this offensive and crush them. Gorgon smiled confidently and then commanded all the monsters and minions to charge and attack the underworld fighter. Ayagos, come and fight me to the death. Afterwards, Gorgon personally went into battle to deal with the celestial star Garuda. Ayagos, I can't ask for it. Garuda flutters his wings. Force seal the temple of 10,000 demons. The two coaches made a big move at the same time and they collided with each other, creating a powerful explosion in an instant. At this moment, not far away, Cabensis scratched his head. Should we thank Looney? No, just the opposite. Enel's expression was serious. Although there was an army of the underworld, their overall strength was weaker than that of the underworld warriors. If it wasn't for Gorgon and her beasts, they would have been leveled long ago. Then you underestimate the technology of the heavens. Cabensis raised his mouth slightly, then took out a communicator and sent a message to the human world. The underworld was shaken out of the crack by Looney, and his communicator could just send out a signal. Now, the real reinforcements are coming. Sabayati Archipelago. What? Underworld warriors raided the underworld? Kelly was shocked by the communication from Cabensis. Afterwards, Kelly immediately sent a message to Crane, Soul Society, and all the powerhouses in the New World. Sanctuary. Hades, it turns out that your purpose is to recapture the underworld. Athena leaned on crutches, looking at the stars in the sky, her brows furrowed. Immediately afterwards, Athena sent 2 more going saints, Pisces and Taurus, and more than a dozen silver and bronze saints to the underworld for support. Holy Land, rejoice. What? They are going to attack the underworld? Are they going to release the ghosts and gods? Sengoku was instantly confused when he received the news. Damn, goddamn Pandora. Akainu realized that he had been deceived and was furious. Ice Age. Just then, Kyuzen used the Ice Age to create an ice wall dozens of meters thick, dividing the battlefield in half. Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Garp, take Tenryabito with you and go to the underworld to support. By order of Marshal Marine. Kyuzen ordered. Kyuzen, Marshal, Sengoku, Garp, and all the soldiers felt a touch of emotion in their hearts, and Kyuzen's own decision to break up undoubtedly moved all Marines. The new Marine Marshal hasn't been seated yet. Are you so eager to court death? At this moment, Doflamingo flew over, completely ignoring his bronze holy robe. Lord Pandora didn't say that you can't kill Saint Seiya. Just let me make an extra attack, Bayark said with an excited smile. Lord Bayark, I have a grudge with Marine. Please let me settle him, Doflamingo pleaded. Well, let's get rid of him quickly and then support the front of the underworld, Bayark said. After that, Bayark handed Kyuzen to Doflamingo and rushed to the underworld. Flowers. Don't think about leaving. Diamond Stardust Fist. Kyuzen flew up, punched out a fist of ice and snow, and slammed into Bayark. I said, your opponent is me. The original magic shield white line. Doflamingo flew up and directly blocked Kyuzen's punch with the shield white line. Stardust Burst Pheasant Mouth. The original magic wave white line. The two faced each other with cold eyes for a moment and then made a big move, and the Holy Land Marijoys exploded a huge mushroom cloud in an instant. Doflamingo, who became an underworld fighter, is no weaker than Kyuzen now. My revenge starts with you, Doflamingo said angrily. On Marine, on Tenryabito, and on the island of Dressrosa from this moment on. And this time, the underworld. Kuomo, giant meteor fist. Boom boom boom. Luffy's attack was unstoppable and the small universe was still improving, blowing up several underworld fighters again. Bear. At this moment, a black flame struck like a meteor. Bang. Before Luffy could react, the fist of a fighter wearing Benyu's robe landed on Luffy's face, blasting him nearly 100 meters away. Wow. A heavy punch. Luffy spit out a large mouthful of blood and finally hit a big deep hole. There is only one bronze warrior. Are you here to die? Said Benyu bird fighter coldly. Damn, what a powerful force. Who are you? Before asking someone else's name, you should report your own name first. Benyu bird underworld fighter said. Luffy Pegasus will become the king of saint fighting in the future and the man of One Piece / king of pirates. Luffy clenched his fists and said with a determined look in his eyes. Saint King, One Piece / king of pirates? Inner angry bird underworld fighter seemed to see a small universe that was so powerful and terrifying, and then the corner of his mouth lifted. Vivi Tianbao Zinguo. Today you are my opponent. Chapter 268 Reinforcements arrive. Attack from front and back. Kuomo, the giant rocket launcher. Luffy instantly cheered up, using the elasticity of the rubber to blast out the huge double fists with armament haki attached like a rocket launcher. Stupid, how can you hit me at such a slow speed? All I saw was a flash of fire, and Huiwo spread its wings and flew, directly dodging Luffy's rocket launcher. Boom! Then, the iron fist surrounding the black flame slammed directly into Luffy's face, knocking him off again. Ugh! Luffy's face was lit with black flames. In agony. I am not an ordinary flame, and soon you will be burned to ashes, Wei Huo said. Long-winded. I must defeat you. 903 However, Luffy shouted wildly, and the black flames on his face were dissipated by the momentum of the small universe. Huiwo, I'm going. The second gear. Kyomo, rubber meteor fist. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then exploded into a small universe. The speed of the second gear was increased to the extreme, and he threw a fist like a gust of wind and thunder, and slammed into Huiwo like a bullet. This speed. Huiwo Vivi was startled. He didn't expect the person who just used the heavy giant fist to have such a fast speed. Bang bang bang. Wei Huo didn't react, was beaten dozens of meters away by Luffy's swift punch, and fell heavily to the ground twice. Being hit by Luffy, Wei Huo cheered up and burst into a stronger microcosm. Instigate. However, as soon as Huiwo stood up, Luffy dodged in front of him at a rapid pace. Kyomo, rubber meteor fist. The meteor-like fist shot out again, but this time, Luffy's fist didn't touch the fire at all. Speed isn't just your forte. Huiwo's eyes became sharp, and he swung out fists with black flames again and again, and his speed was even higher than Luffy's. Bang bang bang. Under the clash of fists, Luffy's small universe has been constantly improving, but with Huiwo's small universe far above him, the offensive was quickly overwhelmed. Boom. The end. Luffy received several heavy punches and was smashed to the ground again, and the holy clothes on his body had also been smashed. In addition to the big three, Huiwo is the strongest underworld fighter, and his ultimate strength is even stronger than that of the big three. Luffy fights him, not far. This time, Luffy's injuries were more serious and it was difficult to get up again. Although your little universe is amazing, it's always a bronze warrior. Goodbye, Pegasus. Luffy. Coronal blast. Only to see Wei Huo raising his hands high, and then quickly condensing the fire on the surface of the sun, gathering into a huge little sun, and blasting at Luffy. Luffy. On the side, Cabensis, who was fighting, shouted heartily. Damn. Enel gritted his teeth now that he was being suppressed by the underworld warrior, unable to make lightning, and Gorgon and the other soldiers were all fighting against other underworld fighters and were at a disadvantage, with no chance to rescue Luffy at all. At this moment, the air temperature suddenly increased, as hot as purgatory. Dai Enkai Fenyi Tianxiang. All I saw was a huge flaming phoenix galloping forward. Boom. With a loud bang, accompanied by a pillar of fire that broke through the sky, the two fire-type extreme moves exploded instantly, illuminating the entire underworld. Who is it that ruined my good deeds? Huiwo shouted angrily. Phoenix Porghast Ace, Luffy's brother. In the firelight, Ace held onto his hat. His whole body was on fire, and smiled confidently. Ace, Luffy said excitedly. This, how is it possible? My small universe is even stronger. Wei Huo gritted his teeth. The gap between the small universes was obviously huge, but he didn't expect it to be offset. My flames are not only from the small universe, but also from vindictiveness and strange fire. Vivi raised the corner of Ace's mouth, saying, during the time he was cultivating in the heavenly continent, he found a very special exercise, the burning art. Although it was the lowest level yellow level exercise, it could devour flames to advance. In addition, he also unexpectedly got Yuhuo Juyujin ancestral fire, which is extremely powerful. Juyujin Zuhuo is combined with Dai Enkai of devil fruit and then integrated into Phoenix's nirvana. Under the outbreak of the small universe, it can compete with the flame of Huiwo. Yehaha. This kind of scene, how can there be no such thing as God Buggy? What a spectacle. Luffy, here we come. Then, Sabo, Buggy, and Kobe arrived to support the underworld battle. Why are you all here? The underworld fighters above, are they all resolved? Luffy said excitedly. Well, with the support of the two adults, Aberfika and Aldiba, the underworld fighters above were basically eliminated. Sabo said. With the support of the two powerful going saints of Pisces and Taurus, those miscellaneous warriors were quickly resolved. Besides Doflamingo, minus one of the big three, Tonghu, Shin and Kuzan are still fighting against them. A few bronze saints in the 1.0 district are dead. Ayago snorted coldly, not taking them seriously. Oh, right. It seems you didn't understand the situation. Sabo's mouth twitched slightly. Nani. Ayago's face instantly darkened. Take a serious look behind Sabo. The two going saints, Aberfika and Aldiba, Ash, Captain Yamamoto, Redhead, Whitebeard, Garp, Sengoku, the captains of the God of Death, and a large number of Marines are all ready to fight. Attack at any time. All the reinforcements from the human race and the corpse and soul world arrived, and the Pluto army was instantly in trouble. The two armies are attacking from the front and back, and the fighters are waiting to be made dumplings. Chapter 269 _ The Curse of Blood. The Rebellion of the Army. Pluto army. You can't escape. Gorgon wrote. Kill. After the arrival of the reinforcements, the battle situation was reversed in an instant and the underworld warriors were retreating. Many underworld warriors had been overwhelmed by the flood-like offensive and were eventually killed and turned to ashes. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Iagos laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. If you think so, then you are wrong. As soon as the voice fell, a large crack appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Ozma walked in through the crack with the three Knights of Darkness. I saw Ozma of Chaos open his arms and sang passionately to the earth. There is no trust in the world. All trust is only temporary. All this is appearance. Except the baptism of the blood of chaos, the curse of blood. Everyone looked at Ozma in awe, and in an instant the entire underworld was shrouded in blood like hell. Ho. All I heard was a roar, and the eyes of the almost normal army of the underworld, Marine, and the 19th Sea Thief instantly turned red, and most of them turned into terrifying monsters. Even people like Garp and Sengoku were so excited that they were almost confused. Only people with strong minds and strengths are not affected. This is the power of new life. Fight for Lord Ozma. Kill. With a loud shout, all the armies whose bodies had mutated turned against their old masters and launched a fierce attack on Marine, the army of the underworld, and the major pirate groups. Boom. The huge roar that shook the world. The entire underworld was instantly enveloped by a strong light of energy, followed by a big explosion that shook the entire underworld and even the world of pirates. In the pirate world, everyone instantly fell into panic. There is another accident in the underworld. I just defeated the underworld fighters. Did you start a war in the underworld so soon? Our coalition has such a strong lineup that we will not lose to them. Dressrosa Island, Holy Land, Marie-Joyce, and the Battle of Saints and Hades. In the underworld, the coalition army was defeated like a mountain, and all were crushed by the curse of blood army that was hit by Ozma. What kind of monster is this? The blood is so thick. Gosh, level 75. How can this be defeated? Colonel, don't. I'm your subordinate. After becoming a pretender, the humanoid still retains its original power, and the power increases by leaps and bounds. Those who became monsters were all level 75 terrifying powers. Although they had a single skill, they only had melee combat, but those 20-30 level marines and the army of the underworld could hardly withstand one or two normal attacks from them. Ozma, what did you do to them? Captain Yamamoto asked. It's the curse of Ozma's blood, and now these people have become pretenders, Garp said with a solemn expression. Because Garp is a priest, he can see through the true colors of the pretenders, so he is better at dealing with these pretenders. Ha ha ha, there are even clerics here. Ozma laughed horribly. It's useless. Look at it. More and more people believe in my chaos. At this time, the people on the battlefield were either killed by the pretenders, or they were bewitched and infected by them and turned into pretenders. By cutting you off, the curse can be lifted. Lushan Chenglongba. Sabo looked serious, and then the small universe exploded in an instant, blasting out the flying dragon that shot into the sky. Don't want to hurt Ozma-sama. However, Tamat of Despair, one of Ozma's Dark Three Knights, waved his black robe, and Sabo's serpent was instantly included in it without causing any waves. The Dark Three Knights have the strength of the three giants in the underworld, and the attacks of people like Sabo are too far behind for them. Come on together. Giant horns. Piranha rose. Upon seeing this, Taurus Aldiba and Pisces Aberfika immediately launched a fierce attack on the three Knights of Darkness. Unicorn Double Fist. Star Chains. Buggy and Kobe also flew over to support Sabo. The Fear of Death. Break It. Earth. Scythe of Despair. The three Dark Knights responded with a big move and fought against the Saints. Sabo, Kobe, and Buggy, three Bronze Saints, to deal with Despair, Timid, Pisces, and Destruction Belials against each other. And Taurus is competing with the horror of Astros in speed. Pirates. Marine here. The one over there, the row on the right, and the one ahead. Garp was commanding the army to avoid being infiltrated by the pretenders. Dealing with pretenders is very troublesome. Only those with supernatural powers can see their true colors, so Garp has to take the army seriously. Draw the sword. Sweep the 8 wastelands. Bankai Big Gurren Ice Rhinwan Maru, Redhead, Whitebeard, and many Captain Reaper are all battling underworld warriors. At this time, the decisive battle between Luffy, Ace, and Huiwo has entered a white-hot state. Dai Enkai 017 Entei. Corona Whirlwind. Boom. Ace and Huiwo collided again with their big moves, and a burst of flames exploded in an instant. Kuomo. Rubber Meteor Fist. At this time, Luffy took advantage of the emptiness to enter, and Huiwo sent a heavy punch. It's useless. However, Huiwo was already ready, and used a fist like lightning to fight Luffy. Although the two brothers joined forces and had a high degree of tacit understanding, with their current small universe, it was impossible for them to easily explode the fire. In addition, Captain Yamamoto and Gorgon have already developed with Iagos and Radamondes among the big three. Be ready, Gorgon. Garuda flaps his wings. Don't even take a step forward. Songming. The roar of wings. 480 level strengths explode exploded in an instant and the entire underworld was crumbling. The armies of the two sides were indistinguishable in a round of confrontation, and it was difficult to distinguish males and females. But on the whole, the army of Hades and Ozma's pretender army had the upper hand. In addition, Ozma has not yet started. It is very difficult for the army of the underworld to win this battle. Chapter 270 The power of the dark three nights. Piranha rose. A burst of petals fell, and Aberfica kept flying out of black poisonous roses. Blah blah blah. However, none of the roses could penetrate the hard armor on Belials of Destruction, and they were all blocked. Blast Hurricane. Belials of Destruction wielded a great sword and slashed horizontally, fanning out a super hurricane. Nanny. Aberfica was instantly blown away by dozens of meters, but the hurricane had no attack power and was not harmed. However, his poisonous roses, all blown away, stabbed a large number of soldiers, and all died of poisoning. Belials of Destruction needs a combo to break his invincibility armor, otherwise all attacks are ineffective and immune to abnormal conditions. Without knowing these special mechanics, it is impossible to defeat him. The other side. Eat My Uncle Buggy's Foot and the Unicorn Flies. The Nebula Chain. Lushan Chenglongba, Buggy, Kobe, and Sabo. Galloping unicorns, chains that pierce everything, and serpents roaring madly, all pounce on the despairing Tamart. Tricks of the Eagle. Look at the tricks. The Black Hole of Despair. However, Tamart of Despair smiled grimly, then swung his heavy spear and swept forward. Boom boom boom. A black hole with endless suction sucked all the attacks in an instant. What a strong suction. Not only that, but even Sabo and others sucked it. Blah blah blah. Just then, Kobe swung out the chain and stabbed deeply into the ground, and the three of them grabbed the chain firmly so that they didn't get sucked in. It's useless. Gun dance. At this moment, Tamart of Despair began to wield a heavy spear and swept over Dragon's Claw. However, Sabo burst into a small universe, and his claws came out firmly grasping the heavy gun. Chance. Unicorn double flying fist. Buggy seized the opportunity and flew out his fists directly, slamming into Despair. Tamart. Cloak of Retreat. At the moment of the hit, Tamart of Despair threw off his cloak and disappeared without a trace. What? Where did you escape? Everyone was shocked, but they didn't expect him to have such an escape skill. Here, gun dance. Only to see Despair Tamart appear behind the three, and then swept away with a shot. Ugh. The three of them were hit directly and flew more than 10 meters away, and the holy clothes had been shattered. With one blow, all three were severely injured, and the attack power of the three Dark Knights was so terrifying. Taurus here. Giant horns. Taurus Aldiba embraced his arms, and then roared, slamming his palms at a speed invisible to the naked eye, blasting a giant bull that ran wildly and slammed into the terrifying Astros. However, the horror Astros did not dodge, but floated in the air, curled up into a ball. The fear of death. Only seeing a burst of blood light, a shield that was extremely difficult to break appeared on Astros. Boom. With a bang, Taurus's attack slammed on the shield without any damage. What kind of move is this? Is it a test of my attack power? A giant horn. Aldiba erupted into a stronger microcosm again, blasting out a giant bull and crashing into Astros. However, the result is still the same. No changes to the shield. Can't speak. Really uneducated. Drank. Immediately afterwards, Aldiba continued to attack and attacked Astros. However, all this was in vain. Boom. At this moment, Astros' defense time ended and began to attack. Instant shadow. Only seeing Astros dodging, he disappeared in front of Aldiba. Nanny. Aldiba was taken aback because Astros had appeared behind him. Blast combo. Astros hits Aldiba directly with a gust-like combo, slashing him. It's so fast. Aldiba Vivi was shocked. At this speed, even he, who was known as the fastest going Saint Seiya, could not be caught. Roar. At this moment, 4 super large skeleton-headed spirits appeared all around, rushing towards Aldiba. Aldiba swung a punch, but it passed through his body, unable to hit these resentful spirits. What is this? Aradiba was taken aback. Boom. At this moment, the skeleton head blew itself up, and then a pair of hell hands only grabbed Aldiba's feet. Aldiba wanted to break free from the hand of hell, but there was no way. Feel the fear of death. Aldiba has been held by the hand of hell and cannot move, and now it is completely Astro's performance time. Blast combo. Only seeing a gust-like combo, Aldiba hit several knives in a row, and the going cloak has been cut. In the end, after the hand of hell disappeared, Aldiba had been chopped off with injuries all over his body, but he still kept standing. Taurus is the most courageous among the going Saint Seiyas. He is strong and unyielding, and it is impossible to fall down so easily. On the battlefield, damn. Garp gritted his teeth. The group of pretenders was endless. One by one, it was endless. And the group attack will not work. There are still a lot of people in the field, which will hurt innocent people. The blood curse of Ozma, the chaos, is almost impossible to deal with without the clergyman. At this time, in the sky, Ozma looked at the battlefield that was fighting fiercely, and suddenly Vivi raised a little. What an interesting struggle. Then, let me me end it all. Chaos Netherflame. I only saw Ozma laughing hideously, and instantly the entire battlefield was covered with black flames. The flames spread rapidly, and everyone on the battlefield was baptized by the underworld flames. In an instant the entire underworld turned into a black earth. At this moment a golden light erupted from the center of the underworld palace. The underworld blooms. Hearing a graceful soft drink, golden flowers began to bloom in the center of all the underworld palaces, instantly extinguishing Ozma's underworld flames. Then, under the golden light, the goddess of the underworld came slowly with the spear Mesramtia in her hand. Chapter 271 Ozma vs Goddess of the Underworld. Goddess of the Underworld. We meet again. Chaos Ozma floated in the air, smiled mysteriously and strangely, and confronted the goddess of the underworld. Ozma, it's all your good deeds. The goddess of the underworld looked at all this on the battlefield and immediately gritted her teeth. Good thing I've done bad things. Netherflame. Ozma erupted a ball of underworld flame, and at the same time black flame pillars spewed out from the ground, rushing towards the goddess of the underworld. Although the speed of the ball of flames is not fast, it has a tracking effect, and at the same time the damage is extremely high. You can't beat me. Release the magic. The goddess of the underworld unleashed the magic power stored in Mesramtia, and in an instant it fell into Ozma from the sky. Boom. The two sides made a big move and a powerful explosion occurred in an instant. Your attack can't break through my black aura. The head of Chaos Ozma was wrapped in a black vortex, and he was invincible throughout the entire process, immune to all attacks. 877. Your dark flames have no effect on me either. The goddess of the underworld stood calmly above the flames of the underworld. In the underworld, she possessed divine power, and her level was a little higher than Ozma. Ozma can never hurt the goddess of the underworld, and his invincible state of black smoke can be broken. However, it is impossible for the two to decide the winner in a short time, and this time, on the ground, giant horns. After learning about Astro's general ability, Aldiba began to counter-attack and blasted a giant horn. It's useless. Shunying. Astros used teleport to dodge behind Aldiba and then prepared to make a move. However, Aldiba raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took a knife directly, turned around and pinched Astro's shoulder with one hand. Your power is meaningless. Titan Nova. Aldiba exchanged blood for blood, and the small universe was raised to the extreme and then exploded instantly. Boom. All I saw was a golden light shining on the sky and the earth, and the terrifying energy directly overturned the ground in a radius of nearly 100 meters. Astros was directly blown away and then fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, he was hit by a boulder and his mouth was vermilion. Damn, I'm never going around you. Astros was not seriously injured but stood up after a while and continued to attack Aldiba. After a few moves, both sides were familiar with each other's skills, and the battle situation gradually fell into anxiety. In addition, other fronts are also fighting hard, and the war is gradually entering a white-hot stage. On the side of the two big three, Gorgon and Captain Yamamoto went all out like the Great Wall of Steel, and they had no chance to break through this line of defense. The other side, Pisces, Sabo, Kobe, and Buggy, although their strengths are not as strong as Despair Tamat and Destroyer Belials, were injured respectively, but they could barely hold them back. Marine Army of the Pretenders. Damn Pretender. Sengoku slammed the ground hard, and he was completely unable to deal with his own subordinates to use such a despicable move. At this moment the goddess of the underworld noticed the situation on the ground, and instantly a golden light erupted from her body, illuminating the entire underworld. In an instant, all the pretenders showed blood that was visible to the naked eye, and all the soldiers could see their true colors. The army of the underworld and the friendly army of the pirate world. Come on, the goddess of the underworld will bless you. The protection of the underworld. The divine light erupted in an instant, and in an instant all the troops were given a powerful buff and their morale was soaring. Damn Pretender. Take advantage of this momentum. Counter-attack. Go. Buff bestowed by the goddess of the underworld. The tide of counter-offensive started, and an all-out attack on the pretenders was launched. It's really good. I have exposed the disguise of my subordinates. In the sky, Ozma Vivi was shocked, and his identity as a pretender would be exposed. Ha ha ha. So what? Just relying on you trash men? You can't compete with my army of pretenders. Ozma laughed horribly. The pretenders' level was high, and the combat power of the allied forces could not be compared at all, not to mention the fact that the two sides had the same strength. Ozma was not in a weak position. However, the goddess of the underworld raised her mouth slightly. Not necessarily. As soon as the voice fell, all the powerhouses no longer had to worry about hurting their own people and began to use their true power. It's finally over. Jike Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. Excalibur. Meteor falls. Thousands of souls killed. 8 extremes collapse. Annihilation strike. Extreme speed. Hurricane fist. Jab. Mad attack. Rumbling. Captain Reaper's mad attack. Redhead. Whitebeard's ultimate ultimate move, and Garp's seamless ultimate combo instantly knocked out thousands of pretenders. Although he did not have the strength of level 70, but with the buff of the goddess of the underworld coupled with the power of the awakening ultimate move, it is more than enough to deal with the level 75 mobs. Ha ha ha. However, Ozma was first surprised by Vivi and then laughed horribly. As expected of the goddess of the underworld, she can wipe out so many of my subordinates in one fell swoop. But you've been out for a long time. Could it be? When the goddess of the underworld heard this, she was shocked. Within the range of her perception, an evil little universe appeared in the lower layer of the underworld. At this time, in the lower layer of the underworld, the earth-fluxing star Lamy, who can move freely in the stratum, escaped to a large knot interface. Chapter 272 Immortal Underworld Fighter. Do you think I'm unprepared? A mere underworld fighter just wants to break my barrier? You think too simplistic. The goddess of the underworld smiled confidently. In the lower layer of the underworld, there is a barrier set up by her. People with insufficient strength will only be countered if they want to break through this great barrier. Let's see. Ozma responded with a smile and a black pentagram shining inside. This is the power of the twin gods. The goddess of the underworld widened her eyes. If the twin gods, the result would be completely different. This is bad. At this time, the lower layer of the underworld. In this way, you're done. Earth-fluxing Limey smiled slyly and then took out an energy ball around a black breath. Boom. Only a super explosion that shook the entire underworld was heard, and the upper ground of the underworld began to tilt and collapse, instantly burying a large number of soldiers. Pirate world. Boom. West Blue Hades City. With the thunderclouds like a black ocean emerged over the castle, obscuring the sky. In the palace of the castle, Aaron's innocent face gradually showed an evil smile and then floated in the air, with a black aura lingering throughout his body. Only death is the salvation of this world. With Hades' declaration, the dark clouds in the sky quickly spread to the whole world, and the whole world fell into darkness in an instant. After breaking the barrier of the goddess of the underworld, Hades' power was further awakened, and now he has regained the power to resurrect the underworld warrior. Because Hades, the king of Hades, does not understand emotions, in his eyes, only death is the real redemption. A good man, after his death, ascends to the pure land of ultimate bliss he created and lives a carefree life. And the wicked, after death, will go to hell, suffer eternal pain, and never exceed the torment of life. Solomon's return to the origin, Uchiha Madara's infinite moon reading, and even Hades' death sent to hell and the pure land of Elysium. The original intention is world peace, but their methods are almost the same, that is, destroy the world. Hardy's declaration resounded throughout the world. In an instant the world witnessed the changes in heaven and earth, and instantly fell into fear. Another big man has appeared. Is this the devil's voice? Does all this have to do with the battle in the underworld? No, the goddess of the underworld is so strong, how can she lose? Sanctuary. Under the statue of Athena. Athena looked at the sky with endless worries in her eyes. Holy war. Has it begun? The recovery of Hades' power means that the holy war of this life, the fateful confrontation between Athena and Hades, is about to start. In this world, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. Dressrosa Island, minus Tonghu and Chen, who were fighting fiercely, were all stunned for a few seconds. This power, could it be, is Hades? Tonghu said in surprise. The enchantment of the underworld has been broken. Going Saint Seiya, the holy war is coming. Make up your mind. Minus laughed grimly as he attacked the two going saints. At this time, the underworld. Ha ha ha, it's the power of Lord Hades. We already have immortality. You have no chance of winning. All the dead fighters were resurrected on the spot and re-entered the battle. They can be resurrected infinitely. How can this be fought? Desperately working hard, all the sacrifices turned out to be in vain. After learning the secret of the immortality of the underworld fighter, the morale of the army fell to the bottom in an instant, and the chaos became a mess. Flowers. It's totally pointless to fight desperately with someone who won't die. Boom. The counterattack of the underworld fighter instantly wiped out thousands of soldiers, and the situation of the war suddenly changed again. 8 poles collapse. Kuomo. Rubber meteor fist. Dai Enkai. Fenyi Tianxiang. At this time, Garp, Luffy and others took the lead in charging, inspiring the soldiers. Get up, otherwise there is only a dead end. Yes, we can't fall here. Under the desperate situation, all the soldiers made a good sense. Just like the last time against Uchiha Madara's filthy reincarnated army, if they resurrected one, they would kill one, so that they could not be resurrected. In fact, after the resurrection of the underworld warriors, the physical injuries will not recover so quickly, so their strength and state are not at their peak. Destroying them again is easier than before. Are you still struggling to the death? Then I will fulfill you. Garuda spreads his wings. The roar of wings. Corona whirlwind. The melee started again, and all the masters in the field made big moves against each other. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the bottom layer of the underworld was overturned. returned again. Various level 80s, as well as god-level powers such as Ozma and the goddess of the underworld, caused great damage to the underworld. Under the strong impact, cracks like spider silk have gradually appeared in the sky above the underworld. Boom! Just then, the sky suddenly sank. A man wearing a black robe with long golden hair floating slowly descended. This is the underworld that I am familiar with. The man with long golden hair smiled faintly. Opposite, the goddess of the underworld gritted her teeth and shed a few drops of cold sweat. It's you, Hades. Chapter 273 cut in two. Split the underworld. Goddess of the underworld, in these days when I slept, it seems that you are really happy to be your goddess. Hades, the king of the underworld, sneered. Hades, I won't let you succeed, said the goddess of the underworld. Success? Don't you know now that the underworld is no longer yours? Hades said with a smile. Now that the enchantment has been broken, it is impossible for the goddess of the underworld to rebuild the enchantment unless her power is above Hades. Boom! After a while, the underworld instantly turned into two heavens. The half where the goddess of the underworld was located was a sunny sky, while the half where Hades was located was filled with endless dark clouds exuding a black aura. Two gods at the level of creation gods have appeared, and the laws of the underworld have changed. The control of the goddess 23 in the underworld, on the other hand, it has returned to Hades, the king of Hades. What do you want? Asked the goddess of the underworld. Of course, kill everyone, Hades said coldly. Don't be shy, you bloody bastard. At this moment, Luffy jumped out of the crowd. Momo, rubber meteor punch. The brave man is not afraid of the god in front of him at all, even if the strength of both sides is like heaven and earth. Hades Vivi was startled, then smiled softly again, opened his palm, swallowed his fist directly, and stopped Luffy. It turned out to be Pegasus, or the original heroic and reckless. Immediately afterwards, Hades slowly folded his palms, ready to strangle Luffy. Pegasus, the only saint who can hurt God, is also one of Hades' old enemies. Divine judgment in the underworld. At the critical moment, the goddess of the underworld activated her power, and the divine power collided, instantly offsetting Hades' killer move. This is a duel between me and him. If you don't want to die, just stand aside. The goddess of the underworld reminded Luffy coldly that he would only get in the way in a duel of such strength. Nice eyes, let the horses come over. Hades got a little excited when he saw the eyes of the goddess of the underworld. The two gods confronted each other coldly. The golden and black auras divided the sky equally, and the battle between the gods was about to break out. Magic release. The goddess of the underworld released Mesramti-Ya, and a golden thunderbolt instantly erupted, slamming into Hades, the king of the underworld. Do you have such power? Hades moved forward with a single palm, and the entire thunderbolt stopped instantly, and then gradually disappeared. It's not over yet. Without waiting for the aftermath of the previous move to completely dissipate, the goddess of the underworld flew up and started an intensive onslaught. Your attack is meaningless, Hades responded calmly, using his natal artifact, the Sword of Hades, to engage in melee combat with the goddess of the underworld. Boom! God-level duel. Each blow caused catastrophic damage. The broken underworld was plundered by such a powerful force, and the cracks in the sky gradually expanded. Well, such a strong aura. Everyone on the ground, including the three giants of the underworld fighters, were all affected by the collision of the gods. The soldiers with insufficient strength were even more shocked and vomited blood, and even died directly. Boom! After dozens of rounds, the collision of gods became more and more intense, and the underworld was already crumbling. Even in the pirate world above, the ground began to collapse, revealing an endless abyss. What a strong confrontation. If this continues, the underworld will be destroyed. Everyone was worried, and the underworld collapsed, except for the god-level powerhouse and the undead warrior. No one else could be spared. Ho. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky, and then more than a dozen big claws stretched out from it, gradually tearing the crack. Boom! After a while, Desu cast a ray of light and gradually formed a huge golden beam of light. Then, a valiant man wrapped in bandages with a strand of black hair slowly fell. Who is it? Hades noticed this unusual and aggressive aura, and instantly raised his vigilance and shot a black energy into the air. Magic release. The same is true for the goddess of the underworld, who does not allow foreign invaders to mess around, and immediately blasts thunder and lightning at the long-haired man. Only a strange buzzing sound was heard, and both attacks penetrated the golden beam of light, unable to hit the long-haired man. What? Vivi, the goddess of the underworld, and Hades was startled, but they didn't expect that even the attack of the gods would not work. This man is not easy. At this moment, after seeing the true face of Pirate World's coalition forces, all their eyes widened and they suddenly screamed, "It's the master of the virtual circle. Why is he here? I didn't expect that he has a power higher than that of the god of creation." Everyone gritted their teeth. The lord of the void circle was not like the emperor of heaven and Arceus. In their hearts, he was an extremely evil person who feared that the world would not be in chaos. The master master of the virtual circle is here. There must be no good. At this time, the master of the virtual circle opened his eyes, and a burst of supreme majesty instantly burst out, and everyone was instantly crushed to the point of being unable to lift their heads and unable to move. Damn, even stronger than me, Hades said with a frown. Although Hades, the king of the underworld and the goddess of the underworld, could move, it actually made them extremely uncomfortable. Yachen is already level 100 and Hades has not fully awakened. He is only level 80, which is almost 4.0 with the creator god Arceus. If Hades is fully awakened with a complete level 100 strength, he can wrestle with Yachen. Ha ha ha. The two masters of the underworld. Why bother? Let me help you solve this problem. I only saw the master of the virtual circle draw out the Zanpakuto, followed by a loud shout and a golden light shone in the audience. Boom. The moment the golden light hit the ground, the entire underworld was silent. After a few breaths, the underworld began to shake violently. The earth and the sky at the same time were separated by the golden line drawn by the master of the virtual circle. Opening up the world. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes almost bulged out and the entire underworld was cut in half by him. Chapter 274 The war is over. A brief pacification. Boom. After a huge roar, the underworld was completely divided into two worlds, and Yachen stood on the void visible to both worlds. How dare you destroy my underworld? Hadistan was furious at the time, but he didn't expect that as soon as he came out, he was ruined by the master of the virtual circle, as if he was pressed to the ground. The childish Pluto, are you in such a hurry to end the holy war in this life? Under the golden light, Yachen glanced at Hades and gave a cold warning. Hades gritted his teeth and broke down a few drops of cold sweat. Indeed, the power of the 80-level god of creation is almost the same as that of the goddess of the underworld. On the surface, neither side can hurt the other. However, Hades is still borrowing the body of the human Aaron. If he works hard, the goddess of the underworld can destroy this container. Without a body, Hades had to find a new container. The next Aaron appears. I don't know what year and month it will be. Thinking for a while, Hades closed his eyes and said with a slight smile, well, you are the master of the virtual circle, right? I have written down this account. No matter how holy you are, anyone can't escape the baptism of death. He knew very well that he was no match for the Lord of the Void Circle. Now that the underworld had been cut in half, there was no need to fight again. Now that his power has been unblocked and at the same time he has suppressed the power of the goddess of the underworld, this is the best result for him. From now on, this is our new underworld, Pluto Palace. Except for the underworld fighters who hold positions in the Pluto Palace, all the rest will return to Hades City. Hades ordered, and then he floated up into the sky and escaped. Enter the void and disappear into the Pluto Palace. The army of underworld fighters all evacuated. At this moment, Ozma the Chaos floated over with the three Knights of Darkness. Master of the Void Circle, do you want to use the hand of Hades, the king of the underworld, to destroy the world? Tell you, destroying the world, it is neither his turn nor your turn, Ozma said ambitiously. If you can do it, it's really worth my attention. Yachen snorted softly. Ozma was an important pawn for harvesting and creating points. In this battle, he gained from it a lot of profit. Although he did not completely destroy the underworld, he figured out what the threats were, and at the same time found people who could fight against the pretenders. Wait and see. Ozma snorted coldly, then opened the crack in time and space and left the Hall of Hades. On the other hand, the underworld, master of the virtual circle, why do you do this? The goddess of the underworld frowned. Goddess of the underworld, if I don't come, you plan to use up your life's strength, burn with Hades, and destroy his human body, right? Yachen said with a smile. My lady goddess. When everyone heard it, they all looked at the goddess of the underworld in surprise. They didn't expect that the goddess of the underworld planned to do this in order to protect the underworld. What's your purpose in doing this? Asked the goddess of the underworld. Ha ha ha, I just don't want a wonderful holy war to be strangled in the cradle. Yachen said. Holy war? Lord of the Void Circle, it really isn't a good thing. When Luffy heard this, he suddenly burst into anger. The Lord of the Void Circle stopped this war, but just wanted to let Hades grow up and then start a world war. A holy war between Athena and Hades. Hades, who is fully awakened, can't even deal with me. Aren't you afraid that he will get rid of you? Said the goddess of the underworld. Is it such a sin to find someone who can fight with me and kill him in the cradle? Yachen responded with a smile, and he had full confidence in dealing with anyone, including gods. Damn. The goddess of the underworld gritted her teeth. The master of the virtual circle is really not a good thing. Prepare for the holy war. Now you can't compete with the underworld warriors at all. Goodbye everyone. Leaving only one sentence, Yachen slowly floated up the crack in the sky and then disappeared in front of everyone. Aberfika looked at Yachen's retreating back and said solemnly, is he Hades' accomplice? No, he's just a lunatic. He's not afraid of anyone. He wants to challenge everything in the world. underworld. Sengoku said with a heavy face. It's really rude. Next time we meet, I will teach him what etiquette is. 540 Aldiba said. Now for us, the most important thing is to improve our strength, otherwise we will still be passive when the holy war comes. Sabo said. Now, except for the going Saint Seiya and the level 80 powerhouses such as Captain Yamamoto, it is very difficult for others to deal with ordinary fighters. Even the powerhouses like the 4 emperors could barely beat the mid-level fighters. I'm not afraid of them. If I dare to attack our world or invade the sanctuary, I will definitely beat them up. Luffy shouted angrily. Allied forces in the pirate world. This holy war, we may be powerless in the underworld. The goddess of the underworld said. Well, jihad was originally a war between our holy warriors and the underworld warriors. Yabofiaka said. Let's go. Marine also needs to be fully prepared. Sengoku said. Everyone nodded and then withdrew from the underworld. This underworld battle is completely over and the world has temporarily returned to peace. However, after this calm, what awaits the world of pirates is the baptism of holy war. Chapter 275 Breath of the Dead. Hades City. Hades returns with all the underworld warriors who participated in the war. Congratulations to Lord Hades for taking back the underworld. As soon as he entered the castle, Pandora stepped forward to welcome the return of Hades, the king of the underworld. There is nothing to be thankful for. This battle was not won. However, Hades was not happy. Apart from the goddess of the underworld, he did not expect such a powerful person as the Lord of the Void. Lord Hades, that holy war, what are your plans? Pandora asked. Don't rush to attack. I have to see what else in this world can hinder me. Hades said. He originally thought that there was nothing in the world that could stop him, but the appearance of the Lord of the Void Circle gave Hades a reminder. Before the holy war begins, it is important to find out who is the strongest in this world. Characters like the Lord of the Void Circle not only gave him the fear of completely abusing him, but he also vaguely felt that this guy could even tear off Hades' soul directly. Pandora, go to investigate immediately. No one can leave. Hades ordered. Yes. Pandora nodded and then summoned the underworld warriors to investigate the powerhouses in this world. 3 days later, the Great Fairway. The news of the jihad exploded in this world in an instant. Holy war, a war between two gods. Is death the real redemption? It's a creepy fallacy. Dare to make trouble in our world? Aren't you afraid of Jia, Alea, Zuyu, and the Emperor of Heaven? They are gods. They may not lose to the Emperor of Heaven in a fight, not to mention that if you pray for the arrival of the Emperor of Heaven, all human beings may be wiped out. Sanctuary. Bang. The training ground. Luffy was blasted away by Tonghu with a punch, directly smashing a boulder. In order to prepare for the jihad, Tonghu directly went off the field and trained Luffy. Pegasus is a major threat to Hades, and the Hades will definitely get rid of Luffy first. Therefore, it is necessary to improve Luffy's strength. Luffy, your strength is still too far behind. Tonghu shouted. Then come again. Guo mo. Rubber meteor fist. Luffy stood up again and punched Tonghu quickly. Lushan Chenglongba. However, the result was still the same. Tonghu's simple move easily blew up his strong attack and knocked him flying. Aside, Luffy, Sabo, Ace, Kobe, and Buggy are all watching. Luffy's little universe is terrifying, Kobe exclaimed. Unfortunately, it has reached the bottleneck period, Sabo said. Hoo. At this time, Luffy climbed up hard, gasping for breath. Facing Tonghu, facing Huehuo, these underworld fighters, he had no strength to contend. Luffy, do you know why you can't defeat Huehuo? Tonghu said. Why? Luffy said. Because of your little universe, you are stuck in the sixth sense. Tonghu explained. Sixth sense? The crowd explained. Well, the first 5 senses are all human senses, that is, hearing, sight, taste, touch and smell. If you lose the first 5 senses, you will become a living corpse. Tonghu said. What about the sixth sense? At this moment, Sabo jumped in and asked curiously. The sixth sense is superpowers such as manipulating elements, predicting the future, telekinesis, flying sky, and mental manipulation. Because you all have these abilities, you can quickly awaken the power of the Saint Seiya and defeat ordinary fighters. Tonghu explained. Haki and Devil Fruit abilities are all super abilities, so they realized the sixth sense before awakening the small universe. In other words, is there a seventh sense? Ace asked. Well, all the going saints have already comprehended the seventh sense's microcosm. Tonghu said. The strength of the saints depends on the microcosm, so it is. Everyone nodded and said. The seventh sense, how do you comprehend it? Luffy asked. The seventh sense comes from the heart, spirit, soul, life, etc., which can only be explored and understood by oneself. Tonghu said. Well, we'll try. Luffy, Ace, Sabo and others nodded and then began to practice against each other, trying to break through and improve their strength. Marine headquarters. In this battle, we Marines suffered heavy casualties, especially Tenryubido's side. I didn't expect that the Holy Land and Marijois would be attacked by Doflamingo now that they were close to each other. Kyuzan said. What a troublesome some group of people, no matter the enemy, they will trouble them. Kizaru shook his head and said, now is not the time to say these nasty words. In this era, without power, nothing can be protected, including Tenryabito, even ourselves. Sengoku said, the problem is that our current improvement has reached a bottleneck and it is difficult to improve. Kizaru said with a frown, his professional level has reached level 50, but he cannot awaken, and his strength has not been improved. Don't we have 2 Saint Seiyas? What should we worry about? Akainu sneered, said. At this moment the window in front of Sengoku, the fog suddenly dissipated. After he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes widened. Hyuzen, look, it's another tower of delusion. When everyone saw it, in the distance in front of them there was a black tower lingering with the breath of the dead. My god, is it Dreyfus's masterpiece? Hyuzen said in shock. I didn't expect that the tower he built was actually on the terracotta continent. Garp said, I don't know what purpose this sinister and cunning death god has. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, it would be bad if it came for trouble. The aura around this tower is 100 times more terrifying than the Tower of Delusion, and the height of the tower is twice that of the Tower of Delusion. And this tower is the second tower built by Dreyfus, the god of death. The Tower of Death, known as the Deadly Death. Chapter 276 The character broke out and made hundreds of millions. A few hours later, the borders of the nations. A clear and yellow light swept past, and Kyuzen and Kizaru flew to the ancient dungeon by using the ability of Dochi to transform wings. You said, why can Mr. Garp, Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks awaken through their own power? Wang Yuanhu said confused. I heard from Master Feng Zhen that everyone has their own potential for awakening, but it's hard to do that. Maybe they're geniuses that are one of a kind, Akainu said. At this moment, a man in a cape with a ceramic jar on his head and a rose in his mouth leaned against an old tree and shouted, come, come, make money with money. Who are you? Akainu was immediately ready for the challenge, and his hands had begun to elementalize. I'm a businessman who sells jars. Earth jars. Are you adventurous at Billmark's proving ground? You're a little short of your strength. Do you want to have a shot? There's absolutely no empty jars. Earth jars. While explaining, he opened the cloak, and suddenly a golden light flashed, and a delicate armor appeared in front of the two of them. What a strong attribute. Akainu's blood boiled when he saw it. The equipment in front of him was much stronger than the dragon's back light armor on the red-haired body. Attribute inheritance. Soft pottery light armor of the goddess of soul control. Level LV 55. Strength, intelligence, stamina, and spirit plus 83. Shining shadow chain kicks comprehension level plus 1. Strong fist comprehension level plus 1. Special effect. With the blessing of inheritance, you can increase your movement speed by 7%. In addition, this set of equipment also greatly increases the defense, blood volume, and magic value. Is there any leather armor? Kizaru asked. Of course there is, but it's all in these jars. 100,000 gold coins a jar. Hurry up and try your luck. Saying that, the earthen jar showed the stacked jars behind him. Reminder, the equipment is randomly generated. I want 10. Me too. Akainu and Kizaru thought that each piece had heritage equipment and directly smashed their savings and bonuses. 10 is 1 million gold coins, and if you change it to berry, it is already 100 million berry. Now these two admiral are going to be miserable. Bang bang bang. Within minutes, the two admirals smashed the jar inside. However, Akainu's jar is full of normal gear in blue and white, except for one tin garnish. Stinky boy, are you kidding me? Akainu was instantly furious and grabbed the collar of the earthen pot, ready to beat him. He won't beat people, but the earthen pot in front of him is a profiteer. Opened 10 broken jars, and was directly deceived by 100 million. This adventurer, I didn't say that there must be inheritance equipment in it. The fleeting years are not good. You can't blame me for this one. Tukin quickly explained. Besides, these equipment are not bad. They are all level 50-55, which is better than yours. Don't wear strong equipment. It's amazing. Death Revolver's comprehension has increased by a level, but unfortunately my level is not enough. Kizaru was measuring a rare piece of equipment, and he accidentally smashed out a level 55 heritage leather armor. Forget it. There really is heritage equipment in it, and it's not easy for people to run a business. Kizaru persuaded. Of course it doesn't matter to him, because he drove to priceless heritage equipment. This customer, you are so lucky. This piece of equipment starts with millions of gold coins in the market. Putting it on the market, it is worth at least several million gold coins, or even more than 10 million gold coins. Kizaru is also a big outbreak of character. People with poor character may open dozens or hundreds of them, but they will not be successful. A few million gold coins. Hearing this, Kizaru was startled immediately. Millions of gold coins were worth hundreds of millions of berries, and even the economy that the Kirby Bears ate could be compensated for, including the cost of opening the can. He also made hundreds of millions. On the other side, Akainu was about to cry without tears, so he could only wear those simple blue equipment silently. Instigate. At this moment, two black shadows flashed by quickly and Gudazi and Kurosaki Ichigo hurried over. Admiral Kizaru, Akainu, why are you here? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Flowers for the awakening mission. Akainu responded coldly. You are also trying to awaken? Gudazi asked. Well, yes, the four of us are in a team. Why don't we form a team? Kurosaki Ichigo suggested. It's okay to form a team, but you are not allowed to touch the heart of the Minotaur King. I want to live. Gudazi said. I'll just kick the old cow's spine off. There's no conflict. Akainu said. The soul breath of the bull-headed Tool King. How can I get rid of this? It's really annoying. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head. He didn't know how to do this task, so he could only follow first. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge, and maybe after entering it will naturally find a way. I have to use the chip as a target, and I have to collect the chip. It seems that the most troublesome thing is mine. Kizaru shook his head. He not only had to do the task but also needed to collect the materials for making the epic revolver. The tasks of the four did not conflict and eventually formed a temporary team. Just as they were about to enter the dungeon, the clay pot stood up. Everyone, are you all adventurers going there to explore? Well, is there a problem? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. It's like this because there was an explosion in the test site and now it's full of deadly poisonous gas. Toucan said. What? Then how do we get in? Akainu asked in surprise. So, if you want to go in, you must take my immunity capsule. The earthen pot showed a special capsule and then said 50,000 gold coins each. Looks like a quick fight. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Among them, he is the poorest and he can't afford to be hurt even once. Deal. Gudazi threw a bag of gold coins over without hesitation. She only bought one because her goal is to make a final decision. 50,000 gold coins. Kizaru sucked in a breath of cold air. Going in once with 50,000 gold coins, it's better to grab it in the past. According to the difficulty of his task, he has to go in at least twice. No wonder Kelly told them to bring money before they came. Chapter 276 Awakening Mission. Nightmare difficulty. Beep beep beep. Just when everyone in the Marine headquarters was stunned, the phone bug in the office rang. The caller was Kelly from Sabayati Archipelago. Marshal Kuzan, I have two good news for you here, Kelly said with a mysterious smile. How do I feel it's not good news? Kizaru saw this smile and the corners of his mouth twitched, and through the phone bug he seemed to be able to sense her deceit. Please speak, Kuzan said. The first good news is that Borsalino and Akainu can come to Sabayati Archipelago to receive the awakening quest and have a professional awakening. Kelly said. Finally it's my turn to counterattack. Akainu secretly worked hard to become stronger. Although the position of the marshal has been settled, his strength cannot be pulled too far by Kuzan. And what about the other good news? Kuzan asked. Another piece of good news is that I'm developing a light-filled revolver for Borsalino, and it's almost over. This is an epic piece of equipment, Kelly said excitedly. However, some precious materials are still needed, so you can only find these 007 materials by yourself. That's great. Kizaru was very excited. Awakening plus special epic weapons and getting these powers. Kizaru can come over to Sabayati Archipelago, bring enough supplies of medicine, food, and most importantly, money, Kelly said with starlight in her eyes. In the office, everyone was speechless for a moment. These professional tutors really know how to make money. By the way, on the Clay Continent there is a strange tower that haunts the breath of the dead. Do you know what's going on with this tower? Kuzan asked. The Tower of the Breath of the Dead? You can ask Sharon of Alabasta about this, Kelly said. Well, okay. Kuzan nodded and then began to order. Borsalino, Akainu, you go to Sabayati Archipelago, complete the awakening task as soon as possible and increase your strength. Momuzaki, I'll leave the tower to you. Kuzan added. Also, Mr. Sengoku, Marine's business is left to you for the time being. If there is something in the sanctuary, call me here. It's okay, just go, Sengoku said. After that, everyone nodded and then left to perform their tasks. A few hours later, an island in the New World. Gudazi, it seems that you already have the strength to obtain the awakening power, Minette said. Really? Great, Gudazi said excitedly. Now is not the time to be happy. To awaken the power of Silver Moon, but it has to pass a severe test, Minette said coldly. Gudazi quickly calmed down, regained his true character as an assassin, and nodded. Okay, teacher, I'm ready. First of all, prove your assassination ability to me first. Go and get the heart of the bull-headed Tool King back to me in its entirety. I want to live, Minette said coldly. Meaning, when it's not dead, is it going to take off its heart? It's so difficult. Gudazi was instantly shocked when he heard it. A complete living heart is still such a powerful monster. It's hell difficulty. Yunyu and ordinary assassins are a watershed. Without such strength they are not worthy of the title of Yunyu. Minette said that this was originally her second awakening task for the Night Messenger, another job transfer, Shadow Dancer, but Gudazi is different. She has this kind of strength, so she specially raised the difficulty. If awakening is too simple, these tests are meaningless. Almost at the same time, Sabayati Archipelago archipelago. Nanny, to smash the chip of the Minotaur King, there can't be any bullet holes in other places. When Kizaru received the task, he was instantly stunned. It was still a problem whether the bullets could go into the armor of the bull-headed king, and he had to break the chip hidden somewhere. That's right. Besides, in order to develop your weapon, bring back its chip as well, Kelly said with a smile. Hey, isn't it a contradiction to break the chip and take it again? Kizaru said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's not contradictory. The dungeon can be reborn infinitely. You should be very clear about this, Kelly said. That said, I'll have to do at least 2 swipes. Kizaru frowned. Twice? Even a genius. At least 10 times, Kelly said with a smile. Kizaru's face suddenly became heavy. Hey, I've brushed so many times the bull-headed Tool King, and I'm exhausted without being beaten to death by the monsters inside. The other side. Akainu, my mission requirements are nothing. As long as you can kick the bull-headed Tool King's spine with 1 kick, you will pass the test. Feng Zhen ordered. Break its spine with 1 kick. Interesting mission. Akainu smiled excitedly. This mission, he was full of confidence. Make the most of your weakness perception, Feng Zhen encouraged. I won't let you down, teacher, Akainu said. Afterwards, Akainu and Kizaru started to go to the ancient dungeon near Wanguo after full preparation, and began to accept the trial of awakening. A mysterious island in the New World. Ichigo Kurosaki and Rukia Kukiki also received news from GSD and came to receive the awakening quest. Rukia, you're still a little short of level 50, so let's practice on this island first, GSD said. Ichigo, the first test of awakening, bring back the soul breath of the bull-headed Tool King to me. That monster's soul breath? What do you want? Kurosaki, Ichigo said in surprise. The old man doesn't know. You can find a way yourself, GSD said. Damn, this stinky old man keeps making my missions harder. Kurosaki, Ichigo scolded secretly. Hey, can I clear the level 60 Billmark's proving ground by myself? Ichigo, Kurosaki asked. Go there. You will meet a partner who will perform the awakening mission together. If you don't start soon, you may miss such a car, GSD said. Okay. Without saying a word, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed to the dungeon near Wanguo. The awakening trial of hell difficulty has officially begun. Chapter 278 _perfect cooperation. Complete the task. At the same time that several people entered Bill Mark's test site, Momuzaki also flew to Alabasta to inquire about the tower's status. Marine, what's the point of coming to Alabasta? In the palace, Princess Vivi personally came forward to receive Momuzaki, but not because of her friendliness, but because of her strength. She gave this face. After all, in the last battle with Marine, Momuzaki came to negotiate with them, and neither side had a good impression. I'm here to visit Charon, the president of the Magicians Guild, Momuzaki said. Our teacher may not necessarily meet you, Nami said coldly. Then I'll wait until she shows up again, Momuzaki suggested. At this moment, a scent of roses drifted over. Charon walked out from the apse elegantly and said with a smile, you came to me for the Tower of Death. Well, that's right. It was called the Tower of Death, Momuzaki said. That tower is very dangerous. There are a lot of dead awakened professionals in it. Ordinary people go in and die, Charon said coldly. 9 deaths? It's really dangerous, Momuzaki said. However, there is a tower that unawakened professionals must break into, because anyone who wants to awaken professional power must go in, Charon said. So it is. Momuzaki nodded. No wonder, Kelly called suddenly. It turned out that it was because of the appearance of this tower that the professional had an opportunity to awaken. Not only is the awakening mission, this tower is also a training treasure where a lot of experience can be accumulated. However, there are probably not many people who can break through this tower now. At this time, Bill Mark's proving ground. Although Kizaru, Akainu, Gudeko, and Kurosaki Ichigo formed a team for the first time, they cooperated very well. They quickly cleared up the small soldiers and elite monsters such as Cat Demon, Crazy Yvonne, Taurus Commander, and the stubborn Harnack Wumiao. Just as they burst into the room of the Bull Tao Tool King, dozens of bloodthirsty cat demons rushed over. Don't get bitten by them, Kizaru reminded. These cat demons, once they bite their opponents, will not let go. They will bite until they die, and their attack power is extremely high. Look at me, lightning dance. Akainu's mouth corners Vivi up, and he has special skills to deal with such dense monsters. Bang bang bang. A series of lightning-like teleports and kicks. Akainu kicked all the scattered cat demons to a single point before delivering a final swift kick. Good chance. Ghost Flash. Before Akainu kicked them away, Ichigo Kurosaki used a Ghost Flash to control the bloodthirsty cat demon. Double Eagle maneuver. Destroyed in a blink of an eye. Great/Major Eruption. The end. Kizaru, Gudazu, and Akainu took advantage of the big move to clear all the bloodthirsty cat demons. Roar. At this moment there was a roar like a demon beast in front, and the bull-headed weapon king held a huge battle axe, swept the ground step by step, and rushed over angrily. I'll come first. The wind dances wildly. Gudazu preempted the attack and used a storm-like combo to forcefully successfully grab the bull-headed Tool King. Grab protected mode. After being hit by the grabbing attack, the bull-headed Tool King began to use grabbing protection mode, and his body turned into a building and could not be grabbed. Cut. I'm not grabbing but forcibly controlling it. Ghost Flash. Immediately afterwards, Ichigo Kurosaki once again used a Ghost Flash to immobilize the bull-headed king. Look at me. The instant shadow kicks in a row. Taking advantage of the time when the bull-headed Tool King was under control, Akainu concentrated his mind, quickly moved behind the bull-headed Tool King, and wrapped lava elements on his hind feet, flying out a fatal kick. Boom. I only saw that Akainu's foot directly hit the back of the bull-headed Tool King, but its hardness was 100 times harder than Akainu imagined. Such a powerful kick did not break it, and his own feet were numb from the shock. I'd better finish the awakening task first. Kizaru thought about it for a while. The task is more important than the material, so he decided to wait for the opportunity and shoot the mechanical cow first. Roar. At this moment the bull-headed Tool King roared wildly, and an invincible shield appeared on his body, stunned everyone, and summoned more than 10 small robots at the same time. Then, it grabbed Gudaza with one hand and threw her out of the sky without falling for a long time. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the bull-headed Tool King kept spewing out dizzying flames, and at the same time slammed the ground with a battle axe, blasting huge lightning and a shockwave that shot up into the sky. Be careful. Fortunately, the three quickly woke up from the dizziness with their tenacious willpower. Instigate. Kizaru and Akainu evaded quickly by relying on the flying ability of the fighting wings. Ghost Step, and Kurosaki Ichigo, through the invincible time of the Ghost Step, directly penetrated the flame and lightning of the Minotaur Tool King, and dodged behind it. Are these annoying robots? Akainu knew that these robots would bring a lot of reinforcements, so he immediately shot Lightning Dance, Lightning Strides and kicks again. All the robots were swept away by Akainu in one go. I won't give you a chance to fight back. Urumeng of Erosion and Saya of Frost. And just when the invincible shield of the bull-headed Tool King disappeared, Ichigo Kurosaki quickly cast a spell and placed 2 green and ice formations on the ground to directly control the bull-headed Tool King. Cluck cluck. In an instant the giant-sized bull-headed Tool King instantly formed a small iceberg, unable to move. Flaming Kicks. Death Tombstone. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo and Akainu began to use their powerful skills, directly throwing them on the frozen Minotaur King. Boom. The huge tombstone instantly buried the bull-headed Tool King, and at the same time, Akainu's series of kicks with flames caused huge damage to it. Kizaru complained, frozen it into an ice sculpture. How can I find his chip? At this moment Gudaza, who was thrown into the sky, fell down, with a breath like a demon. How dare you throw me so rudely? Courting death. Gudaza's eyes were red, and he was so angry that he pierced through the ice with an angry scratch. Click. Only hearing a crisp sound of ice breaking, Gudaza pulled out a mechanical heart that was sparkling with electric sparks, and there was still lava-like energy flowing in it. To dig out the hearts of such powerful monsters, it is easy for the opponent to tear up the crowned heroic spirits. 1.7 Ang. I only heard a whimper from the bull-headed Tool King. After the big heart was dug out, it had entered a state of near death. This is his soul aura. The soul of the incomparably weak bull-headed Tool King has gradually drifted away, and Kurosaki Ichigo stretched out his hand, and the remnant of the bull-headed Tool King was taken into his hands. It turns out that its chip on the head is a headshot. After breaking the ice, Kizaru, and he observed the location of the Minotaur's chip. Good chance. Twinkle Kicks. Kizaru and Akainu both seized the opportunity and directly unleashed their lethal skills. Bang bang. The precise shot directly smashed the head of the Taurus Tool King, shattering the chip inside, and Akainu also smashed its spine at the moment when it lost its vitality. The three of them successfully completed the first step of the awakening mission with the godlike power of Gudaza. Chapter 279 Invitation from the God of Death. Hot heart. I'll take my leave. Gudaza smiled brightly, and then used a series of arc flashes to leave Bill Mark's proving ground. Hey, wait. Kizaru wanted to stop Gudaza, but Gudaza had already disappeared without a trace. It seems that her task is more urgent. Akainu shook his head and said, isn't the mission completed? Do you still have a special mission? Kurosaki Ichigo said in confusion. Well, it's a very special mission. I need to capture the chip of the Minotaur King and make a gun that emits light energy. Kizaru said. Kurosaki Ichigo has a black line. This teacher is too pitiful. It is clear that he is making things difficult for Kizaru. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo, how about going in with me again? Kizaru said. He wanted to keep Gudaza because he and Akainu had no bottom line. With her help, getting the chip would be much easier. However, I didn't expect Gudaza to leave without a word, and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't let it go. Master is still waiting for me at 19. For such a troublesome matter, you should hire another expert. Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head. There was no treasure in it, and it was dangerous. Who would want to go? Without a moment's hesitation, Kurosaki Kurosaki Ichigo was about to turn around and leave. Just then Kizaru stopped him. Wait, I'll reimburse you for the ticket you just paid. That's useless. It's better to have less than one thing. Kurosaki Ichigo refused. I'll give you another 100,000 gold coins. Kizaru said, it's a promise. Kurosaki Ichigo readily agreed when he heard that there was money to be made. Then Kizaru, Akainu, and Ichigo Kurosaki broke into Bill Mark's proving ground again and took the chips. After half a day, Kizaru, Akainu, and Kurosaki Ichigo had their faces covered in ashes, and after untold hardships they finally subdued the Minotaur King and removed the chip. At this moment 2 more figures came out of the ancient dungeon. Who is it? 2 people can kill this bull-headed Tool King. It's really unusual, Kizaru said in surprise. Only seeing the 2 getting closer and closer, a dazzling light blinded the eyes of Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Master and Rukia, Ichigo Kurosaki said in surprise. The 2 people in front of them, one is GSD and the other is Rukia, who is wearing a clay pot. Why are you here? What's wrong with your equipment? Ichigo Kurosaki asked. It's all the master who treats me well and escorts me directly, Rukia said proudly. As for this equipment, I opened 1,000 rounds of jars and collected them all. In fact, it's not that GSD is good to her, but that she directly pays for it and pays 1 million gold coins. GSD will help her complete the awakening thing through one stop, including taking her to level 50. Nani. 1,000 rounds. Kurosaki Ichigo was petrified in an instant. 1,000 rounds, 100 million gold coins. No matter how large the Kukaki family's financial resources are, it is not enough for her to squander it. It seems that you have all completed the task. Let's go back to Sabayati Archipelago first. The next task should be executed in a day, GSD said. The 4 nodded, except for Lucia, who had GSD to open the way. Everyone else had fought twice in Bill Mark's proving ground, and they were very tired. Now ask them to perform the next task, and the body will be overwhelmed. Eventually, all began to return to the Sabayati Archipelago to report on the first awakening mission. That night, the Holy Pope's palace. Just as Athena and Pope Serge were discussing jihad-related matters, an envelope lit with ghostly fire floated in the distance. Who is it? Pope Sage was very cautious, and before the envelope flew to Athena, he cut it off. However, the moment he touched the envelope, a demonic voice came from inside Goddess Athena and Pope Sergei. I want Pegasus, Luffy, and these bronze saints to gain stronger power and fight in the holy war. Will they survive in the middle? Then let them come to the Tower of Death I built and accept the baptism of the dead. Ha ha ha. Whose voice is that? Athena asked curiously. It's a Grim Reaper named Dreyfus. Sage looked at the signature on the envelope and frowned. Invitation from Death. Will it be bad for them? Athena frowned, a little worried about Luffy's safety, for fear of being Hades' assassin. He knew Luffy. Maybe Luffy knew who he was, Sage said. Sage looked at the invitation letter, which was divided into 6 parts, and the names of the invited people were clearly written in them. I think the invitation letter will be handed over to Luffy and the others first, Athena said. The Pope nodded and then summoned Luffy and the others. A moment later, Luffy and the others arrived at the Pope's hall in 890. Several Saint Seias. This is an invitation letter from Dreyfus, the god of death. Pope Sage handed the invitation letters that were burning with fire to Luffy and the others. Dreyfus, the untouchable guy again. Luffy frowned. Has he built a stronger tower? It's really interesting, Ace said. Luffy, Ace, is he an enemy or a friend? Athena asked. I don't know, but he is a monster with special hobbies, specializing in collecting the souls of the strong, Ace said. So it is. Pope Sage nodded, lost in thought. The same is true for Athena. What she and Sage are most afraid of is an additional rival, this death god Dreyfus. It is best to find out his details first. In the end, after some discussion, Athena made a decision. Luffy, you should go to the Tower of Death to find out the purpose of Dreyfus, the god of death. Athena and Sage decided to let them pass. Firstly, it could be used as an opportunity to exercise, and secondly, it was to investigate the strange death god Dreyfus. Luffy loosened his bones and laughed excitedly. Yoshi, I can finally have a big fight again. Chapter 280 Dreyfus's Death Fighter. The next day, Kito Continent, Kizaru, Akainu, and Kurosaki Ichigo came to the entrance of the Tower of Death early. It's really troublesome to collect the breath of 15 strong people. Kizaru holds a special container in his hand, which is the magic container Momuzagi retrieved from Sharon. This time, Kizaru and the others had the same mission, using this magic to collect the breath of the strong. This is why Kelly asked Marine to send someone to visit Alabasta once. At the same time, Kizaru should also pay attention to the powerhouses who use light energy inside and collect these extra breaths to make weapons. If you don't have enough strength, how can you call it a power awakening? Akainu had a sullen face early in the morning, taking this test extremely seriously. At this moment, Luffy rushed over from the other side and waved at the friendly Ichigo. Hey, Ichigo. Luffy. Kurosaki Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. Why are you here? In order to awaken, become a soul killer, Kurosaki Ichigo said excitedly. We also have a mission to go in and explore, Kyuzen said. Look. At this moment Kobe pointed to the entrance of the Tower of Death and exclaimed, someone came out of it. Everyone Vivi was startled and all their eyes shifted to the entrance of the Tower of Death. All I saw was a red-haired woman holding two sharp daggers. Her hands and clothes were covered with blood and she came over majestically. It's her. Gudazu. Akainu was not calm. This woman was the Gudazu who explored the Billmark proving ground with them yesterday. According to the situation, she is very likely to break through the Tower of Death and she is still alone. Boom. Suddenly, a golden light rushed out of Gudazu's body, accompanied by a strong magic pattern which immediately shone in the audience. Gudazu Viviisho and then snorted moon dance. A burst of silver light erupted instantly and Gudazu entered the moon dance mode. In an instant the whole body was surrounded by the essence of the silver moon and the momentum was like a cold moon, which was creepy. Did she clear the level by herself? Kyuzen said. What monsters are in there? Kizaru asked. You'll know when you go in. Farewell, everyone. Gudazu smiled mysteriously and did not reveal the information in the tower to them because the things inside are really unusual. Gudazu was very efficient. After handing in the task, he went directly to the Tower of Death, cleared the Tower of Death overnight and completed the awakening task. Leaving the suspense, Gudazu left the scene like a flash of wind. It may not be as scary as I imagined. Let's go in, Kyuzen said lightly. Then, everyone entered the Tower of Death and began to perform their respective tasks. A moment later, as soon as they entered, Dreyfus, the god of death, came forward to greet all who were invited. Welcome to the Tower of Death and enjoy the taste of death. Dreyfus, why did you call us here? Luffy demanded. Don't you feel the change of breath here? This is of course for a more interesting battle. Death god, Dreyfus said. Cut. It's not a few goblins. Lightning dance. Akainu ignored Dreyfus, the god of death, and made a move to clear the monsters on the first floor. Bang bang bang. The first floor is still as simple as usual. With a few goblins, Akainu can solve all of them in 3 or 2 strokes. Ha ha ha. Go ahead. Death will get closer and closer to you. And what you want to investigate is also on it. Death god Dreyfus laughed wildly and then stopped answering everyone's questions, watching the battle with peace of mind. Then, everyone started to climb the tower quickly, and along the way, they encountered many ghost swordsmen, sharpshooters, and clerics who were taken away by Dreyfus. Kuomo, Rubber Meteor Fist, the Nebula Chain, Great/Major Eruption, Luffy, Kobe, Ace, etc. All the ultimate moves blasted at the monsters and undead stationed in the Tower of Death. Although these dead souls are less than level 30 on this tower, their power is blessed by the breath of the dead. Not only that, because the god of death exerted a balancing force, the blood volume of these undead has increased nearly tenfold. Even with the strength of level 50, they can't kill them with one move. Half an hour later, 9 people reached the 10th floor. The 9th floor is very special. There are no monsters in it. There are only white bones scattered all over the place. Death Dreyfus, are you afraid? What about the enemy? Buggy said proudly. A quarter of the time, this tower is nothing special. However, before he finished speaking, his feet began to shake. Roar. Suddenly, there was a roar from the ground, and then a pale skeleton hand just grabbed his foot. Buggy was taken aback by surprise, and immediately fell apart and flew to his companions, not even his feet. Buggy. Seeing this, Luffy made a clearance for him. Armament S punch directly shattered the skeleton arm on the ground. At this time, Kyuzen, Akainu, Kizaru, and other saints were ready to fight at any time. Come on. I only saw the bones in the ground, all of which slowly formed skeleton soldiers, just like the soldiers in the underworld. The living shall all be cursed. With a roar, a warrior wearing a dark bone armor burning with blue fire pulled the sword on the ground, and the breath of the undead broke out instantly. What is this? Underworld fighter. Kyuzen was shocked. This armor was like a holy garment, and it also had the power of a small universe. At this time, Dreyfus, the god of death who was watching the battle, smiled strangely and said, no, this is what I cultivated by myself. Death Fighter. Chapter 281 As soon as the strange fire comes out, the 10,000 fire surrenders. Death Fighter? What is this? Luffy said in surprise. A warrior who only brings death and despair. Death God Dreyfus said. Bone Swordsman Gino, come on, don't let me down. Originally, he only planned to collect the undead of the strong, but the appearance of Saint Seiya and Hades gave him a lot of inspiration, so he created his own fighter. Death Fighter. And the blue hellfire bone armor they wore was his special battle uniform. Death Suit. Cut. Level 40. Something that doesn't work. See Tricks Great/Major Eruption. Seeing such a low level, Akainu didn't take it seriously at all, and directly used a big fist of lava to slam into Gino. Too slow. I only saw Gino lightly lift the knife, and then a black sword energy burst out, instantly dispelling Akainu's lava fist. Akainu's elementalization failed, and his Jino's arm was directly cut with a long knife wound and blood flowed. This is a dark attribute attack, Kyuzan said in shock. Death Fighter not only attacked with dark attributes but also awakened the small universe, and his strength was no worse than that of Underworld Fighter. It's really strong. Kyuzan frowned, his fists already condensed with freezing cold. Ice Age. Cluck cluck. Only seeing Kyuzan's palms open, a cold cyclone erupted, freezing the entire tower, and Jino, and all the skeleton soldiers instantly froze. Bankai Tiansuo Zanyu. Kurosaki Ichigo directly used Bankai, a shunpo, and moved directly in front of Jino. However, just as he was about to strike Bear, the blue fire was burning, breaking Kyuzan's freeze directly. Minji and Sword. The two of them shouted at the same time, and used the stunt of the Ghost Carlo to fight with one sword. Bah! Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. Jino's strength was stronger than him, and he directly bounced him off and slammed into the wall. Seeing Jino's powerful strength, the three ASL brothers instantly cheered up, all burst into small universes and made big moves. Dai Enkai, Fenyi Tianxiang, Lushan Zhenglongba, Kuomo, Rubber Comet Fist. However, the bone swordsman Jino just fainted Isho, and then the small universe burst out with six senses. Ghost Cut. Only seeing a black sword shadow sweeping the audience, everyone instantly felt a hell-like fear, and then reacted quickly, using a defensive big move to resist or dodge. Diamond Dust. The Nebula Chain. Boom! The devastating sword chi drew a deep sword mark on the entire fourth floor, and the aftermath penetrated the wall, instantly dissipating the clouds and mist around the tower. It's really domineering power. Kizaru's mouth was bloody, and his brows were furrowed. This move was comparable to the power of the four emperors. Now, what the hell? He's here again. Akainu reminded. Flame of the Netherworld. After that, Jino and his undead skeleton soldiers continued to attack the saints and professionals again and again. Mobile shooting. Unicorn Double Fist. Death Tombstone. The saints and professionals attacked with all their might, and the entire small tower was instantly covered with colorful energy. Boom! Under the extreme shock and roar, the energy exploded, and both sides were shaken back, hitting both sides of the wall, and they were attached there. However, the blue flames of Jino's nether fire bone armor began to blaze, and all the wounds on his body healed. Don't you understand? Exchange blood for blood is useless to me, Jino said with a confident smile. In the Tower of Death, death fighters are not only immortal but also the fire can heal wounds. This is one of the improvements made by Dreyfus, the god of death, based on the shortcomings of the underworld clothes. However, Ace just smiled contemptuously. Che, that kind of flame, what's so great? Indeed, this flame is similar to that of Marco the Phoenix, and while it does damage, it doesn't heal as well as his rebirth flame. You are still stubborn when you are about to die. Go to hell. Nether Sword. Ace's contemptuous eyes instantly made Jano furious, and in an instant the sword ignited a raging fire and slashed at everyone. Is this the power of the sixth sense microcosm? Kyuzan said in shock. However, in the face of such a powerful slash, Sabo did not take any precautions but smiled confidently. It is the sixth sense, but he has already lost. Big Entei Fenji Tianxiang. I only saw that Ace pointed to the sky and quickly condensed into a golden fireball. Woohoo! Under the strong momentum, a strong wind instantly blew through the entire tower, and at the same time, the flames of the torches around, including the slashes from Jino and the flames on the armor, also began to flock to the fireball. What's the situation? Janyo's eyes widened. This kind of power, this kind of flame, just like a king, had made his power surrender and could not resist. As soon as the different fire comes out, the 10,000 fire surrenders. Juyujin Ziwan. Just hearing a loud shout, Ace's small universe exploded instantly, and all the flames in the field were sucked out. Boom! Only seeing that the tower was full of golden flames, Ace threw a big fireball, directly engulfing Jino and the skeleton soldiers. No, it's impossible. Hearing an unwilling shout, Jino was instantly burned to ashes, leaving only a pair of skeleton armor. It seems that the experiment needs to be further improved. Death God Dreyfus Vivi was surprised. He didn't expect that there was a flame stronger than the ghost fire he injected. This time he missed it. After that, Death God Dreyfus smiled excitedly. You can go on, but with this power alone, you will not be able to defeat the next death fighter. Dreyfus is looking forward more and more to the performance of this group of young people because he perceives the extreme strange fire which can even hurt himself. Chapter 282 Dreyfus vs then Eidos. As long as our three brothers are here, it will be the same as many times, Ace said confidently. It seems that I can really practice it, Sabo said. Death God Dreyfus did not lie. Here, Saint Seiya can improve his strength through actual combat. If they can defeat the dead warriors without the help of special powers such as strange fire, I believe that their small universe will be able to improve rapidly and even reach the realm of the sixth sense in normal state. I only got the aura of a strong man. This is the difficulty of hell. Kizaru looked at a blue flame in the container. This was the aura collected from the one who defeated Janyo just now. 30 layers must be hit to be full. Yoshi rushed to the top of the tower in one breath. Luffy said excitedly. The same is true for other people. The people here are not ordinary people. The more difficult it is, the more excited they are. Nice little universe. Let's go up, said Dreyfus, the god of death. Although he was incomparable to Gudaza just now, his determination and the small universe made him see infinite possibilities. Afterwards, Luffy and the others blasted the 15th floor Viper Cannon Madman. On the 20th floor, they encountered the second Death Fighter, the Ice-type Death Clothes Blizzard, which can create large avalanches, and the ability of ice and snow is stronger than Kyuzen's. However, this time, everyone realized the power of the Death Fighter, and they did not dare to neglect them. Using a series of control skills and tacit cooperation, they beat Cho's hard to fight back. In the end, with the combined efforts of everyone, it took nearly an hour to grind the iron-skinned Death Fighter to death. Passing through the 20th floor, Kizaru, Kurosaki Ichigo and other talents got the breath of 5 strong men, and there is still a distance to 15. At this time, Hades City. A weird little universe. What kind of monsters are this world full of? Pandora sensed the powerful little universe in the Tower of Death. Pandora, go see what's going on. Hades, who was painting in the studio, also suddenly stopped writing and asked Pandora to send someone to investigate the Tower of Death. The Lee Palace above Hades City. The twin gods, who were drinking tea at leisure, were also interrupted by this strange little universe. The skeleton of the self-proclaimed Death God. It seems that I have to learn about this skeleton called Dreyfus for a while. Death God. Then Ados said. Thanatos, the other party is not an ordinary person. Be careful to be bitten back. The cautious sleep god Hypnos reminded. Don't worry, as long as it's not a higher level god, it can't pose a threat to me at all. Death God. Then Ados said. Then Ados, the god of death, is too rough, simple, and lacks consideration in doing things. No, this world is not only the gods of our era. Can you see the identity of the Lord of the Void? Hypnos, the sleeping god, said. Hypnos, you think too much. Death God. Then Ados smiled confidently, then fled into the void and disappeared into the Lee Palace. At this time, in the Tower of Death, adventurers who broke into the 29th floor suffered from severe physical exhaustion. This tower gives us very little supplies. After reaching the 29th floor, Luffy realized the difference between this tower and the Tower of Delusion. Not only are the monsters guarding the tower stronger here, but even the supplies for passing the level have been reduced by more than half. It's too late to admit defeat now, otherwise, when your soul power is exhausted, you will be trapped in the Tower of Death forever. Death God. Dreyfus persuaded. What a joke, I haven't finished my awakening mission yet. Kurosaki Ichigo responded with a light smile, but he never intended to back down. I'll make it to the top, Luffy said firmly. Ha ha ha, interesting, just do it yourself. Dreyfus laughed. Flowers. After a short rest, 9 people began to move towards the 30th floor. Looks like another fun game. At this moment, Dreyfus, the god of death, was stunned for half a second and then disappeared into the Tower of Death. The top of the Tower of Death. Boom. A black breath descended from the sky, and the god of death then Ados stood floating on the top of the tower, waiting for the arrival of the god of death Dreyfus. Instigate. After a while, Dreyfus, the god of death, teleported over from the tower. My game has only just begun. Then Ados, you are such a spoiler, said Death God Dreyfus. I'm here to play with you. Will it be worse than those little devils? Then Ados, the god of death, said with a smile. You're not bad, but you won't die. It doesn't make any sense to me. Death God Dreyfus said. Damn, what is your arrogance? Let me test your so-called god first. God's channel. The god of death. Then Ados felt that he was being despised and suddenly became furious. He directly opened the super dimension that devoured everything and pulled the god of death Dreyfus in. Few people or things can escape from this passage except God. Are you questioning me? Death God Dreyfus was full of a powerful and terrifying aura. In an instant, a black mist erupted, gradually eroding the channel of God and returning to the real world. Sure enough, then Ados instantly cheered up. Dreyfus's strength was not under him. Boom. Thunder rolled in the sky. The two gods of death confronted each other coldly, and the whole sky was covered with dark clouds in an instant. The mutual repulsion of the breaths of gods caused a strong wind to blow across the whole world, and huge waves in the sea. The collision between the two gods of death is about to start. Chapter 283 Be careful Hades. Destruction light wave. Then Ados, the god of death, took the lead in attacking, pointing forward with the index finger, and instantly erupted a dark laser cannon nearly 1 meter thick. Death cut. Opposite Death God Dreyfus also waved his scythe, cutting out the air blade that ripped apart the sky, directly dividing Thanatos' light cannon in two. Boom. The world trembled for a while, and the aftermath of the two gods' confrontation quickly exploded, spreading for miles around. After the explosion, Yubo's sharp blade slid across the cheek of the god of death, then Ados, creating a small stab wound. How dare you touch the skin of God? Unforgivable. Thanatos Thanato's face changed vivid, and then he was furious, and his palms began to condense black energy. Annihilate black holes. 127. It was only seen that the black energy gradually expanded and then gathered into a celestial body with extremely high density and small volume. Accompany you, the broken tower, and those little devils. Let's destroy it together. Then, with a loud shout, Thanetos slapped his palm in anger, hitting a black hole that devoured everything. Boom boom boom. Under the powerful suction, huge trees within a few kilometers were uprooted, and rocks the size of meteorites flew in like cannonballs, and almost all objects were not spared. Want to destroy my tower of death? Dreyfus, the god of death, looked at the ravaged surroundings, and Vivi was shocked. This black hole was no trivial matter, and the suction was extremely powerful. If it was sucked in, not even light could escape. However, Dreyfus, the god of death, laughed wildly, and then an incomparably powerful aura of death erupted. The entire tower of death was as motionless as Mount Tai, and the powerful black hole was useless. The hell cross. Death god Dreyfus was very calm, and the sickle slashed again, splitting a black crossed air blade. Boom. God slash directly penetrated the black hole, leaving two shining knife marks. Ha ha ha. Stupid. Cutting out this black hole is simply self-destruction. Then Atos, the god of death, burst out laughing wildly. Boom boom boom. While speaking, an overwhelming dazzling light erupted from the slits of the knife, like a photon explosion that destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth, covering dozens of miles in an instant. A highly compressed miniature black hole. The energy released by the explosion is enough to blow up the entire tower of death. Death is coming. Death god Dreyfus's expression did not change, and the breath of death was raised to the extreme. Roar. Under the explosion, the dark clouds in the sky condensed rapidly, and finally formed a skeleton head covering the entire sky. Directly swallowed the exploding black hole in one bite, swallowed it and rushed towards Thanetos, the god of death. In an instant the whole world witnessed the skeleton symbolizing death and was shocked. God, what is this? Is the legendary death coming? In the tower of death, someone had a conflict with the god of death Dreyfus. In this world there is only one god of death, and that is me. Thanetos, the god of death. Thanetos shouted angrily, and a black energy ball like a meteorite was condensed on his fingertips. Super large destruction light ball. Between the electric light and flint, the energy ball escaped from the fingertips and blasted towards the oncoming death god. Marine headquarters. What the hell is going on? Sengoku's face was heavy. If these two moves were to touch each other, it would definitely cause a worldwide disaster. Just as the two moves were about to collide, a crack opened in the sky, and Hades appeared between the two. Stop it all. Only seeing Hades open his hands, a tunnel to the universe opened between his sleeves. Instigate. I only saw that the strong light disappeared instantly, and the two death gods' big moves were sent to the vast universe and directly resolved. Oh, there's a big man here. Death Dreyfus said. Lord Hades, why are you here? Death god then Atos said. Thanatos, who allowed you to act rashly? Hades scolded. Hades stopped this battle because he found out the existence of God Gia Alea. They will definitely pay a huge price if they cause worldwide destruction, awaken these inhibitions, or even provoke a heavenly emperor at the level of the creation god. Competitive and willful. Then Atos, ruining my game. What a disappointment. Death god Dreyfus said. Damn. Thanatos' anger burned again, ready to attack again. However, Hades began to force the order. Thanatos, stand down. Then Atos gritted his teeth, then fled into the void and disappeared without a trace. Hades, how should this account be calculated? Death god Dreyfus said. Although he does not participate in world disputes, he is a god of death who pays close attention to each other. Sales, transactions, and grievances must be settled one by one, and there must be no arrears. This time his yaxing has been wiped out, and he will definitely not let it go. Hades waved his hand lightly and shot a few souls into the tower of death. This is an apology to you. Collecting the souls of the strong is a special hobby of Dreyfus, and Hades has done an investigation. Hades did this not because he was afraid of him, but to save unnecessary trouble. Waging a holy war in this world requires extra caution at every step. Ha ha ha. 0.3 is interesting. Death god Dreyfus smiled with satisfaction. Although these souls are not very strong, they are very unusual. Don't worry, soon there will be a world-renowned war, not worse than these little devils. Hades said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Goodbye, funny Death Dreyfus. Hades smiled mysteriously before disappearing into the void. 40 floors. It seems that I underestimated your limits. At this time, the god of death observed the situation in the tower and found that Luffy and the others were already on the 40th floor, and Kizaru, Akainu, and others have also completed the awakening mission and obtained the materials for making epic equipment, but they've all been defeated because that floor has 5 death fighters. Chapter 284 The Consciousness of Death Reborn. Tower of Death 40th floor. 6 Saint Seiya and 3 professionals all died. Damn, is this what you call death? Sabo said unwillingly. Luffy, Sabo, Ace, and the rest of the saints have all experienced what death really means. The pain of peeling off the soul, the process of the body gradually freezing, rotting, and then turning into bones. Luffy, Buggy S. One Piece / King of Pirates, Kobe S. Justice and Peace, and the dreams of others are far away. In Luffy's line of sight, Roger shook his head in disappointment, then walked away. Wait, Roger, I'm definitely going to be One Piece / King of Pirates. But when he caught up and grabbed Roger's shoulder, he found that it had turned into a bone. I didn't expect that Justice would fall here. Akainu squeezed his iron fist. He was very dissatisfied. Dying here, he thought it was meaningless, because he did not die on the battlefield, nor for justice. Am I dead? Am I dead at 17? Buggy kept asking the 8 buddies next to him, and burst into tears in an instant. At this moment Dreyfus, the god of death, penetrated the wall and returned to them. Death god Dreyfus, did you lie to us to come here just to get rid of us? Kuzan asked coldly. Ha ha ha, cheating. The death god Dreyfus exuded the breath of death and instantly shook everyone back several meters. Then he stretched his hand into the void and then pulled. Tonghu and Shi and sleeping souls were instantly brought to this tower. Teacher, everyone was shocked. Dreyfus, the god of death, wanted to kill someone with ease. Under the scythe of Dreyfus, no one can break this law, the law of death. Even a level 80 going saint is no exception. No matter when or where, killing you is a piece of cake. Death god Dreyfus said. Let's just let our teachers go. They're innocent. Buggy cried and begged. Although he usually likes to do little things, but Buggy is still very affectionate in his bones. To him, Shin is the person he respects the most besides Roger. Ha ha ha, they are the key figures in the Holy War. If you kill them, the game will not be able to continue. Death god Dreyfus laughed loudly. What the hell do you want? Luffy exclaimed. Dreyfus let go of his hand, put the souls of Shin and Tonghu back, and said lightly, Warrior, you are not strong enough. Do you want to survive the Holy War? Then remember the baptism of death. After speaking, the whole layer of him began to be burned by the fire, and finally was burned to ashes. After the floor burned out, everyone instantly fell into a white space. Is this hell? Buggy cried. No, we're back at the entrance. Ace said lightly. We're not dead? Akainu asked in surprise. They didn't really die, they just experienced a baptism of death. Dreyfus, the god of death, will not harvest the souls of living people, nor will he interfere with the life and death of living people, so this tower already has an enchantment with infinite rebirth. Except for the adventurers whose souls were torn apart inside, all the living people who died inside will be automatically resurrected in the magic circle under the tower. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Buggy hugs Luffy, releasing the pain like a child. After all, this journey has gone through a real death. At this time, Dreyfus's voice came from the tower. Adventurer, do you want to become stronger and defeat the Death Fighter? The door of the Tower of Death is open for you at any time. Dreyfus, wait. Next time I come, I will definitely stand at the top of the Tower of Death. Luffy said firmly. This is his consciousness. Luffy will definitely come back, and so will the others, because they haven't broken through the Tower of Death. It seems that the purpose of this Dreyfus is really elusive. Kuzan said. Dreyfus, the god of death, created the Tower of Delusion and the Tower of Death, in fact, to taste and harvest death, pain, fear, and despair in the world. We became the first gamers, Kizaru said. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo took out a bottle containing 15 powerful auras. Yoshi, in this way, the awakening mission is completed. Seeing only a flash of golden light, Ichigo Kurosaki absorbed the breath of these powerhouses, and suddenly felt the power of ghosts and gods surging around in his body. Kurosaki Ichigo began to meditate and communicate with the ghosts and spirits in his body. Kurosaki Ichigo's body was in a black ocean. Roar. Seventh ghost, the evil god Firaxio, let out a roar, jumped up from the sea like a hungry beast, and then dived into the sea. This is the seventh ghost. Devil May Cry's sleep is to understand the power of the seventh ghost. The seventh ghost is very difficult to communicate with. It will only devour all ghosts and souls, and releasing it will almost mean the end of the war. After many years, he finally became Devil May Cry Awakener Soul Killer. Almost forgot about this. After seeing the awakening of Kurosaki Ichigo, Kizaru and Akainu also took out the bottle and completed the awakening of their profession. After the golden light dissipated, Kizaru sensed the power of awakening. No wonder Mrs. Kelly asked me to smash Minotaur's chip with one shot, Kizaru murmured. After becoming a gun god, it became easier for Kizaru to understand the opponent's Achilles heel and acquire the skills to instantly kill the opponent with a single shot. If you are lucky, even the underworld fighter can be killed in one hit, although the probability is pitifully low. And Akainu, after becoming Wuji, the constitution has undergone tremendous changes. My blood is starting to burn. Akainu shouted angrily, and the flames of hell ignited all over his body, turning into a blaze like elementalization. Now, even without elementalization, he can burst out the flames of hell, melt the ground, and his attack power has been greatly improved. Marine-s gun god and martial arts born from this moment. Not only them, but the 6 Bronze Saint Seiyas have also become aware of death, have been reborn, and their strength has been greatly improved. Chapter 285_lethal one-shot kill. An open space in front of the Tower of Death. After completing the task, everyone left. The Saint Seiya returned to the sanctuary. Ichigo Kurosaki returned to the Soul Realm, and Kizaru and Akainu first rushed to the Sabayati archipelago. After untold hardships, I finally completed this task. On the way, Kizaru couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Before returning to Sabayati archipelago, he seemed to have fantasized about the image of Yasakani no Megatama shooting with a revolver. However, before he could return halfway, a shadow flashed out, blocking their way. Kizaru and Akainu recognized the familiar shadow, and Vivi's expression changed. The underworld fighter, Doflamingo. What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again, old friend. Doflamingo exuded a strong breath and said hideously, Pandora's lackey, what are you doing here? Akainu shouted angrily, investigate the Tower of Death and kill everyone who hinders Lord Hades by the way. Doflamingo gently lifted the thread with his fingers, and the invisible clues were like sharp knives slashed towards the heads of the 2 Marine Admiral. Bang bang bang. However, before Doflamingo's attack succeeded, Kizaru fired 3 shots in a row, cutting off the invisible clues. The marksmanship is not bad, Admiral Kizaru, Doflamingo said. However, this kind of power is not as good as your own shining fruit. However, before he could finish speaking, there was a heat wave behind him. The flames burn. The instant shadow kicks in a row I could see was the flames of hell burning all over Akainu, and the heavy foot with the awakening power attached to the next blow. Boom. The powerful blow, like a cannonball, directly pierced through Doflamingo's body, blazing fire all over his body. Shadow riding line. However, what Akainu hit was only Doflamingo's clone made of thin thread. Admiral Akainu, your strength has improved, Doflamingo said. Underworld fighter. His strength was stronger than Marine Admiral, and he was stronger than Kizan, who became a saint. However, that was before Kizaru and the others hadn't awakened. Too much pride is arrogance. Yasakani no Megatama. Just as Doflamingo focused on Akainu, Kizaru's barrage of light energy was fired. Shield white line. However, Doflamingo was prepared, activated his awakening ability, and pulled up a shield-like white line from the ground, blocking the front. Rumbling. Because of the blessing of the small universe, Doflamingo's white line almost completely blocked Kizaru's sweeping skills. Flaming Meteor Knee. Before Doflamingo could make a move, Akainu dashed forward with the power of Dochi again, and a knee strike directly hit him on the back. The powerful kicking technique is accompanied by the flames of hell, which instantly ignites Doflamingo, flying hundreds of meters like a flaming meteor. What a big flea. Move and shoot. Akainu just finished his move, and then Kizaru started to shoot frantically again, and the two had a tacit understanding. Rumbling. Dozens of rounds. With the tacit cooperation of Akainu and Kizaru, a wave of attack was launched. Doflamingo could only use the high defensive ability of the white line, blindly defending, and even the dark clothes on his body were torn several times. Damn. At this moment, Doflamingo, who had been unable to fight back for a long time, was suddenly furious, and the powerful breath instantly shook the 2 admirals back. Burn it, my little universe. Awaken God kill. Evil and revengeful little universe exploded in an instant, instantly covering the extreme armament S-16 bullets, blasting towards Akainu and Kizaru. However, Kizaru didn't dodge. His glasses reflected the rushing gods, and he calmly pulled the trigger. Hey, Doflamingo, you've exposed your weakness. Headshot. Bang. The shining silver bullet was almost the speed of light, penetrated the tiny gap among the 16 shots, and directly penetrated Doflamingo's eyebrows. Nani could react. Doflamingo's eyes instantly turned dark, and then he fell to the ground. Kizaru's blow triggers the special effect of death mark lethal. The powerful underworld fighter Doflamingo was shot in the head by Kizaru, killing him. The 2 of them spread the wings of vindictiveness and flew back to Sabayati archipelago. Moments later, Sabayati archipelago. Kizaru and Akainu awakened and returned, and brought the breath of light collected in the Tower of Death to Kelly. Really fast. The speed of your tasks is much faster than I thought. Kelly accepted the materials and said, there's a little trouble in between, said Kizaru, who would have returned to Sabayati archipelago had it not been for Doflamingo's interception. Leave the rest to me, Kelly said excitedly. All the materials have been prepared. The next step is to witness the miracle. Waiting for Kelly to process and forge. And just when Kelly was about to start, she suddenly remembered something, turned around and said to Kizaru seriously, by the way, Borsalino, you have to collect money to get the goods. Akainu and Kizaru were speechless for a moment, and sure sure enough, these professional mentors, if it comes to money, they don't even have to talk about the teachers' and students' feelings. I'll go back and get it for you now. Kizaru immediately flew back to Marine headquarters. He couldn't hold back anymore. This gun is his exclusive weapon, and this will be the best time for him to counterattack. Chapter 286 The Cross of the Ancestors of the Saints. Following day, Sabayati Archipelago. After a night of forging, Kizaru finally got his own weapon, a revolver that fires light energy. It's really not easy. Kizaru was very excited, holding two golden revolvers, and then shot at the stone in front of him. Boom! A laser flashed, and the boulder several meters high was instantly smashed into pieces. This power! In an instant, Kizaru, Akainu, were all stunned. Is this a revolver? It's almost like a cannonball, Akainu said in shock. One shot already has this kind of power, and if you shoot it with one move, that's fine. This weapon is indeed comparable to the infinite phantom of the 10 blades #1. At this moment, Kelly clapped her hands and walked over. The power is really good. If you strengthen it, it will be even stronger. Teacher, can this weapon be strengthened? 463 seemed even more excited when Kizaru heard this. Yes, after strengthening, it can greatly increase the attack power. Kelly smiled lightly, but it needs a lot of gold coins. I can save as much as I want, Kizaru said. It's about 100,000 gold coins once, and each time it is strengthened, the cost will increase with the increase of the level. As for how much you need, it depends on which stage you want to strengthen this weapon, Kelly explained. As a reminder, the probability of reinforcement is getting lower and lower. With 100,000 gold coins, there is still a chance of success. It seems that the risk is no less than opening a jar. Hearing this, Kizaru instantly lost the excitement he had just now. It seems that the road to strengthening is still a long way off. Look there. At this moment, Akainu noticed that a sacred white light was shining in the shattered stone pile ahead. Akainu had already run over to investigate the contents of the rock pile. This is a cross. When he opened the fine stone, he found that buried underneath was an ancient and delicate cross. There are also unidentified characters carved on the cross, which ordinary people can't understand at all. In addition, this cross exudes a very strong sacred atmosphere, just like an angel, which makes the master of this cross even more powerful. The treasure of the clergy. It's actually buried here, Kizaru said. Let's take it back and show it to Mr. Garp. Maybe he knows something, Akainu said. Among the Marines, Garp is a senior clergyman. Perhaps he knows the origin of this cross. The two nodded and flew to Marine headquarters. Half an hour later, Marine headquarters. By flying fast, Akainu and Kizaru quickly returned to Garp's office. Mr. Garp, what kind of cross is this? Akainu lowered the cross behind him and immediately handed it to Garp. Garp was surprised when he saw it. How did you get it? This cross, he has seen and is very familiar with, is on the fresco of the church where he met Glantis, found in the Sabayati archipelago. Akainu said, Mr. Garp, do you know what it is? This is the ancestor's cross. Forgiveness, Garp said lightly. The ancestor? The ancestor of the clergy? Kizaru asked curiously. Well, that's right. The person who first got the revelation, Saint Michel, is also the founder of Godhead Boxing, Garp explained. What's the text in there? Akainu asked. Let me see. Garp leaned over, then closed his eyes tightly and began to pray. Akainu and Kizaru watched Garp silently without making a sound. After a while, a holy light flashed inside the cross, and then a golden elf floated out. Elf. When Akainu and Kizaru saw this scene, Vivi was shocked. He didn't expect that there was something unusual inside the cross. At this moment, Garp opened his eyes and the elf spoke. Holy cleric Garp, I am the spiritual thought of Archangel Michel left in the cross. Michel said, now I can sense that Ozma's evil thoughts are about to move, and I believe that a new round of darkness will soon follow. Holy war will break out. Dark holy war broke out. Is Ozma going to start? Garp frowned. That's right, demons are already lurking in this world. If they are not stopped, they will surely be ruined. Garp asked in shock. The elf nodded and then said, use your eyes to see the authenticity. After speaking, he turned into a little golden light and turned into a picture. The location in the picture is the capital of 7 waters. My god, these Marines. The picture, Garp and the others were stunned when they looked at the Marine branch stationed in the 7 waters. Almost half of the Marines, inside their human shells, are actually evil and ugly monsters. Not only the capital of the 7 waters, but also many islands and kingdoms in the New World. There are also a lot of pretenders mixed in. Is he going to turn the whole world into pretenders? Akainu gritted his teeth. After a while, the picture disappeared, and the reminder of the elf echoed in the office for a long time. Ozma's revenge has begun. Priests and the powerhouses of this world. Only you can stop this disaster happen. Chapter 287 War breaks out and an ice lobby is in turmoil. Damn Ozma. Akainu squeezed his iron fist and said angrily, I'll tear up these pretenders. No, now I'm terrified, but I will be counterattacked. We must be fully prepared for this. At least we can compete with the other side in terms of strength. strength. Garp said. Impulsive actions will only sacrifice in vain. Level 75 pretenders, and the number is so huge, even Garp, it is impossible to destroy them all, let alone the lower strength Akainu. They shouldn't know that we discovered the existence of the pretender. As long as we find a way to make the pretender show up, we can attack them by surprise. Kizaru said. Report to the head first, wait for Kyuzan to come back, discuss the battle tactics with Sengoku and Crane, and then make the final decision. Garp nodded and said, beep beep beep. At this moment Garp's desk rang an emergency power on from an ice lobby. As soon as I picked up the phone, there was a ghostly scream from the opposite side. Garp, Vice Admiral, help, what's going on? Hey, has an ice lobby been attacked? Garp asked, but there was only a scream from the other side, and the phone worm lost its signal. It may be Ozma's pretender. In an emergency, let's rush to the rescue first. Garp thought for a while, then broke out the window and flew to the ice lobby. Garp knew very well that far water could not save near fire, and by the time Marine's army arrived, an ice lobby would have been razed to the ground. Kizaru and Akainu also nodded and flew over. In an emergency, they did not ask the commander-in-chief of the army and flew over to put out the fire. Less than 10 minutes, an ice lobby. Garp, Kizaru, Akainu, and others rushed to the battlefield. Sure enough, Ozma did it. Akainu gritted his teeth. In front of his eyes, the dignified and majestic an ice lobby in the past has turned into a ruin in the blink of an eye. At this time, a marine soldier covered in blood limped over and called for help. Garp, Vice Admiral. However, Garp flew over with a serious look on his face. Bang! An angry punch, entwined with haki and dochi, slammed directly on the soldier's head, and the powerful aftermath instantly dented the ground, forming a deep pit several meters in diameter. Mr. Garp, are you a pretender? Kizaru said in surprise. The soldier in front of him, whose head had been smashed to pieces, died directly. Garp is a cleric, so he has the ability to see through pretenders directly. Pretenders can't take advantage of him. You have to follow closely. The ones ahead are all pretenders. You can vent your anger to your heart's content. Garp looked at it and flew up quickly, starting to wave an angry iron fist. Burning steps, lightning dance, light burst, mobile shot. After learning that they were all pretenders, Akainu and Kizaru didn't hold back either, and made a big move and slammed into the front. Boom! Kizaru used the light energy revolver to launch a mad blast. In an instant, the entire battlefield exploded with light energy, which was extremely spectacular, and Akainu used lightning-like kicking skills, quickly gathered more than a dozen pretenders, and kicked wildly. Great/major eruption. At the moment of closing, Akainu used his flexible muscles to make up a great/major eruption to blast these pretenders away. However, Akainu's attack didn't do much damage because of the large level difference. Good job, Akainu. After gathering the monsters, Garp found the perfect opportunity to strike. 8 Extremes Collapse Ming Destruction Strike. Combining fighting skills and awakening, Garp instantly delivered the ultimate strike. Every punch caused an explosion of air, and a strong light instantly enveloped the entire sky. Flowers. Rumble. Only a huge roar was heard, and Garp's every punch caused an earthquake on the entire island, and the destructive power was almost comparable to Whitebeard's shock fruit. And that group of pretenders, their whole body was smashed to shreds, and they were directly smashed by seconds. Light burst, crazy carnage. As soon as Garp finished his move, Kizaru made another awakening move, and the two spears moved forward, blasting a barrage of light energy that was even more secretive than the rainstorm. Boom boom boom. The overwhelming light bombs instantly engulfed the army of pretenders, and the whole sky was as gorgeous as fireworks, and then exploded on the ground. Under Kizaru's awakening ultimate move, a large number of pretenders were seriously injured or even killed. Because the pretenders are afraid of light, Kizaru's light-type attacks can deal massive damage to them. Compared to Akainu's lava and flames, his attacks are much more effective. However, these pretenders were just a part of iceberg in the army, and the strength of an ice lobby was more than that. Ho! Only to hear the roar of the demon that shook the sky. In an ice lobby's building, countless marines gradually poured out, swarming towards Garp and them. At the top of the ice lobby gate, one of Ozma's 3 Dark Knights, Astros of Terror, was looking down on Garp and the others. A few ants actually infiltrated, Astros said coldly. The 3 Dark Knights, but with more than level 80 strength. Garp and the others simply cannot compete. Clergy. Interesting look. However, the corners of Astro's mouth were slightly raised, and she was in no hurry to kill them. Astros has the ability to turn strong human beings into pretenders, even clergymen. If Garp is turned into a pretender, I don't know what interesting things will happen. Chapter 288 Astros game. It's you witch. Akainu stared at Astros, gritted his teeth suddenly, and then his arm began to elementalize, punching the sky. Volcanic meteor. Boom. The lava the size of a meteorite split directly in the sky, forming countless lava fists and falling at an extreme speed. Instant shadow. However, Astros was just Viviisho, and then his whole body flashed white light and and disappeared above the gate in an instant. Nani. Akainu was taken aback because he had already sensed Astros appearing behind him with observation haki. However, because the speed was too fast, he didn't have time to dodge at all. Barbecue. The nick of time, Kizaru rushed in with a sliding tackle and then prepared to kick Astros away with a knee strike. Bang. 257. However, Kizaru's kick was like hitting a stone. What? It's Tyrant Body. Kizaru was taken aback. He couldn't catch Tyrant Body's moves at all. Enjoy it. Astros ignored Kizaru and slashed towards Akainu with a sharp blade full of energy. Chap. A direct hit. Akainu's elementalization didn't have any effect, and a very long wound was directly pulled out. Only a scream was heard, and Akainu was directly knocked down by a knife, unable to fight anymore. Akainu. Garp and Kizaru's eyes widened. They didn't expect the gap to be so big. Do you still have time to care about others? You're next. Out. Akainu. Astros turned around again and attacked Kizaru. Polisari. Run away. This is a monster that competes with the going Saint Seiya Taurus and is not at a disadvantage. Don't take it lightly. Garp reminded. Instigate. Seeing this, Kizaru immediately elementalized and flashed dozens of meters away. Let me be your opponent. Scourge Hurricane. Garp directly punched an uppercut and sent a red hurricane of Scourge sweeping towards Astros. Fast Hurricane Fist. Immediately afterward, Garp used a gust-like boxing technique to swiftly punch towards Astros. Light Burst Mobile Shooting. The distance. After Kizaru pulled away, he also began to shoot wildly towards Astros. The Fear of Death. At this moment, Astros used his ultimate move, curling up into a dark red spherical shield. Boom. Boxing, Light Energy Barrage, and the automatically tracking Scourge Hurricane hit Astros' shield, causing an extremely powerful explosion. However, after the smoke cleared, Astros' shield was not damaged at all. At this time, the pretenders all around began to come up and attacked Garp and Kizaru. 8-pole bungee. Light Burst Yasakani no Megatama. Desperation. Garp and Kizaru could only use a wide range of fighting skills and archery again to sweep away the pretenders. Boom. Another burst of flames rose to the sky, and Garp and Kizaru's attack drove the pretenders back, but the army quickly surged up again. Let's retreat. Before Astro's ultimate move was completed, Garp supported Akainu, who fell to the ground and flew away immediately. Interesting ants. Where to escape? At this moment, Astro's charge has been completed and another teleport intercepting Garp and Kizaru. Damn. Yasakani no Megatama. Seeing this, Kizaru immediately strafed Astros with light bombs. Boom. Faced Garp with such a dense and powerful barrage. Destroy God Strike. Desperation. Garp had to put down Akainu and use his awakening ultimate move to kill a bloody path. Boom. The Divine Fist with Dochi directly shattered the ground, detonated the air, blocked Astro's slash, and knocked her up hundreds of meters. As expected of a priest, Astros quickly stood up again, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but to her, this combo was just a skin injury. Borsellino. Take Akainu. I'm holding her. Garp yelled at Kizaru. No, if you want to die, you will die together. If it is Akainu, he will do the same. Kizaru insisted on staying. One more person, one more strength, and there is still hope. If Garp is alone, he will surely die. This is an order. Scourge Hurricane. However, Garp used a Scourge of Hurricane, which directly swept Kizaru and Akainu away and blew them into the distance. Mr. Garp. Kizaru couldn't break free from the hurricane and could only watch Garp slowly disappear from sight. At this time, Garp started to get excited. Astros, now it's just me and you. Facing such a formidable opponent, he was not afraid at all, even though he knew very well that he had no chance of winning. Oh, not bad determination. Astros smiled weirdly and motioned for the other pretenders to stop, leaving the rest to her. As soon as the voice fell, a large number of huge skeletons burning with fire began to appear around, chasing Garp and biting frantically. Too slow. Garp used the power of Dochi to fly at high speed, easily dodging the pursuit of all the skeletons. It's time to end, Astros said confidently. Boom. At this moment, the skeleton following Garp began to explode, knocking Garp down in an instant. Not her. However, Garp just fell to the ground under the explosion, taking no damage. 5.2. Isn't it easy to kill you? The game has just begun, Astros said. Nani. At this time, a pair of hell hands stretched out from under Garp's feet, which firmly restrained Garp's mobility and could not move. What? Do you feel the desperation of death? Astros said. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Clergy, are you a symbol of justice and holiness? Then let me see if your justice can defeat the devil in you. As he spoke, Astros pierced Garp's heart with a sharp blade with the curse of blood. Garp's eyes widened and he could feel his blood was turning black. Chapter 289 Outcasts of the Order Avengers. Ugh. All he heard was a scream of pain, and Garp felt the blood burn all over his body. The angels and demons in his body are fighting against each other, and the whole body has almost been divided into two. The side near the heart has gradually turned into a strong demon body body and spread rapidly. Don't refuse. This is the power you desire most in your heart. Follow me and serve Lord Ozma together. Astros said savagely. Don't think about it. Garp is extremely painful, but he has not lost his true nature. He would rather die than become a pretender and become an enemy of the world. Ha ha ha. Interesting. No one can lift the curse of blood, not even a cleric. Astros laughed wildly. Even if I die, I won't be Ozma's minion. Garp struggled in pain, and after 15, there was a burst of angelic light all over his body. Astros noticed the abnormality on Garp's body, and Vivi was shocked. Not good. Soul sacrifice. Garp roared wildly, ready to die, intending to sacrifice his soul to perish with the demon in his body. At this moment, a divine light was cast on the sky, instantly covering the entire ice lobby. Holy ring. With a coquettish shout, the holy light began to turn into a golden lock ring and put it on Garp's body. Power of God. Garp's soul sacrifice was stopped, and at the same time, he slowly calmed down, and the demon in his body was gradually suppressed. Female paladin, Astros said in shock. God has been protecting you silently. Before he finished speaking, Glantis took a group of clerics wearing silver plate armor and boarded the island. Glantis. Astros gritted his teeth, not expecting that the unknown leader of the clergy would appear here. Evil can't overcome righteousness. Astros, let me overtake you. Glantis said. Ha ha ha. That's just right. Solve you and this group of rubbish, and the obstacle of Lord Ozma will be cleared. Astros said. As soon as the voice fell, Astros teleported behind Glantis and swiftly fired his sword. Guardian of the Holy Light. At the critical moment, Glantis chanted for a while, and all the clergymen were covered with holy light shields. Bah! Only a crisp weapon knocking sound was heard, and Astros' slash was deflected directly. Boom! Immediately afterwards, all the shields exploded together, instantly blasting Astros into the air. Hey, can be evil. Under the heavy blow, Astros was severely injured and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Accept God's judgment. Holy chain. Glantis didn't keep his hand, and directly used a control move to lock Astros. Instant shadow. And just between the lightning and flint, Astros used a sharp blade to cut the crack in time and space, and fled in a hurry. Can use the power of time and space. Damn, he ran away. This is the best time to clean up the Dark Three Knights. All the clergymen felt a burst of regret. The next time the Dark Three Knights were alone, they didn't know when it would be. After half an hour, Golantis and the clergy quickly cleaned up all the pretenders, but unfortunately there were no survivors. Just then, Garp was in pain again, and the demons within him began to move again. The power of the sacred lock ring can only temporarily suppress this power, and it cannot remove the demons in his body at all. Purified holy water. At this time, Golantis prayed for a while, and then poured holy water on his body. Bear. The purified holy water infiltrated Garp's body, and the holy flame burned, instantly suppressing the demon in his body. Garp woke up. Garp pleaded, Teacher, kill me. I can't be a child of God anymore. Garp is very clear that this is only a temporary suppression. As Astros said, the blood of the curse cannot be clear. No, God will not give up on anyone. Hope will always be there, said Galantis. Am I still alive? Garp asked. Well, although you have the blood of demons in your body, someone with a strong will can suppress the demons in your body, and even use it for your own use. Glantis said. Can use the power of demons? Garp asked in surprise. Hearing the existence of this kind of monster, all the clergymen instantly fell into discussion. Is such a priest still the son of God? Will such a demon betray us? And self-awareness, I think he's already a miracle. Perhaps God destined you to become an Avenger. Galantis said lightly. The Avengers? Garp asked in surprise. In this world there is a kind of transfer person called Avenger, but this world has not appeared for the time being. Although they have established their own organizations because they were rejected by some priests, in my eyes, you are all the sons of God. Grantis said. Perhaps you are the first Avenger in the pirate world. Garp closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said resolutely, as long as I can fight for justice, my identity doesn't matter. Teacher, I want to be an Avenger. Chapter 290 The curse broke out and the world was in chaos. Well, I can only give you inspiration, and the rest depends on your own creation. Galantis nodded and said, well, I can definitely overcome the demons inside me. Garp nodded and said, let's go. This dark jihad has begun to break out. Glantis said. Just as they arrived at an ice lobby, pretenders broke out on other islands. Only the clergy can see through the identity of the pretender, so it is imperative to stop the spread of the curse of blood. And just when all the clerics left an ice lobby, Golantis seemed to see a strong black-robed man standing on the judicial tower of an ice lobby. Is this figure? Glantis was fascinated, and the moment they looked at each other, they seemed to feel a sense of intimacy. Just then, Garp came over and said in surprise, Teacher, what's the matter? Galantis came back to his senses and smiled softly at Garp. It's nothing. When she looked at the top of the building again, the black figure had disappeared without a trace. face. It seems that I saw an acquaintance. It seems to be just an illusion. And this time, all over the world, boom. At the same time as the curse of blood broke out in an ice lobby, the pretenders lurking in other areas also started to act. Blood. It's fresh blood. I want blood. There is no trust in human beings. Kill everyone. Let's accept Lord Ozma's baptism together. The pretender is already hungry and thirsty, and he needs to constantly absorb fresh blood in order to maintain his life, just like a walking dead. No, brother, do NT. How could this be? The sudden outbreak of war immediately plunged the whole world into chaos. Despair spreads rapidly like this curse. New World. Moby Dick. Dad, we have several pirate groups under our command, and a large number of pretenders have appeared, and now we are in a hard fight. Marco reported the information to Whitebeard. Ozma's declaration of war? Then we'll have to meet the pretenders for a while, Whitebeard said. He knew very well that the rank and defense of these pretenders were very high, and to stop them, Whitebeard had to do it himself. Redhead here. The ability of the pretender is really hard to deal with. The redhead frowned tightly. Last time, because of the help of the goddess of the underworld, they were able to find the lurking pretender. This time, the pretender was attacked again and was simply unable to defend. Soon, the red-haired pirates were in a tough fight. The same is true on Kaido's side. In desperation, he can only choose an extreme way to clean up the pretenders. It is better to kill the wrong one than to let it go. IWC. Damn Ozma, who actually attacked my children. Damn it. On the cake, the curse of blood also broke out, and some of Ant's children were also infected and became pretenders. Zeus. Prometheus. Auntie went into battle in person. As a priest, she could see the true identity of the pretenders, and at the same time could cause great harm to them. Among the four emperors, she is the best. Hades City. Ozma, are you so impatient? Hades looked at the sea and smiled softly. Hades was surprised, thinking that he would take advantage of the emptiness when the Holy War broke out and let the underworld fighters attract the powerhouses of the pirate world. Unexpectedly, before the jihad broke out, Ozma was the first to launch the Dark Jihad. Lord Hades, are we going to take this opportunity to launch a holy war? Pandora asked behind him. No, if you use the power of other people, this is not called a holy war, Hades said confidently. Lord Hades is right. Pandora nodded. In fact, she wanted to do something small in her heart. This was a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. If the pesky constellations could be eliminated, it would be absolutely beneficial to the jihad. The underworld fighter obeyed Pandora, and Hades couldn't stop her if she wanted to do something small. At this time, Marine headquarters. After the outbreak of the Dark Crusade, Hyuzen rushed back to the Marine headquarters. How about Akainu, Borsellino, an ice lobby? Hyuzen asked eagerly. Unfortunately, the place has fallen, and everyone has become a pretender, Kizaru said. Akainu, your injury is fine. Sengoku frowned when he saw the scar on Akainu's back. It's not a big problem. What I should be worried about is Mr. Garb. In order to let us come back, he broke up alone, and his life and death are unknown, Akainu said worriedly. Garp is indeed very important, but the most urgent thing right now is to stop the massacre of the pretenders, he said solemnly. Indeed, Momozaki, go to Dressrosa Island. Leave the situation on Drum Island to Shitan Tokike. Borsellino, lead the team to find Mr. Garp's whereabouts. Mr. Sengoku, you go to the New World to support, Hyuzen ordered. Considering Akainu's injury, he didn't assign a mission this time. At this time, Akainu stood up. Hyuzen, I can fight again. Are you sure you can still get on? Hyuzen asked. Well, this kind of injury doesn't bother me, Akainu said. In this case, you are responsible for the defense of the Holy Land. Marie-Joyce. Hyuzen was still worried about Akainu's injury, and finally handed over the temporarily safe Holy Land to him to guard. After each received the task, everyone left the office and began to block the pretenders. And just after Akainu walked out of the office, his eyes began to turn red, revealing an evil smile. Chapter 291 Start the game. Hunt mode. At the same time as the war broke out, Ghost Island. Master, pretender, how to distinguish? Perona said confusedly. The appearance of the pretender made her extremely curious about all this. Ordinary people can't tell the difference at all, Yechen said lightly. Then they don't have a chance, Perona said. Yechen smiled lightly, and then said, not necessarily. This world still has the power to fight against Ozma. What power? Priest. At this moment, Esteth came over excitedly. Well, currently only clerics among humans can deal with pretenders, and Ozma. Yechen nodded and said, who said that? I can't if I haven't tried it. Esteth snorted. Oh, do you want to challenge Ozma? Yechen said with a smile. Yes, and I can guarantee that I won't kill a civilian by mistake, Esteth said confidently. Okay, as long as you can bring back the hearts of 10,000 pretenders, you will be rewarded, Yechen said boldly. I'm going to. Master, I want to challenge too. Tina can do it too. 883. Hearing that there was a reward, Uji Zioxia, Tina, and Perona also instantly cheered up and shouted to accept the challenge. Let's go together. Yechen nodded. nodded. Then get ready for our reward. Esteth smiled confidently, and then Yukong flew away. Let's go. We can't let her take the lead. Not far behind, the other three maids flew to the battlefields of the world in isolation. The game of hunting the pretenders begins. And now, a new world. Because of the flying ability of the flying type Pokemon, the captains such as Whitebeard, Marco, and Diamond Yozo have arrived at the pirate group under their command, the camp of the Deckerban brothers. Ho. When they arrived, the entire pirate group was left with only the Deckerban brothers, and the others either became pretenders or were killed by the pretenders. The Deckerban brothers are professional Qigong masters because the attack is of light attribute, can cause damage to the pretender, and has a powerful defensive skill Chi Mask. The two brothers covered each other and waited until Whitebeard arrived. You're here, Daddy. Dad, you are here. Seeing Whitebeard's arrival, the Deckerban brothers burst into tears and cheered up immediately. The Lion's Roar, Iron Mountain, Blue Fire Phoenix. The great skills of various professionals as well as the great moves of the transformation of vindictiveness instantly ignited the entire island. However, the pretender's level is too high to cause them much damage. My sons, it seems I can only free you from your pain and struggle. At this moment, Whitebeard held the Naginata in his hand, and a terrifying conqueror haki erupted from his entire body. The sea is your salvation. Extreme shock, cloud-piercing and earth-shattering slash. I saw was Whitebeard leaping high, gathering the destructive energy that shattered the mountains and the ground, and smashed to the ground angrily. Boom! Under the loud explosion, the entire island was instantly shattered, and countless huge cracks appeared. All the pretenders were killed in seconds, fell into the cracks, and slept in the sea forever. Because of the potion given to him by Baon, Whitebeard exploded his potential and realized the level 70 professional skills himself. And just after the aftermath of the earthquake dissipated, a figure of a knight in heavy black armor with a large middle in his hand appeared amidst the billowing smoke. Boom boom boom. One step caused a tremor in the ground, and one of the three dark knights, Belials of Destruction, approached Whitebeard step by step. Other battlefields in the New World. The red-haired Shanks pirates are facing off against the violent demon Kazan. Looks like a big guy. Red-haired Shanks dropped a few drops of nervous sweat. Kazan, the ancestor of all ghost swordsmen, had almost no chance of winning in this battle. Cake Island. Evil pretender, defile my Cake Island. Go to hell to repent. Mine of repentance. The ant used the ability of the clergy to summon several golden thunders, and directly dropped more than 10 pretenders in seconds. Light of baptism, divine light cross, thunder, repentance blow. Willow cake. Come on, cookie soldier. Immediately afterwards, Auntie and cotters such as Katakuri and Cracker made various super large-scale heavy blows to quickly clean up the pretenders who were pouring into the island. At this time, the New World, an island that has turned into black scorched earth and lifeless. The moment of revenge is finally about to begin. Ozma raised her hands to the sky and laughed horribly. In front of him, there is a black aura condensed world map. All the invaded islands were marked with blood red. When the whole world is stained with blood, it is when Ozma's revenge plan is completed. At this moment, a space-time crack opened in front of Ozma. The terrifying Astros rushed back to the base camp and had urgent information to report. Lord Ozma, there is a situation. Astros said, all the powerhouses in this world have appeared, and several pretenders on the battlefield have been cleaned up. Tamat and Belials have already fought with them. Don't worry, it's just ants below level 70, Ozma said confidently. However, before he could finish speaking, the sky suddenly sank, and then a burst of frost and snow enveloped half of the New World. In the distance, Esteth rode the ice dragon Skasa, flying towards the burning islands. Esteth has sharp eyes like a hunter, looking down at the earth, and the hunting mode is on. Chapter 292 Earthquake Tsunami vs Shattering the Earth. Ice Dragon Skasa. Who brought it here? Ozma Vivi frowned and said, should be the Knight of the Lord of the Void. Esteth. Astros said, don't worry, I'll go meet her right now. Skasa is difficult to deal with, be careful. Ozma reminded, relax, speed and agility but are my forte. Esteros showed the sharp blade on his arm, then cut a crack and disappeared in front of Ozma. After a while, the ice dragon was on his back. Click. The crack in time and space suddenly opened, and Astros attacked Esteth with a gust of wind. Chap. A knife hit directly, and then Esteth did not bleed, but an extreme cold burst out. Binglan stand in. Esteth used an earth-level fighting technique, teleporting the body directly into the distance, leaving behind an ice stand-in. Boom. Astro's blow directly detonated the bomb, and Binglan's stand-in exploded instantly, causing a powerful ice attribute explosion. The fear of death. At the critical moment, Astros directly used a big move to cancel all the damage. Pile-type shield. You are too conspicuous, and you will be killed. Esteth saw Astro's strange move, and without hesitation, rushed forward and unleashed a gorgeous combo of sword moves. However, she didn't know the mystery of Astro's move. The shield could not be broken. Although she is now level 75, she has not awakened yet, and it is still still very difficult to deal with Astros. At this time, Whitebeard and Belials of Destruction confronted each other coldly, and the war was about to break out. "Is it you, the big guy, who murdered my sons?" Whitebeard demanded. "Because of those ants? You're just an ant," Bella sneered. "Damn, look at the trick." Falling moon slash. Whitebeard was instantly furious, and flew directly towards him, slashing down with a swift knife. Bah! Only felt his hands go numb for a while, and Whitebeard's slash was like hitting an iron block, and it was bounced off. "What?" Whitebeard showed a rare look of shock, never expecting such a hard armor in this world. "Going Saint Seiya can't even get in. Let you see how powerful I am. Shatter it, Earth." I only saw Belial stab the giant sword into the ground, and then countless hell lava emerged from the gap of the armor, and the big move was ready to launch. "Oops, retreat quickly." Under observation Haki's awareness, Whitebeard seemed to see the ultimate destructive move. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, the ground under everyone's feet began to crack, and then raging flames erupted into the sky, forming a strong explosion. "Chi Hood, the shield of the king." The Deckerban brothers immediately used the chanting hood, but only blocked a pillar of fire, and the hood was directly shattered. And Diamond Yozu used defensive fighting skills, using his fighting spirit to create a huge shield blocking the front. However, the result is the same, because the strength gap is too large. The shield can't stop the attack at all, and because Marco has the ability to fly, and observation Haki's cultivation is very high, he easily escaped the pursuit of the pillar of fire. Yozu Deckerban. At the critical moment, Whitebeard teleported directly against the power of the flame pillar through his immortal will. Drink. A loud shout. Whitebeard unleashed his divine power to shake the mountain and threw the three of them onto a distant boat with one hand. "Daddy!" Three of them shouted for a while. In order to save them, Whitebeard was directly injured and burned by the fire column. Flowers. However, Whitebeard stood still, his whole body on fire. "Damn demon, Whitebeard, how could I be defeated by you?" With a mad roar, Whitebeard's powerful momentum has caused the entire island to shake violently, and the boulder collapsed. Extreme shock. 1,000 souls killed. The ultimate fruit ability, coupled with the awakening ultimate move of destroying everything, directly raised the entire island to the ground. Because of the change in terrain, Belials of Destruction's ultimate move was broken, and he was directly hit by a strong move. After a long time, the aftermath gradually subsided, and Whitebeard supported his body with his Naginata. He was hit by such a powerful flame this time. If his body had not recovered his youth, he would have been smashed to pieces. "Is it resolved?" In the sky, Marco looked at Belials, who was half squatting, not knowing his survival, and at this moment Bella stood up again. The damage done to him by the attack just now was still 1 point. "Ha ha ha, a good attack, but unfortunately, what a pity. I am an invincible defensive armor." Belials laughed wildly. Without this armor, Whitebeard's awakening ultimate move could indeed hurt Belials. However, a head-on, blind attack like Whitebeard's would only be a waste of energy. "Damn, is he really invincible?" Whitebeard gritted his teeth, and now he has nothing to do. The three Dark Knights are too strong. At this moment, a cloud of blood floated in the sky, and in an instant the entire sky turned blood red, covering the sky and the sun. "It's you." Bellas looked up and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. The Comer is the nightmare of all dungeon monsters. 9 Suns Demon God. Chapter 293 Demon Battle. 9 Days Demon God. Whitebeard Vivi was surprised. He didn't expect him to appear at this time. "Finally, there is a decent guy here to relieve my boredom," 9 Suns Demon God said excitedly. "Damn it, destroy the hurricane." Belias gritted his teeth, and then a heavy sword fanned out a powerful hurricane, blowing the 9 Suns Demon God more than 10 meters away. "Break it, Earth." Immediately afterwards, Belias made a big move, and in an instant, a large amount of huge flames exploded on the ground again, tracking the 9 Suns and Whitebeard beside him. "Is it still this useless move? You haven't made any progress at all." The 9 Suns dodged calmly, and all the pillars of fire were easily avoided by him. On the other hand, Whitebeard's own speed is not slow, so he also successfully avoided the attack. 783 Your monkey play is over. Then let me end you. After Belial's ultimate move was over, the 9 Suns immediately rushed up and then attacked frantically. At this time, Whitebeard looked anxious. His armor is very hard and attacks are useless against him. However, under the mad slashing of the 9 Suns, Belial's face became darker and darker. Drink. In desperation, Belial's had to strike again, swept across with a sword, and knocked the 9 Suns away. Bang! A direct hit, like hitting a baseball, directly knocked the 9 Suns into the air. It doesn't hurt or itch. However, the 9 Suns Demon God's body protector, this kind of attack can't cause any harm to him at all. Belial's is a destructive knight. His movements are very slow. If the 9 Suns were not concerned about breaking his defenses, he would not have been hit by him at all. "Hurry up, I can't lose to that dark guy." The 9 Suns Demon God became excited again. His blood surging intensified, his speed increased a lot, and he rushed towards Belial's bravely. The 9 Sons wanted to get rid of Belial's quickly because he was competing with the Dark Nine Sons, and the opponent of the Dark Nine Sons is another Dark Knight, the Despair Tamat. Clap clap. After dozens of consecutive slashes, the armor on Belial's fell to the ground piece by piece like mud. Ugh. In the end, Belial's armor was shattered. Woo-hoo-hoo. At the moment when the armor shattered, a terrifying red hurricane rolled up around Belial's. What a strong attraction. Dangerous. Under the strong suction of the hurricane, Whitebeard had no choice but to plunge the Naginata deep into the ground. Bang bang bang. However, the Nine Sons were facing the hurricane of Belial's head on. His equipment was so good that he didn't have to worry about these moves at all. Roar. At this moment 4 red ghosts floated out of Belial's. You're finished. The 9-day demon god rushed towards the red ghost. The red ghost bit him directly, and Belial's invincible body was lifted at this moment. Go to hell, bloody fury. Just watching the 9 Sons demon god shouted wildly, crushed it with one hand and condensed blood beads from his body, causing a huge explosion that destroyed the sky and the earth. Boom. Under the explosion, Belias, who lost his invincible defense, blew up directly, leaving only a black corpse standing in the center of the island. One hit kill. The side, Marco, Diamond Yozu, and others were also dumbfounded. These battles were not at the same level at all. No, he's not dead yet. As long as that guy Dreyfus is here, these 3 Dark Knights won't die. 9 Sons Demon said. Will he come out again? Whitebeard asked in shock. Well, that's right. 9 Sons Demon said. Are there any special techniques for dealing with these monsters? Whitebeard asked. This requires the number of attacks to break his armor. Otherwise, any attack will be ineffective against him. 9 Sons Demon said. I see. Whitebeard nodded and said. At this time, the 9-Sun Demon God remembered the competition with the 9-Sun Demon God and suddenly smiled confidently. Hee, I should be faster than him. However, it is not. Long before the 9 Sons defeated Belial's fractured in time and space, the Dark 9-Day Demon God, when encountering Despair Tamat, made his ultimate move. Nanny. Before Tamat of Despair could react, he was held back by the power of time and space, and all his escape skills could not be used. Clap clap. Countless time and space nodes, the sharp blades issued, directly cut the Despair Tamat into dozens of segments. One-shot kill. And just as the 2 Dark Knights retreated on the Sea of the New World, the gigantic ice dragon Skasa was directly immobilized in the air, unable to move, and on its back Esteth is the same, as if time and space are still. Ice Dragon and Esteth, a pair of hands of hell that bound all things, were firmly sealing their movements. Even the 9 Sons Demon God would not be immune to this effect, because Esteth didn't know Astro's ability. He was directly hit by her ultimate move. I thought the first night under the Lord of the Virtual Circle was so strong, but it turned out to be just a vase. Astro sneered. Damn it. Esteth gritted her teeth. The effect of this move is no worse than her frozen time and space, and it takes longer. This time it's trouble. Do I want 3.4 to carve a flower on your face, or just leave a few knife marks? Esteros put a sharp blade on Esteth's face, ready to destroy her cold and gorgeous face. Damn, you ugly woman. This time, Esteth was really anxious. If her face was shaved, she would really have no face to go back to face Yechen. At this time, in God's vision, Esteth, don't let me down. Yechen watched the scene calmly without interfering. Although Esteth's level is low, Yechen has confidence in her. In a desperate situation, the potential that a person can burst out is limitless. Chapter 294 Embarrassed Astros. Is it hard to choose? Then let me help you choose one. Astros smiled strangely and then lifted the sharp blade in his hand. However, at the moment of the electric light and flint, the sky suddenly turned into an ice blue. Makabatmo. Critical juncture. Esteth shouted angrily and broke out a hidden ultimate move, and the sharp blade of Astros that was about to fall stopped instantly. Estero's Hand of Hell is only a limit deceleration, an instant move, and it can still be released. Nanny. Astros was taken aback. He didn't expect Esteth to do this. After a few seconds, the sky fell into a dead silence, and the 2 knights were both frozen and unable to move. Astro's Hand of Hell was bound for a long time, more than 10 seconds in total, and Esteth, because of the improvement of its own ability, the time of frozen time and space has also been greatly improved. After a while, the blockade of the 214 people was lifted almost at the same time. Bah! Esteth was ready early, and a sword blocked Astro's sharp blade. It's so heavy. Under the powerful slash, Esteth was knocked several meters away, and the power of Astros was far above her. Without the Hand of Hell, you can't escape from my palm. Instant shadow. Astros took advantage of the momentum to pursue. The whole body glowed with silver-white light and instantly disappeared into the air. When she appeared again, she was already behind Esteth. Blast slash. Imperial swordsmanship. Astros practiced the attack, and the knife was as fast as a gust of wind, and Esteth also had a prejudgment. Turned around immediately and slashed 3 lightning-like swords in succession. Blah blah blah. The gorgeous and rapid swordsmanship slashed, and a fierce and and desolate cold light flashed in the sky. Swordsmanship. The two were evenly matched, but Astro's strength was great and Esteth was very difficult to pick up. Dozens of rounds of duel. Esteth has been pressed and played, and there are not many chances to fight back. Skesa. With Esteth's order, the ice crystals on the back of the ice dragon Skesa burst into a strong chill, instantly freezing Astro's. Astro's agility is too high, and if she doesn't block her movements, she won't be able to hit at all. On the contrary, with high-speed movement and quick attack, Esteth's defense gradually disintegrated and was hit several times. Desperation. Esteth had no choice but to use the power of the ice dragon Skesa. I don't have much time to spend here with you. Esteth launched a big move, bursting with frost, and then rushed forward with extreme speed. Evil is cut. All the chills hit the sword. The gorgeous sword dance hit directly, and all the slashes fell on Astro's. Bang! The final charging blow directly blew Astro's away. Blood on the corner of his mouth, and he carried Esteth's ultimate move the whole time, and the injury was not light. Damn ice dragon Skesa. Astro's frowned because she was so involved in the battle that she forgot the existence of the ice dragon Skesa. At this moment the sky was instantly covered with black aura and thick blood energy. The last dark night is mine. You've already lost. If you don't agree, I'll let you lose again. The two 9-day demon gods with the wings of the sky flew at high speed. Because there was no notarization just now, no one knows who killed the Dark Knight first. Therefore, the 9 Suns demon god did not admit that he lost to the Dark Old One demon god. In desperation, they had to make the third Dark Knight the most decisive condition. Whoever can kill the terrifying Astros wins. Damn, these two monsters. Astros broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect the 9 Suns to appear here, and it was obviously aimed at him. Or two. Click. Without any hesitation, Esteros immediately cut through the crack in time and space and disappeared in front of the two 9 Sun gods. Damn, she escaped, said the two 9 Suns demon god. Lost. These two monsters. Esteth was a bit dumbfounded. Such a strong opponent. When he saw these two lunatics, he immediately walked away. I wanted to have a good fight. On the Black Island, Astros fled back in embarrassment. Lord Ozma, something happened. Astros was as terrified as if he had seen a ghost. The 9 Suns demon god has appeared. There are still two. Oh, is it them? Ozma was calm because he had already done his research. How is that good? Astros asked. I have a way to deal with them. Ozma smiled confidently. Go ahead and carry out your mission with confidence. Yes. Astros nodded and then opened the space-time crack 230, escaping into the distance. And this time, Dressrosa Island. What a hassle. Kizaru stood guard outside the palace's walls, out to guard against pretenders. If you can't identify the identities of these pretenders, you will fall sooner or later. Rebecca gritted her teeth. Because this island is guarded by Rebecca, it has not yet fallen, but the pretenders have been lurking in the army, and it is difficult for them to do it. There was another scream, and not far from Kizaru and Rebecca, pretenders appeared again, attacking soldiers and civilians. Damn. Rebecca rushed over immediately and used the sword of Oath of Victory to cut off the head of the pretender. In front of the holy sword of the King of Knights, the pretender is almost like an ordinary human being, and it is almost a one-hit kill. However, such a battle situation is very passive, and there is no end to it. At this moment, a man wearing a black robe and carrying a huge sickle came from a distance. Damn. All the lurking pretenders were all secretly surprised this time, but a troublesome character. Chapter 295_Neil Base Gracia. Who is it? Rebecca instantly raised her vigilance. This black-robed man exuded a demonic breath all over his body. He looked extremely unfriendly on the surface and seemed to be looking for trouble. I still want to quickly solve the problem here and then go to find Mr. Garp. It seems that I can't go away, Kizaru said. In the Sabayati archipelago, he inquired about Garp and was taken to the New World. The clues all the way. They came to the island of Dressrosa. At this moment, an escort officer came over. Princess, this should be Ozma's cotter. Don't be approached by him. Rebecca nodded and then warned the man. One more step forward and we'll fire. Wheel of Fortune. However, the man did not listen to the advice and turned into a thorn wheel with countless sharp blades and rolled towards Rebecca. Fire. All the soldiers opened fire immediately, and in an instant countless bullets hit the man like rain. Blah blah blah. However, all the bullets were thrown away as if they had hit an iron ball. You must not let you cross this line of defense. At this time, at the forefront of the camp, the soldiers with shields and heavy spears were ready for defense and set up an ironclad line of defense. Boom. And the result is still the same. In front of the invincible Wheel of Doom, all shields are pierced and crushed like paper membranes. Such a vulnerable line of defense is simply a man's arm. Rumbling, the Wheel of Doom continued to roll, and its power increased instead of decreasing, rushing towards Rebecca. Sword of Promised Victory. At the critical moment, Rebecca could only make a move, sending out a golden sword energy and slamming at the man. Mobile shooting. Almost at the same time, Kizaru also made a move to support toward him, sending out a powerful barrage of light energy. Boom! However, it was all in vain. The wheel of fortune resisted all the attacks and slammed into Rebecca like a mad running bull. At this time, the officer beside Rebecca showed a mysterious and weird smile. It turned out to be a crazy Avenger. This saves me a lot of time. Oops. Rebecca's eyes widened. It's over. And just as it was about to collide, the wheel of doom suddenly turned and slammed into the officer beside him. Boom. Only a loud roar was heard, and a thick plume of smoke instantly appeared on the scene. Rebecca was taken aback, and at the same time she was confused, wondering why the man suddenly turned around. After the dispersal, the man held a demon's head high, and Haki shouted, "The pretender will be punished by God." Pretender? It turned out that his purpose was a pretender. Rebecca suddenly realized that the officer beside her had already become a pretender, and she was still a leader. Damn Avengers. At this time, more than half of the soldiers showed their prototypes, opened their claws, and rushed towards the man. They know that they can't escape the eyes of men, so they can only strike first. Rebecca looked at the group of pretenders and was surprised. How come there are so many? It doesn't seem to be an enemy, so it's easier to handle now. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. This pitch-black weirdo had at least level 80 strength, and with him around, there would be absolutely no problem. At this time, the man's whole body burst into a demonic breath and began to make moves. Gateway to hell. Only seeing the man punch forward, the power of the devil quickly opened the gate of hell, and a large amount of dark breath spurted out instantly. Boom boom boom. With a loud bang, countless pretenders were instantly smashed into pieces by the dark aura, and they were instantly killed. However, the pretenders still moved forward and surrounded the man. They have no way out. They can't escape from this island. There is no fresh blood. They have only a dead end. You can't let you continue to act nonsense and shoot indiscriminately. The sword of the oath of victory. Fire. At this time, Kizaru, Rebecca, and the soldiers all began to focus on the pretenders. Vengeful Thorn, Doomsday Catastrophe, Immortal Battle Cry. The man released a series of terrifying skills, and the entire sky turned black in an instant, and the entire Dressrosa Island seemed to be in hell. Boom. Under the maddening attack of the crowd, the pretenders retreated steadily and were powerless to fight back. In less than half an hour, all the pretenders were wiped out. Not a single one remained. Among them, most of the pretenders were killed by men. After cleaning up the pretenders, the man left gracefully. At this moment, Kizaru flew past at the speed of light, blocking the man's path. Hey, big man, have you ever seen a white-haired old man in a marine uniform with a black totem on his back? Well, I have seen it before. The man responded lightly. He is very safe now, and I don't know where he is. Seeing this, Rebecca also rushed up. Hero, thank you for saving Dressrosa. I wonder if you can leave your name. Man glanced at Rebecca lightly and said lightly, Anti-Pretenders Alliance, Neil Basgracia. Gracia, same surname as Golantis. Kizaru said in shock. Gracia's surname is one of the 5 saints, the descendants of Shapiro Gracia, and this Avenger named Neil Base is the brother that Galantis has been looking for. Chapter 295 Akainu's Mutiny. Moment of despair. Glantis. Neil Base said in surprise. A trace of excitement and joy appeared on his face, and then gradually transformed into, well, Garp Vice Admiral's mentor. I have often heard him mention that she is an angelic and gentle female cleric. Kizaru said, is she an acquaintance of yours? Well, my brother. Neil Base said. No wonder it's so strong, Kizaru exclaimed, and then he was puzzled. But why is your breath? This is the breath of the devil. Those of us who have been infected with the curse of blood have the blood of the devil on our bodies. Neil Base said solemnly. Can you still stay sane and not be controlled by Uzma? Wouldn't those who become pretenders be saved? Rebecca said. No, now in our minds, the temptation of demons still comes from time to time. To stop ourselves from becoming demons, we need superhuman will and pay a great price. Neil Base said. By the way, Galantis has been looking for your news. Why don't you go see her? Kizaru asked. It is impossible for me to go back to church now. I have already carried sins on my body, and it is impossible for me to be the son of God. Neil Base lost Deo 013. After a while, he took a letter from his arms and handed it to Kizaru. The Garp Vice Admiral you mentioned should be right next to Galantis. If you run into them, give this letter to Galantis for me. This letter was written by Neil Base after peeking at Galantis at the Nice lobby. Now the two brothers and sisters will basically never meet again, and Neil Base wrote all family affection and thoughts in the envelope. Okay, I will definitely hand it over to her, Kizaru said. Neil Base nodded and left Dressrosa Island. Beep beep beep. Just after Neil Base left, Akainu's phone bug rang suddenly. Borsellino, put aside Mr. Garp for now and come to the Holy Land Marijois immediately. The other end of the phone bug. Kuzan looked serious, with a few drops of cold sweat. The situation was extremely urgent. Okay, I'll be there soon. Kizaru took off immediately and rushed back to Marine headquarters. There will never be good news in the Holy Land, and this time it will definitely be another big event. Moments later, the Holy Land Marijois voice. Akainu, who is in charge of guarding Tenryabito, is holding a big fist of lava. His eyes are red and he is laughing wildly. On the opposite side of Akainu, Sengoku, Momuzaki, and Kyuzen, all with a few drops of cold sweat on their foreheads, were very nervous. Akainu, say something slowly. Don't hurt Tenryabito, Sengoku persuaded. Behind Akainu, a huge cage houses all Tenryabito. Around the cage, dozens of elites who had turned into Marines were loading guns and pointing at Tenryabito in the cage. Why is Marine Marshal? Let him be. Just because he is a saint Seiya. Akainu pointed at Kyuzen and shouted angrily. Akainu, to be Marine Marshal is the decision of the Gorosei/5 elders and the orders from above cannot be violated. Kyuzen explained. Shut up. I killed these pigs. Let's see how you deal with it. Akainu suddenly laughed madly. I can't be a marshal and you can't even think about it. Akainu raised his lava fist and smashed it towards Tenryabito in the cage. Chirp, rumbling. Between the electric light and flint, a laser penetrated directly through Akainu's heart, causing a big explosion in the distance. It's you. Akainu waited with big eyes. This light cannon, Kizaru's light energy revolver. Unexpectedly, the old teammates who have fought side by side for many years will turn against him at this moment. Akainu, what are you doing? Fallen, Kizaru demanded. At this time, Akainu laughed strangely. The attack just now did not cause much damage to him. Ha ha ha, Borsellino, even you came back. It seems that these pigs will always be your Marine's Achilles heel. Akainu said. You bastard, are you going to defect? Sengoku asked. Defection? There's no need to flee. You all have to die today. Akainu shouted angrily, and the flames of hell ignited all over his body. At the same time, the soldiers behind him also had red eyes, armed with weapons, and rushed towards Marine to launch an attack. All out to rescue Tenryabito. With a cold face, Kyuzen ordered an attack directly. First task now is to rescue Tenryabito. Boom. The world rumbled and the entire Holy Land fell into a melee in an instant. Akainu, you have no chance of winning. Surrender. Sengoku did not make a move and persuaded Akainu to surrender. Akainu has only a few dozen elite soldiers and even without Admiral's shot they will be wiped out soon. However, Akainu raised Vivi at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you'd better see the current situation clearly. While speaking, a lot of Marine's eyes began to turn blood red. Humans, there is no trust. Come on, accept Lord Ozma's baptism. Only by being loyal to Lord Ozma can you live forever. Among the Marines, the curse of blood spread instantly like an explosion, and more than half of the Marines turned their guns upside down and killed Kyuzen and the others. Damn, Akainu is under the curse of blood. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Akainu did all this because he had been slashed by Astros earlier and was infected with the curse of blood, and now he has lost his reason. Originally, because of Garp, there were no pretenders in the Marine headquarters, and it was the only pure place. This time, because of Garp's disappearance, Marine headquarters has fallen, and big trouble is coming. At this time, on the Black Island, Ozma smiled with satisfaction. Everyone who gets in my way, clean up one by one. At the same time as Akainu and Marine fought, the pretenders from other islands had gradually encroached on them. On Ozma's map, blood energy began to increase rapidly, and many islands had been completely occupied. The time of human despair is coming. Chapter 296_Destiny Showdown. Kyuzen vs Akainu. Major islands of the world. Just as the war broke out, a hellish voice was heard all over the world. Pain, despair, and then die in fear. Only then can you find true liberation. As long as all human beings become pretenders, there will be no more betrayal and pain in the world. The human world, let me, Ozma, rule. Because Marine was stolen, almost all the top combat powers have been withdrawn to the Holy Land Marijois, aggravating the fall of the major islands. It will be difficult to persevere until the reinforcements come. Sengoku, Momuzaki have all retreated. Is this going to abandon us ordinary people? It's over, our country. Quick, get on the boat. Now only the sea will not be harmed by pretenders. I can't take it anymore. The moment of despair has begun, and everyone no longer expects Marine to remove the pretenders for them, and all boarded the ship and went to the sea for refuge. There are also many people who, bewitched by Ozma, directly turned into pretenders and attacked humans. And this time, the Holy Land Marijois. Akainu, take it. Diamond Star Fist. The melee of the army. Kyuzen personally went into battle, with vindictive wings erupting from his back, and punched Akainu with a very strong frost fist. Great/major eruption. Only to see Akainu jumping high, and then the lava big hand merged with a grudge and hit a deadly punch. Boom. There was a loud bang that shook the heavens and the earth, and the powerful elemental force instantly swept the audience, and the entire Holy Land was a double heaven of ice and fire in a blink of an eye. Why did Akainu become so strong? Sengoku was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that Akainu, who had just awakened, could already burst out with such amazing power. Be surprised. This is Lord Ozma's gift, Akainu said fiercely. Akainu, where is your justice? However, instead of being overwhelmed by his momentum, Kyuzen Kyuzen sneered at his depravity. Killing you is justice. Akainu's anger burned again, and he flew towards him. Shuanging chain kicks. The kick, which was burning with lava and flames, blasted out like a cannonball, as if a meteor streaked across the sky. Extremely gorgeous. 5 ice walls. Kyuzen's palms released cold air, and in an instant 5 huge walls were pulled up from the ground. Each wall is more than 10 meters thick, which can be called a copper wall and an iron wall. Boom. However, the result was unexpected. Akainu's flying kick, like a cannonball, directly pierced the wall of ice and flew towards Kyuzen's head. Bang. Kyuzen had to use his hands to block Akainu's onslaught. Although the fatal blow was blocked, the injury was unavoidable, and Kyuzen's hands were almost melted by lava and flames. In the next contest, Kyuzen was almost pressed and beaten, and there was no chance to fight back at all. Kyuzen, fight back! Akainu roared at Kyuzen while throwing a fist. Boom. The end. Kyuzen was directly blasted hundreds of meters, kneeling on one knee and seriously injured. Is this your limit, Kyuzen? Akainu challenged. Then, he ran to Kyuzen again. Major eruption. The lava fist erupted again, and the deadly flames rushed towards Kyuzen like a shooting star. Kyuzen. When Sengoku, Momuzaki, and others saw this, they were all worried about Kyuzen's safety and were ready to rescue Kyuzen. Forgiveness of the Goddess of Dawn. And just at the critical moment, Kyuzen made his ultimate move, and an endless chill erupted from his whole body. Nani. Akainu's huge arm stood directly in front of Kyuzen's eyes for dozens of centimeters. It was only one step away, but I didn't expect it to be resolved by Kyuzen's ultimate move. Flowers. Frozen. This is the bone-chilling cold, Kyuzen shouted. At the moment when the extreme move broke out, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence and was lifeless. This is absolute zero, the temperature at which everything stops moving. Akainu, Marine is against the devil. Death is your ultimate redemption. The cold air in Kyuzen's hands condensed into 2 spears aimed at Akainu's heart. Just plug it in and it's all over, including Akainu's life. And just at the critical moment, a space-time crack opened behind Akainu. Quick wind cut. I could see was a slash like a gust of wind from Astros, directly slicing the ice spear from Kyuzen in half and then kicking towards Kyuzen. Boom. The powerful kick instantly kicked Kyuzen dozens of meters away and was heavily embedded in a boulder in the distance. The 3 Dark Knights. Momuzaki, who was dealing with the pretender, clenched his teeth and flew up. Flame-devouring waves. Gurren Karma Fire Palm. With lightning-like speed and powerful skills at level 40, Momuzaki moved in front of Astros in an instant. Too slow. Astros directly blocked Momuzaki's slap with the sharp blade in his hand. Yasakani no Megatama. Big Golden Buddha Shockwave. Diamond Stardust Fist. Seeing this, Marine's other strong men also used their big moves and fell on Astros. The fear of death. However, Astros directly used his ultimate move, curling up into a dark red energy shield. If she waits for her momentum to complete, it will threaten the entire battlefield. At this moment, 4 pillars of light gradually flashed around the Holy Land. Rejoice. A sacred breath is gradually coming. Chapter 297 Violent Hammer of Justice. Light. Inside the pillar of light, the 4 priests, gathering the divine light, are calling their great saint. Boom. Under the burst of holy light, the 4 beams of light gradually merged into one, and finally shone in the center of the Holy Land. Rejoice. Justice, never be absent. In the dazzling holy light of the sun, a blonde priest wearing holy silver armor and carrying a big hammer slowly descended. It's a priest, Kyuzen said in shock. Pretender, show your prototype. Apocry. At this moment, the 4 clergymen burst out and 4 sacred suns instantly rose in the sky, full of power. Is this a revelation from God? Kill. Those who pretend to be 403 are unforgivable. Marine soldiers who were bathed in divine light had their strength increased several times, and the horn of the counter-attack sounded instantly. Damn. Under the illumination of the divine light, the pretender is exposed and loses the favorable disguise. At this time, Astro's big move was ready. However, the current situation has been completely reversed. Damn. And was even more surprised when he found the holy silver armor cleric. It's you, Shapiro Gracia. In front of her is one of the 5 saints, the founder of the Gracia family. Shapiro. Astros, accept justice. Shapiro took out the hammer behind his back and charged towards Astros. That's right, the old and new grudges are counted together. Astros flashed his double-edged swords and burst out with fierce fighting intent, motioning for Akainu to attack. A long time ago, Shapiro deflated Astros and was beaten until he couldn't lift his head. Major eruption. Akainu nodded and then flew up, throwing the lava fist directly at Shapiro. Pretender, go away. Vivi was startled when Shapiro saw Akainu and then swung the hammer hard. Boom. A direct hit with the hammer knocked Akainu's head out of shape, flew out 100 meters, fell heavily on the ground and passed out. Useless guy. Shunning. Astros frowned and then a teleportation appeared behind Shapiro. Quick wind cut. Astros vented all his anger, sending out a burst of slashes like a gust of wind. Blah blah blah. However, Shapiro took these slashes head on, standing still like Mount Tai. It's so strong, it's not at the same level at all. Sengoku, Momuzaki, and others were all stunned when they watched this scene. In their sight, HP1, 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 Astro's attack. He is almost completely immune, can't cause damage to him at all. At this time, Shapiro's eyes suddenly became sharp. The result is the same. Astro's, wake up, bang, bang, bang. All I saw was Shapiro swinging his hammer and hitting Astro's with the hammer. Hit by a heavy hammer, Astro's was directly smashed to the ground, and he was in a state of embarrassment. In front of Shapiro, she had no power to fight back. Damn, tigers don't show their power. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Go to die. Fear of death. Out of desperation, Astro's summoned a hidden skull. With my hammer of justice, drive out all evil. However, Shapiro didn't have to look on his face, and he still swung the hammer again and again. Bang bang bang. With a few loud explosions, the skull was hammered one by one. In front of Shapiro, these monsters were as weak as tofu. It's alright, Kyuzan exclaimed. This Shapiro's power is just like hanging. There is such a violent existence in the clergy. Sengoku twitched the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, Garp was already a violent cleric, and he didn't expect to be more violent than him. Bang bang bang. At this time, Shapiro was chasing after another. Under the heavy blow, Astro's has been beaten to death, and there is no way to counterattack. He will only be hammered to death. Damn Shapiro. Shunying. Desperation. Astro's teleported to Akainu, and then threw Akainu hard at Shapiro. Damn. Shapiro caught Akainu with one hand, but did not shoot at him, and by the time he went into battle again, Astro's had already cut through the cracks in time and space. Shapiro, please remember this. Sooner or later, with only one cruel word from Astro's disappeared without a trace. However, despite Astro's defeat, the situation in the world is now more and more urgent, and Astro's, she won't leave the scene. She will continue to wreak havoc all over the world. At this time, an island in the New World. On the isolated island not far from the island, a black air burst into the sky, and the two dark knights, Belials of Destruction and Temart of Despair, descended again. The two dark knights are back to life again. Another game. The Nine Sons demon god got excited again and planned to use them to decide the level of him and the Dark Nine Sons demon god. They are on the same island. Don't interfere with my 2.5 battle, the Dark Nine Sons demon god said coldly. This sentence, I will return it to you as it is. Nine Sons demon god smiled confidently, then opened his wings and flew to the island where the dark aura erupted. Let's take a few steps first. The demon god of the 9 days of darkness followed closely, and the two demon gods chased and started again. At this time, on the Black Island, just come here, the Nine Sons demon god and the Nine Sons demon god of darkness. I have prepared a great gift for you. Ozma smiled wickedly. This time, the two dark knights appeared on the same island, and the purpose was to bring the two 9-day demon gods together. And on that island, a god-level big man has been waiting for a long time. Chapter 298 Ghost of Destruction. Holy Land Marie Joyce. With the aid of the clergy, the pretenders here were quickly cleaned up. After the war in the Holy Land was over, Sengoku looked at Akainu lying on the ground with a gloomy expression. Kyuzan, what are you going to do with Akainu? If you become a pretender, you will not be able to turn back into a human. If you leave him in the world, you will only harm others and yourself. Kyuzan's face was cold, although he did not want to kill Akainu, but now that he is terminally ill, the terror is beyond the reach of gods. At this time, Shapiro came over, looked at Akainu's situation, and said lightly, no, he is still alive. Really? Great. Sengoku said excitedly. It's too early to be happy. Everything depends on his willpower. Shapiro said solemnly. Better than turning him into a demon. Either way, try it. Sengoku said firmly. I will help him separate the blood of the demons. He needs to rely on his own willpower to fight against the demons in his body. We will handle the rest by ourselves. Xia 19 Piro said. Go ahead. Kyuzan said. Then, the 5 priests began to pray, and a holy light suddenly appeared. Only to see Akainu suddenly woke up. His eyes were scarlet, and he held his head and drank in pain. Everyone watched the scene anxiously, worried about Akainu's safety. After a while, Akainu was sweating profusely, and the left side of his body began to slowly return to normal. Damn the devil, how dare you take my body and get out of here? Only to see that Akainu used all his strength to let out a loud shout, and the body of the demon on the right side began to gradually return to human form. Very good. At this moment, Shapiro nailed a small cross to the palm of Akainu's right hand. Roar. Only a roar was heard, and the demon in Akainu fought to the death, but was quickly suppressed by divine power. Evil things, go away. Only saw Shapiro's palm glowing with holy light, and then pulled out the cross, and a huge demon was directly pulled out. Under the exposure of the holy light, the demons were quickly eliminated. Admiral Akainu, great save. After Akainu was rescued, the entire army instantly boiled and began to cheer. However, Shapiro did did not laugh but looked at the sea solemnly. Now is not the time to be happy. If you want to win this war, you must go to the Black Land and defeat Ozma. Shapiro said, let's fight with us clerics to kill the enemy. We don't have much time. Kuzan nodded and then gave the order to the whole army. The whole army listens to the order, returns to their respective fronts, and fights back with all their strength. Defeat Ozma, destroy all pretenders, and restore world peace. Marine's generals shouted a battle cry, and their morale was soaring. Shapiro smiled lightly, and then said, Santos, Romiela, Mitchell, Andrea, you all follow and enlighten these allies. It's time to start the human race's counterattack. At this time, the island where Belial's was located. Boom boom boom. The two 9-day demon gods, like falling meteors, landed on the island, blasting a big pit, and their appearance was extremely hacky. Hey hey hey, come out and die, Belial's, said the 9 sons. As soon as the voice fell, on the top of the mountain in the distance, Tiamat of despair and Belial's of destruction were looking down at them. 9 sun gods, are you in such a hurry to die? Belial said with a weird smile. Trash, I don't have any patience, but my tone is quite big. 9 suns demon god sneered. While speaking, he had opened his wings and flew to the top of the mountain like red lightning. Victory belongs to me. The dark 9 suns demon god was not to be outdone, and followed closely behind. Boom. However, just as they flew to normal, a crack suddenly opened in the sky. Instigate. The two couldn't stop the car, and they directly escaped into the crack and disappeared into the world of pirates. Ha ha ha. On the top of the mountain, Belial's of destruction and Tiamat of despair laughed wildly. In this way, the obstacle is removed. Then, the two jumped up and started rushing to battlefields around the world. Next, destroy, and make the world feel hopeless. At this time, in a void space. Damn, those two clowns are playing such tricks. Being introduced into the different dimension, the 9 suns demon god immediately scolded. This kind of trick doesn't work for me at all. The dark 9 suns demon said. The dark 9 suns demon god controls the power of time and space, and it is easy to leave here. However, just as he was about to open the time-space tunnel and return to the world of pirates, roar. Like a demon's roar, the entire space instantly shook. Immediately afterwards, a huge blood-colored figure with a knife and an axe gradually appeared in front of the two of them. Is this our opponent? 9 suns demon god said excitedly. There's a big guy here, it's interesting. And the demon god of the 9 sons of darkness was also very excited. He had already flashed his golden dagger, ready to fight at any time. Ghost swordsman, are you going to duel with me? The blood-colored man roared, and the entire space was shaking in an instant. The momentum was like a surging sea. Yeah, old friend. The corners of the 9 suns demon god's mouth lifted Vivi, his aura not losing to his opponent at all. This man covered in blood. He is all too familiar because he is the source of the ghost swordsman's power. The ghost god of destruction Kazan. Chapter 299_9 days demon god vs ghost god Kazan. Little devil, watch out. I only saw Kazan rushing over like a running bull, causing the ground to tremble with one step. Break the mountains and the ground. The 9-day demon god rushed towards him, flew and smashed the ground with a sword, spewing out a large amount of blood gas magma. Boom. The extraordinary power of the world erupted instantly. The entire space began to tear apart, and the destructive power was extremely frightening. However, on the ground where the blood energy and dark energy magma erupted, Kazan seemed to be walking, rushing directly over, knocking the two 9 sun demon gods flying. Axe of destruction. Under the two of them floating in the air, Kazan's axe had concentrated blood energy on it, and then shouted wildly, swept the axe, and cut out a sharp blade that smashed everything. The wings of the firmament. In crisis, the two 9 suns demon gods opened their wings and quickly avoided. Boom. The two 9-day demon gods turned around and found that the space barrier behind them had been directly cut out. The power to destroy ghosts and gods is one level higher than their power. Come again. The 9 suns demon god did not feel fear, but was even more excited. What he wants is this kind of opponent. On the side of the dark 9-day demon god, after Vivi observed it, he said to the 9-day demon god, hey, do you want to work together to kill him? I'm alone. That's enough. The 9 suns snorted coldly, ignoring him, but leaped and jumped in front of Kazan. Blood chi burst, anger burst, demon blood fall. A series of combos hit Kazan. To this extent, too weak. However, Kazan almost ignored this move, and swung the big sword to sweep the 9 suns away. Ugh. Under the heavy blow, the 9 suns demon god was also greatly injured, but he had to take out the HP potion, knock it down, and it was full of blood. This Kazan has extraordinary power. 9 suns demon god frowned. At the beginning, Arceus didn't break his defense. I didn't expect that Kazan's attack power was far higher than that of Arceus. The ghosts and gods of destruction, as the name suggests, possess the divine power to destroy everything. Although the defense of the 9 suns demon god is high, it is not invincible. In the face of such a higher level opponent, he will also be injured. What's more, Kazan is the source of the power of all ghosts ghost swordsman, and he has already seen through every move of the 9 sons. Fighting against him was like using Kazan's knife to kill Kazan, and the winning rate was almost zero. Watch out, soul chopping. At this time, the demon god of darkness 9 sons flashed quickly, directly slashing out 2 crossed shadow swords, and instantly stopped Kazan. Nani, isn't this Kaija's power? Kazan was shocked. The control of the 9 sons of darkness worked for him. He didn't expect that a ghost swordsman would break through his power limit. This is the power of time and space, said the dark 9 sun demon. The dark warrior, using the power of the time and space gate, has eliminated the plague of Kazan, and can also release the power that was once suppressed by Kazan. Interesting. Kazan laughed wildly, thinking that there would be no suspense in this duel, but he didn't expect such an alternative ghost swordsman. Come and fight. After a moment of confrontation, the 3 started a fierce fight again. Ozma used the Dark Knight to lure them over, just wanting Kazan to hold them back or even kill them. At this time, all nations, after attracting the 2 9-day demon gods to take the bait, Tamart the Despair took the army and began to launch a strong attack on Cake Island. Ha ha ha, the 4 emperors of the New World. Let's start with you, Tamat of Despair said with a grim expression. After the arrival of Tamat, the Big Mom pirate group, which has always been dominant, gradually fell into trouble. The gun of Elbaf, powerful country. When the ant saw her sons and daughters fall one by one, she was instantly furious and used the ultimate giant move of the giants, smashing the big knife Napoleon, flying like a cannonball to the desperate Tamart. However, the powerful blow that could split the island and cut through the sea was blocked by Tamart with one shot. Experience what despair is. The black cloak of despair. Only the black cloak behind Tamart turned into tentacles and pierced the ground. In an instant, countless rides were pulled out from the ground, trapping the ant and all the family members, desperately absorbing the blood from them. Only Katakuri can move freely. What have you done to your mother? Let them go. Katakuri roared at Tamat. Is there still time to shout here? If you don't give them blood, they will die. Despair, Tamart said with a wicked smile. During the conversation, a large number of blood cells began to appear on the battlefield, and the faces of Ant and others began to turn pale and gradually lost consciousness. Katakuri used the ultimate observation haki to briefly foresee the future and was stunned for half a second, then immediately rushed over to grab the blood cell. The picture he saw was that the entire Big Mom pirate group died of blood loss, turned into a cold corpse. At this time, the islands of the world, great, it's a priest and marine with them here. We're finally safe. In one go, destroy Ozma and bring peace to the world. Clergy and marine jointly dispatched. They quickly eliminated the pretenders from many islands. Although the residents and soldiers on the island suffered heavy casualties, the crisis was temporarily relieved. At this time, the leading priest Shapiro pointed to a dark island in the distance. That's the island where Ozma is. Are you ready? Kuzan nodded. Then his hands erupted with endless chills. Ice Age. Cluck cluck. I only saw that an ice channel opened up in an instant on the sea, just like GSD's ice blade wave sword, directly leading to the line of sea and sky. Afterwards, Kuzan, Shapiro and others led the army to the Black Island. The final battle is coming. Chapter 300 Decisive battle. Enter the Black Earth. All nations. Cake Island. Damn it, hurry up. Katakuri was running around the arena at full speed, catching the floating blood globules. He is very smart and soon learned the mysteries of these blood cells. Blood cells are the lives of their family members. However, because of the interference of many pretenders, there were a lot of blood cells, and he missed them all. If you pick one less, almost one person will die, and the lives of family members are now in his hands. Continue to struggle. All of this is just the beginning of despair. Tamart laughed wildly. Not necessarily. Katakuri's eyes suddenly became sharp, and then using Machi Machi no Mi's ability, he extended his arm and caught a large number of blood cells at once. Oh, interesting. Vivi raised the corners of Tamart's mouth. It seemed that his move could not kill the audience in seconds. After a while, Tamart's ultimate move was automatically lifted, and everyone regained their mobility. Ugh, hands and feet are cold, and the whole body is weak. What's going on? Although they escaped death, they were drained of a lot of blood by Tamat, and now they are both very weak. Newborn him. At this time, the ant opened her arms and began to pray for a while, creating a blood-returning magic circle with a range of tens of meters. A steady stream of energy. Under Ant's great healing move, everyone was instantly full of blood. Clergy. Despair. Tamart gritted his teeth. Their toughest opponent was the clergyman, and in front of him there is still such a large, highly defensive female cleric. How dare you do such a thing to the Charlotte family? The ant's eyes were burning with anger, as angry as the devil. In an instant, all the family members, as well as other soldiers, all rushed up. Cut, it's just a group of ants. What's the look? Desperate Tamart sneered, then waved his heavy spear and pointed forward. Ho. With an order, all the pretenders attacked frantically. Boom. The two armies launched a storm, and the battle on Cake Island reignited, and the war continued. At this time, on a frozen island in the New World, Esteth squeezed a dark heart and Vivi raised the corner of her mouth. Master, are you ready for the reward? After Astro's escape, she came to the island and began to harvest the Pretender's heart, and her method of harvesting the Pretender's heart is very simple. She directly uses the ice to seal the entire island and then slowly picks out the Pretender. Because the soul of the ice dragon Skasa is sealed in the Zanpakuto, Esteth uses its power to distinguish the breath of the Pretender, and it is not difficult to harvest 10,000 hearts. Hours later, Black Islands. Ahead is Ozma's territory, the Black Earth. Shapiro said coldly, the decisive battle is coming, are you ready? Kuzan faced the army, boosting morale. Definitely take Ozma's head. Although all the soldiers were full of fear, with Shapiro in their presence, they still mustered up their courage and rushed into the Black Earth. However, the moment they stepped into the Black Earth, countless pretenders rushed up. Fire, rumbling, a burst of artillery fire roared through the sky. The decisive battle began, and the two sides fought each other. As soon as the war started, a large number of people fell underground, and the Allied forces led by Marines suffered the most casualties. Marine soldier with a slap, diamond stardust fist, Apocratic big golden Buddha shockwave, the Tathagata palm. Seeing that the combat power is not as good as the pretenders, the top powerhouses have made big moves to clean up the pretenders in the field. Boom! The colorful energy bombarded wildly, instantly repelling a large number of pretenders. However, there are a lot of pretenders here, and what they have eliminated is only a corner of iceberg. Boom boom boom. In the next few minutes of battle, the two sides became more and more fierce. Although the pretender doesn't have any special moves, his HP and attack are extremely high, making it extremely difficult to deal with. On the Marine side, although there are a lot of people, there are very few top-level combat powers like Kuzan Kizaru. In team battles, only the number of people can be used to open a bloody path. At this moment, a blue light and shadow floated over. Fast Hurricane Fist. Garp was revived with full blood, and he swung a gorgeous combo again and again, rolled up a hurricane, and instantly repelled dozens of pretenders. Garp Vice Admiral. The return of Marine's hero. The morale of the soldiers instantly soared, and the offensive changed significantly. Immediately afterwards, at the entrance of the island, Glantis also took a group of clerics and invaded the Black Earth. May God's blessings be with you. Courageous blessings, guardian blessings. Glantis chanted for a while, and the group of soldiers were blessed with courage, and their attack power increased greatly. The guardian blessing greatly increased their blood volume and defense, and the gap between the two armies quickly decreased. The Allied offensive gradually rose, and the front quickly pressed forward, instantly sweeping away a large number of pretenders. However, before the army rushed forward, a huge Black Knight appeared in front, blocking the way. 3 Dark Knights, Belials of Destruction, has been waiting here for a long time. The 3 Dark Knights, Shapiro said with a slight change in expression. All I saw was Belias thrusting the great sword into the ground and then shouting wildly, break apart, earth. Boom! The destruction of the big move started. The ground quickly cracked, and the fire column instantly rose into the sky. The first line of defense of the Black Earth is the baptism of lava purgatory. Chapter 301 Great Melee. Ice Age. Kuzan Vivi was startled, and then immediately resorted to the Ice Age, laying an extremely thick layer of ice on the ground. Boom! However, in the face of the explosion of the flames of Belials of Destruction, Kuzan's ice layer was directly penetrated like a blank sheet of paper. The pillar of fire that was comparable to Captain Yamamoto swept the audience in an instant, and countless Marine soldiers were directly smashed to pieces. At this time, Shapiro, Golantis, and the clergyman began to use their defensive skills. Wind of Holy Healing. Guardian of the Holy Light. A golden light flashed, and all the allies were put on a sacred shield. At the same time, a wind of recovery swept through the audience instantly, and everyone gradually regained their vitality and full of energy. Bang bang bang. Because of the shielded defense, a large number of soldiers avoided the bad luck of being seconds. However, with the 3 Dark Knights in the way, the allies were already in trouble and could not get in. This cleric. At this time, Glantis looked at Shapiro in the distance and suddenly had an inexplicable kindness. Is this my descendant? Sure enough, it is from the blue. Shapiro glanced at Glantis and smiled with relief. Click. Suddenly, a crack opened in front of the local front, and Astros rejoined the battlefield. Shapiro, how dare you break into the Black Earth? I want you to die without a corpse. In a rage, Astros swung his sword again and again, beheading the soldiers on the front line, but did not dare to approach Shapiro. After being shriveled again and again, she did not dare to act rashly, but instead used her own advantages to clean up the soldiers on the battlefield. Shapiro, my ancestors. When Glantis heard this, he was shocked. He didn't expect that one of the ancestors of the clergy, who had been separated from her by dozens of eras, would appear in front of her now. Is there still time to recognize relatives here? Destroy it. Earth. Belials of Destruction began to bombard wildly again, with a large-scale bombardment continuing to bombard the audience. Garp, go and stop Belial's attack. I will protect you. In desperation, Galantis asked Garp to attack to clear the troublesome pillar of fire. Garp nodded and then charged up at a very high speed against the dense pillars of fire. Holy light shines. At the moment of Garp going, Galantis used his divine sense to create a miracle light which always shone on Garp. All attacks cannot cause damage to Garp. Soon, Garp made a bloody path and dashed in front of Belial's Ming destruction strike. Without any hesitation, Garp directly used his awakening ultimate move, throwing 4 deadly punches at Belial's boom. However, Belial's invincibility armor was not broken, and Garp's awakening ultimate move did not cause any damage to him. Seeing this, Shapiro immediately reminded Garp, "Garp, hit the combo." Garp nodded and then smiled confidently. When it comes to combos, he is the best at it. The Scourge Hurricane, Jab Punch, Holy Fist combo, Shattering Fist, Speed Hurricane Fist. The uninterrupted blast of the wind shattered Belial's invincible armor in just a few seconds. Damn. Belial stroked his heart, gritted his teeth, and the moment the armor shattered, a red hurricane appeared on his body. The rest, leave it to me. Shapiro smiled confidently, then jumped towards Belial. Don't think about it, look at the tricks. Shunying. In the sky, the terrifying Astros teleported and flew to Shapiro, preventing him from getting close to Belial's. Bang. However, before she could use the knife, Shapiro's hammer fell on her and was blown away. After that, Shapiro caught the red ghost that popped out of Belial. The violent hammer of justice is about to start judging the devil again. At this time, the front line of the battlefield chanced to fight back. Kyuzan said excitedly. The powerhouses all nodded and made moves together in tacit understanding. Seeking Flowers 0. The flames eat the waves and Guren's fire palm. Diamond Stardust Fist. Big Golden Buddha shockwave. Boom. Without the interference of the Hell Flame Pillar, the situation of the Allied forces was instantly reversed and a large number of pretenders were eliminated at once. At this moment, 5 different colors of light and shadow flashed across the sky, as gorgeous as a rainbow. Luffy, Buggy, Ace, Sabo, and Kobe, the 5 bronze saints, come to the rescue. Ozma, come out, I'll beat you up, Luffy said excitedly. How can our world allow you to do anything wrong? Kobe said. Kuomo, Rubber Meteor Fist. Dai Enkai, Entei, the Nebula Chain. Lushan Shenglongba, the unicorn flies. With a loud shout, the fist like a meteor, the strange fire that burns the sky, the countless chains that pierce everything, the roar of the blue dragon, and the swift kicking skill of the unicorn, all slammed into the battlefield. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the attack of the Saint Seiya instantly dropped nearly 100 pretenders, and the injured were countless. With the support of the Saint Seiya, the advantage of the pretenders gradually diminished, and the offensive was gradually suppressed. Take advantage of this momentum, the whole army advances. Under the tiger-like offensive, the allies gradually advanced, and Ozma's second line of defense was about to collapse. At this moment, a black cloud floated behind him. Pegasus, you really are here. One of the 3 giants of the underworld, Griffin Minus, led a few underworld fighters and raided from behind. Among them, Doflamingo also came. Kyuzan looked behind him and was shocked. It's a fighter. And at this moment, Doflamingo smiled evilly. A birdcage. Only saw a white line rising into the sky and then enveloped the entire battlefield. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a cage of death. Chapter 302 Breakthrough the second line of defense. The end of the Black Earth. Ozma smiled with satisfaction. Is it one of the big 3? The twin gods. You really have enough face. The last time he attacked the underworld, Ozma helped the underworld warriors a lot. And this time Ozma is going to start a war, and the twin gods will naturally send troops over. In addition to helping Ozma, the most important purpose of the twin gods is to get rid of Pegasus. And this time, on the battlefield. Is this a move? It's a bit threatening, Sengoku said coldly. However, from the beginning, Marine's top fighting force has never been afraid of the strict Big Golden Buddha shockwave. Sengoku flew up in the form of a big golden Buddha. His hand gradually glowed with golden light, and then he punched the clue of the birdcage. Boom. 883 made a loud noise. The shockwave exploded instantly, and thick smoke billowed from the center of the explosion. Ugh. However, Sengoku's eyes widened. The birdcage in front of him was not damaged at all, but his big fist was cut. Sengoku, you are too confident. Now my white thread is more than just the ability of Devil Fruit. Doflamingo smiled. However, before he could finish speaking, a kilometer-long sword chi swept past. Break the air and draw the sword. Boom. Only to see that the sword energy is still expanding infinitely. Doflamingo's thin lines are cut off one by one, and the entire birdcage is cut open in an instant. Who is bad for me? Several blue veins appeared on Doflamingo's forehead instantly, but he didn't expect that his proud stunt was directly destroyed. It's so annoying, I can't even feel at ease with a drink. A ghost swordsman wearing a black robe holding a jug walked around and walked into the battlefield in a confused confused way. Damn ghost swordsman. Doflamingo was furious and flew over immediately. God kills. In a fit of anger, he directly fired 16 holy bullets at the black-robed ghost swordsman. Dangerous. Sengoku shouted. The ghost swordsman was still in a state of drunkenness, not dodging at all. However, the result surprised everyone in the arena. Blah blah blah. 16 holy bullets were automatically blocked by the black-robed ghost swordsman. Nanny. Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat when he saw this scene. Galantis Vivi was shocked. Although she didn't have much contact with him, she knew this man. It's him, one of the four sword saints, the Ronin Agamzo. What? Mysterious and powerful prodigal son. The rumors of the new world turned out to be true. This kind of strength is at least comparable to GSD. Is it our reinforcements? With him, hope is great. The allies were in an uproar. Although he didn't know why he appeared here, he didn't seem to be an enemy. Stinky, get out of here. Only seeing Forrest Gump picked up from the left, Doflamingo was picked up immediately. Bang. Slapped Doflamingo hundreds of meters away like a baseball. Ugh. Under the heavy blow, Doflamingo vomited a large mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. The star puppet line. At this moment, Mina sent out a thin line invisible to the naked eye and flew to Forrest Gump left. However, the drunken Forrest Gump was sober. Draw the sword. Only seeing a sharp sword energy cut through the sky, Mina's puppet line was directly cut off. Sure enough, Mina's Vivi was startled. His line was cut off for the first time. Forrest Gump's level has reached 90, and his level is already higher than him, not to mention the equipment on his body, which is not inferior to the ghost clothes on his body. Let's go. Minas did not fight and flew directly to Luffy and the others. Their goal is Pegasus. There is no need to entangle with Forrest Gump. Hey, did you spill my drink and run away like this? However, Forrest Gump didn't let him go, and a raptor breaking the air flew over and forcibly kept Minas. Damn. Minas frowned. This time he got into big trouble. At this time, the front of the second line of defense, the Hammer of Justice, Shapiro smashed Belial's with the hammer and directly beat him into a pig's head. Very embarrassed. Damn. Burst it. Out of desperation, Belial's AP stored energy for a while and then swung it hard, blowing out a hurricane. Woohoo. Under the strong wind, Shapiro was directly blown several meters away. Soon, however, he charged up again and continued to slam Belial's. Encountering Shapiro's pretenders and demons, whoever they are, will be bad luck. The other side, the Thunder of Repentance. Glantai summoned the Thunder of Judgment and slashed at Astros. Instant shadow. Astros used teleportation to avoid all lightning strikes, but she didn't lean into Glantai's because she was wearing the protection of the holy light and the attack basically couldn't get in. Wake up. Array of holy protection. Glantai's continued to pursue and hit the ground with an oversized blue enchantment. Even with the ability to teleport, Astros couldn't avoid the Archangel's blessing barrier and was directly knocked into the air. Damn bitches. Astros frowned, and the threat of Golan 0.6 Ts was not much worse than Shapiro. If you didn't kill these two annoying clergy leaders, you didn't have to fight at all. At this time, the army front line, Kyomo, Rubber Meteor Fist, Yasakani no Megatama, Fast Hurricane Fist. Because Shapiro and Grantais blocked the two Hell Knights, Saint Seiya, Garp, Sengoku, and others were able to concentrate all their firepower against the pretenders. Boom. Under the bombardment, the allies gradually broke through the second line of defense. The three Dark Knights have all been contained, and the only one left is Uzma. The victory of the Dark Jihad is at hand. Chapter 303 _ The Dragon of Hell. Iplius. Come on, victory is at hand. The morale of the allied troops soared, and they poured into the black earth. However, just as they stepped into a scorched earth, everyone instantly turned into a fireball. What's the matter? Kuzan was taken aback, but he didn't expect the ground in front of him to be a purgatory. At this moment, Ozma's roar came from the entire black land. Ha. Stupid allies, do you think I let you in so easily, without any preparations? Bear. As soon as the voice fell, a flame surged from the black scorched earth, burning more soldiers to ashes. Ice wall. Desperation. Kuzan used the power of ice to pull up an ice wall dozens of meters thick in an instant. Bear. 19 Collision of ice and fire. The steam rose into the sky instantly. The ice wall was quickly melted, and Kuzan had to inject more ice power. In the end, after a few seconds of collision, the flame was gradually neutralized, and the crisis was resolved. Ozma, what have you done? Kuzan began to panic, but he didn't expect Ozma to have such a powerful killer. It's the breath of the beast. Kizaru was keenly aware that a super strong breath was slowly approaching ahead. Just as everyone was staring at the front, a huge space-time crack suddenly opened in front, accompanied by a roar of demons. Bang. Then, there was a sound of footsteps that shook the heavens and the earth, instantly causing a micro-vibration. Fire attribute. Looks like a big guy. Vivi raised the corner of Ace's mouth. The flame just now should not be underestimated. Immediately afterwards, two huge bone claws came out of the crack, and a bone dragon the size of a a mountain stepped into the black earth. At this time, Ozma's evil laughter came from the sky again. Enjoy the pain and despair. Iplius will pull you into hell. Iplius, the dragon of hell living in the hell of flames, was brought to the world of pirates by Ozma using transfer magic. If no one stops it, the whole world will soon become a purgatory on earth. Get out of your way, you big monster. At this moment, Luffy rushed up first. Kuomo, giant meteor fist, only to see that Luffy's arms have grown huge, and then a burst of shooting star-like slaps, blasting countless huge fists. Boom! The small universe exploded in an instant, and the violent punches all fell on Iplius, which instantly blew up billowing smoke. However, it was not Iplius who was injured but Luffy. His hands were already covered with flames of hell, and they were spreading rapidly. Armament's fists were already burning red. Breath of ice. The nick of time, Kyozen flew up, sending out a mild chill directly to his burning hands, gradually extinguishing the flames on Luffy's fists. Interesting. Taste my flame. Ace, you didn't kill the dragon. At this time, Ace and Sabo flew over excitedly. Juyujinzu, Dai Ankai Ente, Lushan Bailongba, a loud shout. Dai Ankai, who merged into the strange fire, and countless blue dragons blasted out, trying to open the door. Boom! The soaring flames rose again, and the powerful flames almost covered half of the bone dragon. This time, the attack was obviously much stronger than Luffy's roar. However, there was no change in the result. Iplius roared wildly, and all the flames on his body were dissipated. Iplius is the super boss of LV85. Even the level 90 powerhouses like Agenzo. After being attacked, Iplius became furious and began to swing his claws and slap the soldiers in the field. Boom! The field was like being bombarded by artillery shells. The soil splashed, the ground was directly overturned, and a large number of soldiers were directly shot into pieces. And Luffy and others can only use observation haki to dodge this kind of attack. Even a level 80 powerhouse can't stand a few times. Meteor falling from the sky. Under the roar, Iplius made a big move, erupting a lot of flames into the sky. Boom! After a while, flames fell from the sky like meteors, bombarding the ground frantically. The sky echoed with endless screams. In addition to the 5 Saint Seiya and Marine's elite, almost all the others were killed. The original thousands of heroic troops were almost completely wiped out, and there was endless despair in the field. 990. At this time, in the second line of defense, Bejudged, under the blow of Shapiro's heavy hammer, Bellas could no longer resist, and was finally knocked to death, leaving only a huge black body standing on the black earth. The other side, Galantis beat the terrifying Astros to the brink of death. Although she can use her space ability to escape, this is already her base camp, and there is no point in retreating. Anyway, dead can be resurrected again. Holy light apocalypse. Only see Galantis reading the scriptures and calling out the apocalypse cross. Then it flew into the sky, and the apocalypse cross erupted with endless golden light like the sun. Boom boom boom. The golden light was like a sharp blade cutting Astros without dead ends, and finally a powerful explosion occurred which directly ended her life. In other corners of the battlefield, the army of the clergy and the allied army is about to destroy all the pretenders. In the end, the surviving strong men advanced to the third line of defense together and joined Luffy and others. Chapter 304 The Wrath of Iplius. The second line of defense. The underworld fighters led by Minus were still unable to break through Agenzo's block. Giant wings flying, big waves and white lines. Dead Soul Phantom. The dark and evil little universe erupted with all its strength, and in an instant colorful energies covered the entire sky, about to engulf Forrest Gump. Excalibur. Meteor falls. However, Forrest Gump jumped left and flew directly into the sky, dodging all the attacks. Blah blah blah. Then a meteor-like rain of swords poured down, with several long swords of more than 10 meters in them, and smashed on the underworld fighter. Shield white line. Griffin armor. In addition to Doflamingo and Minus defensive skills, the other underworld fighters have been stabbed into honeycombs and reduced to ghosts under the sword, and the situation has been reversed directly. Ugh. And Doflamingo and Minus, the ghost clothes, have also been punctured and seriously injured. Kid, it's time to end. Forrest Gump's eyes became sharp. He did not give them another chance, and a cold moon-like sword intent erupted. Extremely divine sword art. Instant slash. Minus and Doflamingo could stand firm. Forrest Gump rushed forward like a gust of wind and thunder. Clang clang. As soon as the sword was withdrawn, the two bodies were slashed by several extreme sword chi, and finally they were cut into several segments, and they were killed directly. Iplius, let's see if I can harvest some valuable equipment for some wine money. Forrest Gump stared at the flames burning on the black earth and then staggered into the interior of the black earth. At this time, Hades City. Hades stretched out his hand and shot a black energy forward, and Minus and the others were resurrected on the spot. Then he turned around, faced Pandora, who was looking down on the kneeling ground, and scolded angrily, Pandora, Lord Hades, Hades, I'm all for the sake of jihad. Pandora's heart was shocked and nervous sweat fell. She knew that Hades would not be happy no matter what the outcome of the battle with the underworld fighter. However, her situation was also very helpless because the order to join the war was issued by the twin gods. You won't be allowed to interfere in the future of Pegasus. Hades snapped. Yes. Pandora nodded reluctantly. She was determined to take the blame. Go back. Hades didn't punish Pandora because he knew that the twin gods were operating behind him, so he let her back. At this time, the third line of defense of the Black Earth, the dragon of hell, Ipleus, was still frantically raging in the audience, and all the masters were injured to varying degrees. Healing prayer. Galantis immediately used healing magic, barely allowing the people on the field to avoid missing an instant kill. What a big troublesome guy. Shapiro couldn't help it. Although he was almost immune to all damage, his hammer couldn't play a big role in dealing with Ipleus. Is there no way to deal with this bone dragon? Sengoku frowned. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm of the bone dragon padded over. Instigate. Under observation Haki S for knowledge. Sengoku leaped and quickly dodged the blow. Dragon, the weakness should be the reverse scale. Garp murmured after thinking about how he dealt with the ice dragon Skasa. Sengoku, Kizaru, Kyuzan, others were speechless for a moment. This dragon has been turned into a dead bone. Can you still find the reverse scale? Ahahaha. Garp also laughed awkwardly when he realized this. Then dismantle its bones. At this moment, Luffy flew out. Kyomo, giant meteor fist. Boom. The giant's meteor fist all smashed into the bone dragon's forelimbs, and a plume of smoke exploded in an instant. With a whimper, Ipleus's joints were directly blown, and this forelimb was directly paralyzed. It's alright, it worked. This is stupid. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. They didn't expect that the bone dragon, which had been unable to break through, was stunned by Luffy's random punches. Attack its joints and limit its mobility. After everyone discovered the mystery, they all launched a mad attack, and suddenly all kinds of energy filled the sky, all concentrated on the joint of Ipleus' other forelimb. Boom. Ipleus wailed again. The joints of both forelimbs were shattered, and the bone dragon lost its most devastating attack, claws. See how you show your teeth and claws, Buggy said proudly, propping up her waist. And at this moment, Ipleus' whole body turned red, and the air instantly rose several degrees. The scorched earth of the entire Black Earth seems to have boiled, billowing white smoke. Bear. With a roar, the earth began to ignite a black flame, and even the air was almost burned through. Be careful. Quick, fly to the sky. A calamity-like flame swept through the audience in an instant, and even the ground was gradually burned through. Everyone in the field immediately flew into the sky, otherwise it would turn into scorched earth in an instant. Fortunately, most of the people already have the ability to fly, and the ability to use the ability of the flying artifact baby temporarily escaped the disaster. Look. At this time, there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd, and everyone's attention was immediately focused on the bone dragon on the ground. Sizzle. All I could see was a huge flame bullet condensed in Ipleus' mouth, and it was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The devastating blow is about to end. This land, and even the nearby islands and seas, is about to become a purgatory on Earth. Chapter 305_5 Saints Martial. Eternal Fall. Chaos kills God. Just when the bone dragon was about to make a move, a black shadow flashed and rushed towards Ipleus. Clap clap. I only saw a demon with a size comparable to Belial's of destruction, completely liberating the power of the demon, starting a wild dance, tearing the fireball from Ipleus' mouth. Boom. In the end, the demon made a final blow, completely destroying Ipleus' stored energy, and the powerful claw attack also left a long claw mark on its head. What a powerful force. It ripped off its ultimate move. Sengoku exclaimed and said. Not far away, Gola and Dis felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, so cordial and warm. I seem to have seen him somewhere. This demon is actually the demon form of Nirbus, but because Neil Base turned into a demon, Galantis couldn't recognize it. It is precisely because of this that he will come to support. The blood of the devil in the body is boiling. 280. At this time, Garp was also inspired by Neil Base, and the blood of the demons also rolled with it. God, please forgive me. Garp only heard a cry, and the black blood in the body spread rapidly in an instant, and finally formed a big man with the same shape. Roar. At this moment, Ipleus became more violent, and a fireball with 10 times the power condensed in his mouth. But this time, Ipleus didn't give Nirbus another chance, and threw a big fireball directly. Boom. The entire battlefield fell silent, and then there was an earth-shattering roar in an instant. It's over. Everyone saw the flames blowing in their faces, and their eyes were full of despair. At this moment, the bandage wrapped around the cross on Garp's back slowly melted under the high temperature, revealing its original appearance. Boom. Only saw a holy light appear, and the rapidly spreading fireball was directly split into 2 halves, and then the battlefield was like the rain falling from the sky. Not only did the flames begin to recede, but even the earth began to recover, and green shoots grew. What is this feather? Then the sky filled with divine light, accompanied by feathers like snow. A young man dressed in holy white clothes with a tender face slowly descended. It's a saint. All the surviving priests immediately cheered up. The young man in front of him was the saint who first received the revelation, the ancestor of the priests, and Michel, one of the 5 saints. A boy, Kuzan, Kizaru, and others were shocked. They thought that the 5 saints were all as tall and mighty as Shapiro. Unexpectedly, this saint is completely different from what he imagined. According to legend, after Michelle received the revelation, she was no longer affected by time and kept her youthful attitude. At the same time, he is also one of the apostles, the 12th apostle, the one who penetrates all truth and falsehood and has eyes that can see through the hearts of all living beings. Vivi raised the corner of Shapiro's mouth. Long time no see, Michelle. Now is not the time to reminisce, Shapiro, Michelle said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Michelle pulled up the cross on the ground and the holy light broke out again, shining in the audience. Justice. Michelle gave a divine thought and a sacred light array appeared at the foot of Iplius. Clap clap. I only saw countless spears of justice flying out of the void, stabbing Iplius from all directions, and the light array on the ground gradually cracked. The huge skeleton, under the judgment of God, the bones were gradually pierced and broken. Michelle's attack caused direct damage to it. Drink. In the end, the formation on the ground was completely shattered, and a righteous female angel jumped up from the cross cursor and threw the huge spear of judgment from the air. Boom. After being struck by the gods, Iplius was seriously injured and very weak. Go to hell and repent of your sins. Hammer of repentance. Michelle did not soften her hand and raised her hands again, and then the divine light condensed a huge divine hammer. Boom. With a loud bang, the divine hammer fell directly on the head of Iplius, and the skull shattered on the spot. With a wailing resounding through the sky, Iplius retreated directly, returning to the original world from the big crack. The third line of defense set up by Ozma has been completely broken. Finally kill this big monster in one go. Destroy Ozma. Fight for world peace. The coalition suddenly boiled, and victory was not far away from them. However, Michelle shook her head. No, you can't hurt Ozma. Why? He did such wicked things, and 10,000 deaths are not enough. Yes, do you want to let him do whatever he wants on this land? No one understood Michelle's advice, and it caused outrage. After all, Ozma's evil. People have experienced it. How could they possibly forgive him? With your strength, you still can't compete with Ozma. Please come back, Ozma said coldly and solemnly. The rest, let me seal the evil in Ozma's heart. Chapter 306_Crazy Roadblocker. In Michelle's words, with sacred majesty, the people who were in an uproar instantly fell silent. After a while, Kuzan said, Saint, as long as there is no accident, we Marine will not take another step forward to settle everything before leaving with peace of mind. So are we. Others also nodded, following Kuzan's example and watching what's going on inside here. Also, but if there is any conflict, I can't keep you safe, Michelle said. Shapiro stood up and said with a smile, leave their safety to me. Michelle nodded and then walked into the Black Earth alone to negotiate with Ozma the Chaos. At this moment, Ozma's laughter came from inside the Black Earth. Ha ha ha. Michelle, do you think I will still listen to you recite scriptures and spend the rest of my life wasted? My revenge, no one can stop it. Click. As soon as the voice fell, the space in front of Michelle shattered. Boom. A burst of blood and black energy spurted out and rushed towards Michelle. The crazy and powerful blocker has appeared. Guardian of the holy light. Between the light and flint, Michelle used an invincible shield to block 2 powerful breaths. Guardian of the holy light, wind of holy healing, and Glantize, Shapiro, and other clergymen also activated their defensive big moves to resist the burst attack. Kazan, come again. After a while, the 9 Suns demon god flew out with a strong blood energy all over his body, extremely violent. Instigate. Immediately afterwards, the 9 Sons of Darkness demon god and Kazan also flew out with an extraordinary impact on the world. Boom. Under the powerful impact, the entire island was instantly razed to the ground, and a large number of priests with insufficient strength were directly destroyed. These 2 lunatics. Kuzan's eyes widened immediately. The 2 9 Sons demon gods, their power can blow up the whole world. And the ghost Kazan, how did they fight? Sengoku was very curious. He had previously received news that they were helping Whitebeard and other pirates, but he did not expect to appear again and had such a fierce duel with Kazan. Damn it, Ozma, what you do is not good for this world at all. Michelle gritted her teeth. But there are 3 such perverted combat powers, and he is also difficult to stop. The collision of the 3 energies will not take long, and the world will be smashed into pieces. This world means nothing to me. Besides, they are the ones who destroyed the world, Ozma said with a wicked smile. Saint Michelle, nigga, I'll leave Kazan to you. The rules are the same. The 9 Sons knew very well that he couldn't hurt Kazan, so he turned his spear and attacked Michelle. The 9 Sons, please see the current situation clearly. Do you want the world to be destroyed? Michelle didn't want to fight him and tried tried to resolve the dispute in a peaceful way. However, the 9 sons didn't take it seriously and said confidently, Ozma's spicy chicken, this uncle alone can beat him to the ground, break the mountains and the ground. After that, the 9 sons demon god activated his ultimate move and jumped to Michelle, the hammer of repentance. The two collided with one big move. The sky and the earth burst apart instantly, and the extreme energy aftermath exploded in an instant, affecting countless people. Sheng Guanqin shield. In desperation, Shapiro launched a huge wall of holy light, blocking the front. Boom! The powerful aftermath instantly shattered the wall of holy light, and the shields of the 5 saints could only offset this blow. Seeking flowers 0. Shapiro frowned as he looked at the battle ahead, and then issued an order to everyone: evacuate the island. This kind of battle is beyond your ability to compete. Saints like Luffy, Buggy, and marine elites like Kizaru can no longer play any role in staying on the island, but will become a burden, so they can only be temporarily evacuated. Luffy and the others didn't hesitate. After all, he realized the strength gap in the last ninja war that Madara Uchiha launched. Stay, there is only one dead end, and this time, on the battlefield. God's punishment, Devil Soul Splitter, Blood Fury, Holy Spear, Michelle, Kazan, the Dark 9 Sons and the 9 Sons started a big melee. Rumble rumble. Under the frenzied bombardment, the heaven and the earth began to crack, and the world that had just returned to peace soon became filled with cracks like spider webs in the sky. The last war had not yet fully recovered, and the damage caused by the 4 peak powerhouses with god-level power greatly aggravated the destruction of the planet. At this time, inside the Black Earth, very well, let's continue to destroy like this. Bring out Gia and Alea, and then clean up all of you lunatics. Ozma has investigated the matter of inhibition. Destroying planets and exterminating human beings will also be punished. This time, he didn't need to do anything. He incited the 9 sons to tear them apart. If the restraint force comes out, the 9 sons demon god and the others are not opponents either. Ozma just wanted to use this to kill people and clear these annoying obstacles. At that time, seal them for 10 or 8 years, and no one will stop Ozma's plan. Chapter 307 All-Seeing Eye. Ghost Island. Ye Chen monitored everything on the battlefield and suddenly smiled softly. Ozma, this war is boring without you. Ozma has a good idea. No matter who the 9 sons or the 9 sons of darkness are, they will fight until the winner is decided. And they didn't take Ozma seriously at all, thinking that killing Ozma was a matter of minutes. At this moment, Esteth, Uji Zioxia, Tina, Perona, and Zaluria Palace have all returned to the Ghost Island with the hearts of 10,000 pretenders. It's good to be back. Ye Chen's mouth raised slightly. Originally, he wanted to teach Ozma to be a man, but now he thought of something more interesting, that is to let Esteth and the others defeat the arrogant Ozma. Keep him in peace. August 17th. Master, what about the promised reward? Esteth said. Tina is the heart of the first episode. The first person to return to Ghost Island is me. No one is witnessing. You can say whatever you want. Esteth and the 4 maids refused to accept it and fought for the reward. Okay, don't fight. All the rewards this time are in vain. Ye Chen looked at their argument and immediately smiled. The task this time is to identify the demon in disguise, so the corresponding gift is the omniscient eye that sees everything. The all-seeing eye. Everyone looks suspicious. The eye of omniscience. Can it really be omniscient? The eyes that can see through all the other secret techniques. Ye Chen said. All mysteries. Can you directly see through the authenticity of the pretender? Perona asked, confused. But more than that. Ye Chen showed a mysterious smile. All the mysteries of living beings cannot escape these eyes. There is such a treasure? Esteth questioned. Next, Ye Chen directly threw a colorful gem to Esteth. It's true. The moment Esteth took the gem, she could see the second and third tails in Tina and Uji Zioxia, including the Zanpakuto in Zaluria Palace. Why can't I see the owner's attributes? However, when he looked at Ye Chen, he found that all attributes were people with a higher level than it naturally cannot be detected. Ye Chen said. What about Ozma? Esteth asked. This all-seeing eye was created by Ye Chen using a large number of chaotic points. Except for the attributes of the gods such as Ye Chen and Hades, which cannot be seen, no creature can escape this pair of magical eyes. No need to be glittering almighty omniscient star poor. If you want to know the answer, try it yourself. Will you know soon? Ye Chen said with a mysterious smile. Okay, Ozma, you will be our first test subject. Esteth and the 4 maids laughed confidently. This turmoil, it's time to end. At this time, on the Black Earth, the 2 gods of the 9 sons, Michelle and Kazan, are still making big moves, bombarding the sky and the earth. Blood burst, dark flame wraith break, bloodthirsty slash, the pearl of apocalypse. Boom. 4 different auras instantly divided the sky into 4 pieces, and the entire island exploded again and again, and the dust was flying, which was extremely spectacular. Distance. Kazan looked worriedly at the colorful, overwhelming energy and the big explosion. Do you have to destroy the world before you can let it go? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku said solemnly, Ozma didn't come out. Could it be all his conspiracy? His subordinates are the three Dark Knights. The pretender can have as much as he wants. I don't think it's easy, Shapiro said. However, now there is a fierce fight on the battlefield, and trying to persuade them may not be able to listen. You protect yourself. This war will be ended by me. After thinking about it carefully, Shapiro made up his mind and rushed into the battlefield. At this time, inside the Black Earth, very well, keep destroying, keep destroying. Ozma was enjoying it all. The sky is shattering rapidly, and a devastating earthquake has also occurred in the seas of the world, raising a huge wave of 100 meters. And all of this, in Ozma's eyes, is a poignant work of art. When the world breaks and the planetary restraint force appears, his purpose will be achieved. Click. Just when he fantasized about the beautiful picture, a crack suddenly opened above his head. Ho. Immediately afterwards, Countess Dessous stretched out his hands and tore a big hole. Ozma, your time has come. Esteth pointed the knife at Ozma, majestic and admiral. Ha. Ozma looked at the little people in the sky and burst into laughter. An ant that even Astros can't defeat dares to dance its claws on this face beyond its own power. Just seeing Ozma's finger, a large number of dark flames rose into the sky and ran towards Yechen's 5 men. Who is the chopping board fish? Maybe. Esteth flew in the sky, evading the flames at a high speed at a 4.3 while approaching Ozma. The other 4 maids also erupted with vindictive wings from their backs, lightly dodging Ozma's attack. There are 5 rays of light shining in the sky, like a rainbow. A bunch of jumping clowns, Ozma said disdainfully, and more black flames erupted. Instigation. However, all attacks were easily dodged by Esteth and the others, and his actions seemed to have been foreseen. What could it be that the 9 Sons demon god told them all my secrets? Impossible, Ozma said in shock. At this time, Esteth smiled confidently. Ozma, I have seen everything about you. Chapter 308 Dark Profound Truth. Chaos World. Ha. See through my ability. Just a few of you ants? Ozma laughed wildly. Esteth is only level 75 and the other 4 maids are only about level 70 and their strength is much weaker than Esteth, so Ozma didn't take it seriously. Black flame soaring to the sky. Dark flame magic break. The tracking black flames, the sky-high flames, and the huge black flame pillars burst out almost at the same time. The flames almost enveloped the entire battlefield. Esteth and the others had almost no room to escape. Swoosh swish. However, they flew freely through the extremely small gap, successfully dodging all the attacks. Nanny. Ozma is not calm this time, and it is definitely not something that a person of this strength can do to avoid such a dense attack. How did they do it? Looking at Esteth's confident eyes, Ozma had Vivi's fearful expression for a moment. Clap. After a while, Esteth and the others had all approached Ozma, starting a frantic combo. Wow, I could hear was the black smoke above Ozma's head, accompanied by a wailing of 19, and at the same time entered a weak state. His invincible defense had been broken by 5 people. Sure enough, evil is cut. Dragon Emperor different dimension. Water escape burst water rush. Thousand Soul Festival. Dark flame shackles. Boom. The weak Ozma was just a wooden stake. The 5 women used the skills of professionals to bombard them wildly. All of them hit and exploded on Ozma in an instant. Because of Yechen's guidance, Uji Zioxia understood all the skills of professional Bifangzian ninja, and Perona has also been able to control the undead and become the awakened soul reaper of the necromancer. Under the heavy blow, Ozma was slightly injured. Ozma was a mage, and Esteth's physical attack could still cause him a lot of damage. Damn it, don't think I'm capable of that. After a while, Ozma's invincible shield was automatically repaired, and everyone's attacks were ineffective again. It seems that you are not invincible. You're just like that. Go on, he's at this level. The 5 continued their frantic combos, although each time they broke his defensive shield, the damage was not much. But according to this kind of offensive, if he can always be suppressed and beaten, he will be destroyed sooner or later. However, Ozma burst out with an extraordinary aura. Chaos World. In extreme anger, Ozma slowly raised his hands and began to explode his final ultimate move. In an instant, the entire island was shrouded in darkness, and a raging black flame ignited in the arena, as if to evaporate the entire world. Halo of betrayal. Ozma shouted wildly, and in an instant, a strange blue light appeared on everyone's body, and their attacks flew towards their teammates involuntarily. Everyone was taken aback, and then reacted quickly, dodging or blocking teammates' attacks. Tina, get out of the way. At this time, Esteth attacked powerfully and quickly, flying towards Tina. Crap. However, Tina did not react and did not dodge or defend. Under the heavy blow, Tina was instantly killed by Esteth and fell to the ground. Fortunately, she has 2 tails in her body, otherwise she would have died. Boom. At this moment, the great void in the sky cast a golden beam of light on her. Want to save people? Dark flame demon break. Ozma sent out a huge pillar of soaring flames, trying to kill Tina directly. However, what does Sue send sent out was an anti-membrane, and no attack could penetrate this independent space, and Ozma's pursuit was meaningless. After that, with the support of Desu, Tina was safely sent back to Ghost Island. Damn this ability. At this time, Esteth and the other three used the Eye of Omniscience to see this complex and bizarre ability clearly, and they were shocked. Under the chaotic world of Ozma, they need a clearer mind and a faster response to deal with, because Ozma put a betrayal aura on them. As long as they have the idea of attacking, they will involuntarily hit their teammates. If you make a mistake, your teammates will almost be killed in seconds. What's the situation? And just as they were about to discuss countermeasures, the blood in Esteth's body began to boil abnormally. Esteth turned into an ugly fork. Esteth. Perona let out a piercing shout. Ozma was so despicable that she directly turned her teammates into such an ugly monster. So did the other two, worried about Esteth's comfort. Although they are a bit intriguing and jealous of Esteth's beauty and talent, they still have a deep friendship with each other. Ha ha ha, don't worry, you will all become my slaves. Ozma laughed wildly. At this time, Esteth, who turned into a fork monster, began to approach Perona and others. AI 317 stirs. Don't worry, we will definitely destroy him and save you. Sialulia Palace's eyes were firm, thinking about how to deal with Ozma. Ha ha ha, your spears are all broken. Do you still want to struggle? Ozma laughed wildly. Wait. At this moment, Uji Zioxia saw through the immediate mystery of this move through the ability of the omniscient eye. Quick, let Esteth attack us. All attention was on Ozma, ignoring Esteth. The key to lifting the betrayal halo lies in Esteth, who has become a fork monster. Uji Zioxia had already approached Esteth actively. The betrayal is lifted. I saw was that Esteth charged up for a while, and then stabbed the long thorn on top of his head into Uji Zioxia's body. Sizzle. Under the attack of the fork monster's skills, Uji Zioxia's betrayal halo was directly cleared. So it is. Seeing this, Perona and Zaluria Palace also rushed towards Esteth. Damn it. Ozma frowned slightly. He didn't expect his moves to be seen through so easily. With the help of the omniscient eye, Ozma's advantage has almost disappeared. This time, Ozma underestimated Esteth and the others. Chapter 309 Justice for Shapiro. Don't even think about it. Black flames soared to the sky. Ozma would not let them dispel the betrayal aura easily, and began to send out a large number of black flame attacks, interfering with their going. Arc Flash, Shun View. However, both Perona and Zaluria Palace used the ability to teleport to escape Ozma's pursuit. Ozma, take the move. Fire Escape Hurricane Shat. Ninja Phantom Shuriken. Fire Escape Toad Oil Bomb. At this time, Uji Zioxia released a lot of skills to cover the two who were approaching Esteth. Boom boom boom. The professional's fire escape instantly erupted. A hurricane of flames soaring into the sky. Countless shurikens, and the psychic beast Flame Toad erupting huge splitting flames, directly drowning Ozma. The intensive multi-stage attack directly broke through Ozma's invincible shield, and Ozma also entered a weak state, unable to interfere with Perona and Zaluria Palace. The betrayal is lifted. Esteth immediately stabbed to remove the betrayal aura from both of them, and just after the other three were released from the betrayal aura, the form of the Esteth fork monster was also released. Ozma, look, I won't kill you. Huo dun spiral shuriken. Huo dun yantian deo. Huo dun how fireball technique. Barak's wrath descends zombie Lydia. The 33 breakthroughs. Kang Huo pendant. Dragon Emperor different dimension. Uji Zioxia, Perona, and Sialulia Palace made a gorgeous combo, and the fire suddenly covered the sky. And Esteth didn't make a move because the betrayal aura on her is still there, and if she makes a move, she will instantly lose her teammates. Boom. Another round of piling era output. Ozma once again received a dense and powerful attack, but because of the lack of the strongest Esteth, Ozma was not seriously injured. Drink. After a while, Ozma shouted and instantly bounced the three of them away. The invincible shield has been repaired again. Ozma's aura has changed, and Esteth's betrayal aura has been lifted. Space War. With a loud shout, everyone who was rushing towards Ozma was teleported to any area on the battlefield. What's the situation? Perona jumped in the air and crashed directly into a huge flame pillar. There was an instant burn, but the intense flame still caused huge damage to Perona. Fortunately, Perona itself is practicing dark magic, so she did not receive fatal damage. Others, more fortunate, were moved to the open space. Periodic transfer. And is it still anywhere? Esteth round. It was difficult to get close to Ozma like this, and it would be even more dangerous if he was teleported to the pillar of flame like Perona. At this moment, Uji Zioxia turned into an ugly and fat jagged monster. It's transformed again. The trick should be in Xiao Xia, Esteth said, and Uji Zioxia did not approach anyone, but approached Ozma step by step. Want to get close to Ozma? I'll help you. Esteth saw the way to break the spatial disorder, and sent out a thought directly. Cluck cluck. All I saw was a huge icicle holding up Uji Zioxia like a big hand. Space release. And Uji Zioxia Xiaoxia, before moving to Ozma's side, began to charge up, preparing to release the skills to remove the space disorder. Just as Uji Xiaoxia made a move, the icicle just entrusted her to Ozma's side. Chap! The double wheel in his hand hit directly, and Ozma's space magic was lifted. Look what tricks you have! Imperial swordsmanship, ninja phantom shuriken, 100 ghosts nightwalk. Esdeath and the others flew up in anger, and then used a series of gorgeous swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and necromancy to quickly knock out the black energy from Ozma. Ugh! The invincible shield was knocked down again, and waiting for Ozma was another round of powerful skills. However, although the defense has been broken many times, Ozma's blood volume is terrifying. If you want to defeat him, I am afraid that you may not be able to do it after 10 rounds and 8 rounds. But Esdeath and the others are different. After several rounds of competition, except for Esdeath, everyone else suffered a lot. If you are not careful, you are likely to be killed by Ozma's super strong black flame. At this time, the third line of defense of the Black Earth. Stop it, guys, stop fighting. Your fights are pointless. Shapiro faced everyone's onslaught and entered the arena to persuade him. Break the mountains and the ground. Devil's Soul Splitter. Break up the world. However, Kazan and the two 9-day demon gods had their eyes red, ignoring Shapiro at all, and continued their duel. Boom! Shapiro, who was in the middle of the three blades, did not dodge, but directly took the heavy blow of the three. Shapiro vomited a large mouthful of blood, and he was almost invincible in defense, but he couldn't stop God's attack. Fast healing. Michelle immediately used healing magic to help Shapiro recover from his injuries. Shapiro, these sinful madmen, let me deal with them. Michelle said, no, if you fight again, you will be completely fooled by Ozma. Shapiro held the hammer in one hand, caressed his heart in the other. His eyes were firm, and he shouted loudly, I don't ask you to pursue the same kind of justice as me, but you really want to become Ozma's pawn, and then watch. Are you watching the world perish? Suddenly, the air seemed to be still, and the entire battlefield fell into silence. In the end, because of Shapiro's coming forward, everyone in the arena temporarily put down the butcher's knife and remained silent. Even Kazan was moved by it and stopped attacking. Chapter 310_Angry Devil. Holy priest, it is the justice in your heart that wakes me up with blood-stained eyes. While speaking, the black hair that was thorn in Kazan's back floated out and then turned to ashes. The magic Alice cast on him has been purified by Shapiro's justice. With your hands, dispel all the darkness in this world. As soon as the voice fell, Kazan stretched out a few demonic hands, slowly dragging him to the ground, and finally disappeared in front of everyone. Kazan is Ozma's best friend. The two of them have the same experience. They were both charged with treason and were killed. After Ozma became a ghost, he took his life and turned him into a ghost and invited him to join the revenge plan. But Kazan rejected Ozma and wandered in the world as a ghost. After regaining his sanity, Kazan naturally wouldn't help Ozma. Where did he go? Garp asked. Underworld, Galantis said. Kazan returned to the underworld and returned to the position of ghosts and gods. 310. He no longer misses the world because with this group of people, even if the kingdom of Borodin is resurrected, it will not pose any threat to this world at all. On the side, Neil Bass smiled with relief and quietly left in the crowd. He was proud to have such an ancestor and such a wonderful sister, but as an avenger, he had to go. At this time, the blood of the Nine Sons demon god burned again, and the sword pointed to the inside of the Black Earth. This battle, it's time to end this war. At this time, inside the Black Earth, let the world plunge into chaos. Exchange visions. Ozma launched the next skill, and for a moment the entire area fell into darkness, and everyone lost their vision. This is Xiao Xia. When Esdeath regained his vision, he found that his vision had been transferred to Uji Xiaoxia. Esdeath, where are you? Why did my eyes grow on Perona? Don't run around, there are black flames ahead. The same is true for the other three. Their vision has been transferred to others, but their bodies are still under their own control. Because of the incoordination of body and vision, everyone's actions are chaotic. Esdeath saw Ozma in front of Uji Xiaoxia's body, however, her own body position was behind Ozma. Going forward will only get further and further away from Ozma, even rushing towards the pillar of fire. Esdeath, stop! Uji Xiaoxia found that her eyes were getting farther and farther away from Ozma, and she saw that Esdeath's body was about to hit the fire pillar, and immediately shouted, Esdeath, damn! At this time, Esdeath's vision also saw the movement of his own body, and immediately stopped going. At this time, Perona's body mutated and turned into a scissors monster among the pretenders. Appeared the monster that lifted the secret technique. Esdeath said, if you have your life, let's talk about it. Hey Yan. Ozma laughed horribly, and then sent out countless black flames and flame pillars to everyone. Because of the confusion of vision, it was difficult for the four of them to adjust their actions, and they were all injured by the black flames. Xiao Xia, close your eyes. At this time, Esdeath asked Xiao Xia to close her eyes, and her vision then disappeared instantly. Instigate, only to see that Esteth's body was as agile as a flying swallow, successfully dodging all attacks. Is this observation hacking? Ujizaioxia looked at all this, and Vivi was shocked and then smiled confidently. I understand, Esteth. Ujizaioxia also made Esteth close his eyes and use observation haki to dodge the flames. Good way. Sialuliapalis also began to follow suit. Since the vision is already chaotic, then simply abandon the vision and use observation haki to perceive Ozma's attack. Instigate, instigate, instigate. After that, the three of them gradually got used to the action without vision, and they evaded all Ozma's skills with agility and splendor. Eventually, all three gathered together and came to Perona. Blindness lifted. I see is Perona swinging her big pliers and then clenching forward. Immediately, everyone's vision returned to normal, and Perona also changed back to human form. Finally recovered. Ozma, see what other tricks you have. It's unforgivable to turn me into such an ugly monster. The four stood in line, glaring at Ozma. Thundering, thousands of armies destroyed. Fire escape, hurricane shat. 100 ghosts, night walk, cursed arrow. Boom boom boom. It was another series of combo skills. Ozma could only watch his invincible shield be broken because of his poor mobility. Take it. Extreme swordsmanship. Time and space slash. Thousand soul festival. Dragon emperor, different dimension. Fire escape, Mingyan karma, fire formation. In anger, the four made an awakening move. Boom. Under the big explosion, accompanied by colorful energy, it instantly covered the entire battlefield, and Ozma was also greatly injured. And at this moment, a strong blood energy floated from behind them. Quick flash. Esteth realizes that the situation is not good and immediately starts drinking, causing everyone to disperse. Swoosh swish. Ujizaioxia and the others did not hesitate and immediately used the teleportation ability of the highest mobility to escape from the scene. Just as they escaped from the island, a huge gore fiend covering the entire island was screaming in the sky behind them. Angry demon god, here we come. Chapter 311 Archangel Michelle. Gore fiend slaying the heavens. With a roar, the huge gore fiend rushed towards Ozma, who was in a weak state. Boom. The big explosion that destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth, accompanied by a burst of blood that dyed the entire sky red. The Nine Suns demon god's great move directly raised the entire island to the ground, and the scorched earth on the ground had also turned into a sea of blood. Hearing a scream flying all over the sky, Ozma caressed his heart and spat out a pool of black blood and was severely injured by the blast. Sure enough, that lunatic Perona's mouth twitched. This kind of crazy behavior, except for the Nine Suns, there can be no second one. Fortunately, we're going fast. Sialuliapala sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if they were far apart, she was shocked by the aftermath of the Nine Suns demon god's ultimate move. Such a powerful move, it should be dead. Ujizaioxia said, it looks like it's nothing to do with us. Esteth smiled contentedly and then gestured to the big voids in the sky to let them lower the reflection film and teleport them back to the ghost island. However, the truth was different from what they imagined. Ozma was not dead. Damn it, it's you, Nine Suns demon god. Ozma gritted his teeth. Although now he is in his prime, possessing the power of a god, and his level is higher than that of the Nine Suns. Unexpectedly, the damage caused by the Nine Suns demon god to him was so terrifying. This time is different from the past. Ohama, kill you, it's a matter of minutes. 9 days, demon god said coldly. The 9-day demon god got up very early and gathered the complete inheritance of Naga King's gluttony, and already has the power to destroy the gods. Hey, next round, I'll send you back to the west. Nine Suns demon god was very excited and rushed over like a flash of wind, slashing the invincible shield on Ozma. His life is mine. At this time, the dark Nine Suns demon god also flew over, and the competition between the two demon gods was endless, and everything was going to be broken. However, before they could make a move, Michelle stood in front of them. Wait a minute, you can't kill Ozma. Go away, or I'll cut you too. The Nine Suns roared at Michelle. However, Michelle did not retreat half a step. If you want to kill Ozma, walk over my body, Michelle said with determined eyes. It's annoying. Crash. Devil Soul Splitter. Without giving any more face, the two 9-day demon gods began to make moves. Boom. Michelle didn't give in half a step. The blood gas, magma and shadow burst out, directly smashing his body. Sane. Grantize shouted heart to heart. He didn't expect the ancestor of the clergy to be killed by two lunatics like this. Michelle. So did Shapiro, who thought it would end successfully, but unexpectedly such an accident happened. Just as they were about to attack Ozma, a ray of light descended from the sky. Stop. Saint Michel, with a six-winged archangel covering the whole world floating behind him, resurrected with blood. Michel has different forms in different planes. The archangel behind him is Archangel Michel in the angel plane. Michel, what, do you still want to resist? Said the Nine Suns. No, you can't kill Ozma yet. Go back, I'll handle the rest naturally. Michel said coldly, like a judge in the realm of the gods, exuding endless majesty. majesty. In an instant the whole world felt this majesty, as well as the warm and holy angelic light. Holy Archangel, cast out our troubles. The light of hope, may the war end soon. Tortured by war and struggling to survive, refugees now pin their hopes on Archangel Michel. Evil goes away. Archangel Michel had already felt the pain of the world, and suddenly a divine light erupted. The moment the light erupted, the whole world was plunged into pure white, and all those who became pretenders in an instant held their heads in pain, and finally their souls soared. The chaotic world restore calm in an instant. Michel, you, how dare you ruin my good deeds? Ozma said unwillingly, gasping for breath. Ozma, stop now. God can still forgive your crimes, Michel said coldly. However, the Nine Sons demon god did not hold back and said angrily, this dark monster has no value in existence, just destroy him. I won't lose to you. The devil god of darkness Nine Sons took the lead in attacking. Superspace fragmentation. The final ultimate move of the Dark Warrior broke out directly, and the time and space nodes burst out with countless blades, cutting everything on the island. Devil's blood break. At the same time, the Nine Sons demon god also photographed the blade of blood energy behind him, and the entire island was instantly swallowed by lava. God bless the barrier. However, the Archangel Michel followed his words and instantly created a holy blue barrier, directly isolating the two's attacks from the alien space. Even the ultimate move to cut through time and space can't cut through this enchantment. Just let me come to understand all this. The Archangel Michel raised his hand slightly, and a huge portal of time and space appeared in front of Ozma in an instant. Then, as soon as the Archangel Michel opened his palm, Ozma was trapped by several golden sacred chains. Let the holy world cleanse your heart of sin. As Michel shouted, Ozma automatically floated into the gate of time and space. At this time, Ozma showed a mysterious and weird smile. Michel, tell you, it's impossible. Crack, boom. As soon as the voice fell, a crack appeared inside the gate of time and space, and then a powerful explosion occurred. Immediately afterwards, a faceless demon with a huge scepter and horns all over his body slowly walked out of the gate of time and space. What is this? What a strong aura, not weaker than Ozma. His breath is very similar to Ozma. Around the island, seeing this powerful monster, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. You're too late, Goddess, Ozma said with a grim smile. The demon in front of him is the space ruler Goddess who masters space. Chapter 312 The Abyss Demon from the Universe. Damn. Archangel Michel gritted his teeth. Although he was no worse than Goddess, he was not as good as him in space. Goddess is a cosmic demon from another world. His abilities are as mysterious as Ozma's. People who don't know his abilities can't hurt him at all. Crack it. Only to see Goddess holding the scepter in both hands, and then knocking hard on the ground. Boom. In an instant the entire island shattered into a hexagonal floor of honeycomb panels, which were neatly arranged, causing even more terrifying damage than Whitebeard's shocking fruit. Don't try to run. Blade of blood. Instant shadow slash. The thunder of repentance. July 17th. The hammer of justice. Everyone in the field made a strong move, trying to keep Ozma and Goddess. Ha ha ha, this is my place. However, Goddess moved forward with a single palm, and a network-shaped spherical barrier blocked all attacks. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Goddess smashed the scepter to the ground again, and the floors around him were all smashed through, and under their feet is the endless abyss. Damn, I can't stop them. Nine Sons gnashed his teeth. He was very familiar with these two boss-level bigwigs. If Goddess wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Ozma has long been left behind, and even if he loses, he can retreat completely. Goodbye, you strong men in troubled times. Ozma laughed grimly. The next time you meet, what you will see will be death. After speaking, Ozma and Goddess disappeared into the endless void. Run, the war is over. Garp was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the scene in the distance. No, the war has just begun, Michel said solemnly. Ozma's smile left infinite suspense. He followed Goddess away, and it was definitely more than just taking refuge. Their auras are very similar. Among the abyss demons, the secrets buried are far from simple. At this time, Shapiro came over and patted Michel on the shoulder. This is the best result. Yeah, Michel nodded. Although this jihad suffered heavy casualties, including clerics as well as humans, but in the end, Ozma's demise was prevented. When will he be back? Kuzan asked worriedly. Although Ozma himself does not have a devastating ultimate move, his ability is indeed very terrifying. The contagion of the blood curse, the destructive power caused on the battlefield, is far more terrifying than reincarnation. It should disappear for a while, but in the future, it may come back at any time, Michel said solemnly. Next time the Dark Holy War, Ozma may become more powerful. You can be careful. Shapiro forgot to glance at Glantize, and then his body gradually transformed into a spiritual child, condensed into a bright light, and rushed into the sky. Sane. Glantize looked at Shapiro with an indescribable feeling. Gritting his teeth, Glantize burst into tears and said resolutely, I will definitely not let Ozma succeed. Will it be be stronger? Kyuzen's face was heavy. Ozma could be stronger, and the challenges he faced in the future would be even greater. Yoshi, Ozma, I will definitely surpass you during this time. However, Luffy is optimistic. This is Ozma's dying time, but also a good opportunity for them to become stronger. Wait for him to come out again. The one who killed him must be me. Buggy flew over, holding his iron fist, very unconvinced. On the side, Ace and Sabo laughed with relief when they saw the amusing of the two bronze saints. Although the crisis has not been resolved, the world has finally regained its stability, and they have been able to devote themselves to the holy war. At this time, in the pure land of bliss. Ozma, are you retreating? The god of death then Ados, who was watching the battle, put down his glass and shook his head slightly. He originally wanted to participate in it, but after the last battle with Dreyfus, the god of death, Hades, no longer allowed him to act rashly, so he just sent one of the three giants of the underworld to go. Aside, Hypnos, the sleeping god, pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, he is still the biggest beneficiary of this battle. Winners. Death god then Ados said confusedly. Well, he found an extremely powerful ally. Hypnos said. Allies. That huge demon. Death god then Ados said. The ultimate space ability. That demon is by no means simple. Hypnos, the sleeping god, said. Among his most powerful subordinates, the four dream gods, Ikaros is proficient in space power. Monsters like Gaunus, the power of space is no worse than Iklos. If they become an enemy, it is definitely very difficult. What's more, Gaunus came from the big universe. Even if Hypnos and the others were gods, they didn't know what his background was. Fortunately, the good thing about 5.9 is that they and Ozma are also friends, and they will not easily meet in the future. At this time, Hades City. Ozma, just a lingering rubbish who doesn't understand the true meaning of death at all. Hades faces the sea and is painting. The scene in the painting is not the sea, but a sea of black flames. Above the black ocean, there are skeletons on one side, representing the wicked and the devil. On the other side are the angels, towards this good man who ascends to bliss after death. In the center, Hades is holding the sword of Hades high, sending everyone in the world to hell and heaven. Chapter 313 The pillar of darkness descended from the sky. 1 month later, Pirate World. After Ozma launched the Dark Holy War, nothing special happened, and the world gradually returned to life, and the whole world is also aware of the lack of strength and the heaven-defying existence of the Paladins. Marine Headquarters. In this war, our Marine lost a lot of money, and we lost our soldiers. The most important thing now is to recruit soldiers and replenish our advanced combat power. Kyuzen said solemnly. Alas, it's a pity that Akainu disappeared. Sengoku said with a long sigh. After the war, Akainu left without saying goodbye, because during the war he became a pretender and almost wiped out all Tenryabito, so he didn't have the face to stay in Marine. No one knows where he went. Let's start a new round of world conscription. We need the support of the Paladins, he suggested. Paladins are very powerful. They can heal and assist. 19 Paladins can bring double the combat power improvement as well as powerful healing ability. It is because of them that Marine's soldiers have the capital to fight the pretenders. If Paladins can be recruited, many bloodshed and sacrifices can be avoided in future wars. Well, if Mr. Garp comes forward, I think it shouldn't be difficult to recruit priests. Kyuzen nodded and said, the problem is, Tenryabito is more troublesome. Sengoku said, the priests profess another faith. They are the descendants of God, and there is bound to be a conflict between the two. Looks like I'll have to talk to the top. Kyuzen thought about it, and he had to discuss this with the Gorosei/5 elders first. At this time, the world's major forces, Marine who wanted to recruit Paladins, the four emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and Blackbeard who was hiding in the dark, also began to win over Paladins. Moby Dick, Ulalala, a Paladin who can instantly heal the wounded so that you don't have to worry about fighting so much. Whitebeard laughed majestically. If there are Paladins in the Whitebeard pirates, the biggest advantage is that he no longer has to worry about the safety of his sons. Whether it is war or conflict, the Paladin is an absolutely powerful support point. Not only that, the Paladins practice the magic of light, and they can also play a vital role in dealing with Blackbeard. Beast Island. Kaido is drinking suffocating wine in the cave and has no plans to accept the Paladin. At this moment King walked in, looking a little anxious. Boss, do we really need to use the power of the Paladins? Why do you want these wastes? Our beast pirates are fierce tigers, and we don't need these mediocre veterinarians. Kaido said angrily. Zoan already has a super strong body and abnormal resilience. Kaido doesn't want to rely on these Paladins, and he has lost to a Paladin turned grandmother, so he doesn't have any affection for Paladins. As for Auntie's side, there is no need because Auntie is a powerful female Paladin. But apart from Kaido and Big Mom, everyone else began to pursue the Paladin frantically. However, it is not easy to find excellent Paladins, and ordinary Paladins do not have strong auxiliary effects. Only Paladins above level 30 party can play an excellent team role. At night, Sanctuary. Pope Serge visited Athena late at night and asked to see him urgently. Athena, for the Holy War, I plan to form an alliance with the clergy to deal with the evil in the world. Pope Serge suggested, that's what I mean too. Athena nodded and said with a smile, although priests and saints belong to different churches, their beliefs are the same, guarding love and peace, and there is no conflict between them. The priests are now in a period of development and the number of them is insufficient. Cooperating with Athena can achieve a win-win effect. I want to leave this matter to Luffy and the others, Sage said. Well, Luffy is familiar with the professional mentors. I believe they will bring back good news. Athena said. In the end, the task of the alliance with the priests was handed over to the 5 bronze saints of the pirate world, and just when the world was eager to win over the paladins, in the calm night sky, countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Many people accidentally discovered this peculiar astronomical phenomenon and immediately started talking about it. 150. Why so many stars tonight? What a beautiful view. Always feel something is wrong. The star is getting bigger and bigger, and it's about to hit our planet. Before the world could react, these star points fell at a high speed, bombarding the earth like a meteor shower. Whistling, the huge roar of the air friction, like the end of the day. Countless sparks instantly illuminated the whole world, just like the day. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful explosion occurred all over the world, and the fire burst into the sky, which was extremely spectacular. Under the raging explosion, a large number of people were affected, causing huge casualties. And just after the thick smoke cleared, countless huge black pillars were densely inserted on the ground, like a grave, and these pillars exude a strong demonic aura. Unprepared, disaster strikes again. Chapter 314 _ The mystery of the black pillar. The holy war begins. Gosh, what is this? The Dark Tower? What's in there? Let's just leave it alone and wait for Marine to come and deal with it. Everyone looked at the pillar in front of them, and all dared not act rashly, for fear that some troublesome monsters would be released. All they can do is wait for powerful people to come and clear these pillars. However, during this time, they could only live in fear. The next day, Marine headquarters. After briefly understanding the situation of the pillars, Kyozen immediately called Sengoku and others for an emergency meeting. This meeting is for these strange columns that suddenly landed. Kyozen said, according to Mr. Garp, these pillars exude an aura similar to Ozma's, and there must be something unusual hidden in them. Well, that's right. There's nothing wrong with this breath, and it's not just as simple as an ordinary pretender. The breath emanating from each pillar is not much weaker than the 3 Nights of Darkness. Garp said, because the blood of the devil is flowing in his body, he knows the general situation inside, even though the pillar has wrapped the breath as much as possible. Can these pillars be removed? If this continues, the world will only panic. Crane asked, I also think that now Tenryabito has asked to dispose of the pillars of the Holy Land as soon as possible, but unfortunately they can't be dug up. Kyozen's face was ugly. Tenryabito put a lot of pressure on him. After all, such a dangerous thing is difficult to deal with. What are you worried about? Take it apart and see it. Garp is gearing up. It's pointless to speculate. The best way is to do it. Mr. Garp, wait. It's no joke if the bomb is defused, Kyozen said. Garp smiled excitedly. He didn't look back but waved his hand back gently. Don't worry, I'll go to an uninhabited island to try. After that, Garp left the Marine headquarters and disappeared without a trace. Beep beep beep. And just after Garp left, in Kyozen's office, Kelly's electricity came. Kyozen, Admiral, you should be worrying about the black pillar, Kelly said on the other end of the phone. What? Do you know the secret of the black pillar? Kyozen said in shock. Yes, please send someone over to Sabayati Archipelago. Remember to bring money. This is valuable information. Kelly's eyes instantly turned into 2 shining stars, and her eyes were full of money. Okay, let's go there right away. Kyozen was very nervous about the information this time, and immediately sent Kizaru over. Judging by Kelly's tone, this is not only a challenge but an opportunity. At this time, in the New World waters, Luffy was on his way to the Sabayati Archipelago, looking for Glantais, when his stomach suddenly growled. Luffy, it's time to hunt. Ace pointed to a deserted island ahead and said excitedly. The 3 ASL brothers, all of whom are big eaters, cannot tolerate hunger at all. Yo-hoo, if only I could hunt a big wild boar. Luffy was instantly excited and jumped to the island immediately. What is this pillar? However, just as Luffy landed, he discovered that the island was covered with black pillars. This is the breath of the devil. Sabo frowned with an ominous premonition. Never mind, let's eat first. Luffy couldn't wait and excitedly rushed to the forest looking for prey. Hey, Luffy, don't try to take my prey. Ace also rushed in. No matter what pillars he has, what's going on? Let's talk about it when he's full. At this time, Hades City. Athena, are you going to drag irrelevant humans into the holy war? Hades already knew Athena's intentions, and his eyes gradually became sharp. For him, he didn't want to use the power of outsiders, and he didn't want unnecessary necessary people to interfere in this battle. This was the arrogance of being a god. Pandora, act, stop Pegasus. After thinking about it, Hades called Pandora. It's time to start the holy war. Yes. Pandora smiled wickedly, and she finally waited for Hades' action. The holy war is finally about to begin. Moment later, the deep forest where Luffy was. Sizzle. The woods. Luffy found a rough patch of grass. Big fat pig, here I come. Luffy immediately thought of each of the roast pigs, and jumped on it without hesitation. However, the moment he pounced, his face instantly turned into white paper. Inside is not the prey, but a tall and mighty man, and this man is his grandfather. Garp the fist. Bang. I only saw Garp burst into a chestnut, leaving a big bun directly on top of Luffy's head. It hurts. Luffy touched the swelling on the top of his head and said in surprise, Grandpa, why are you here? Before Garp could speak, he sensed an unusually powerful aura that was slowly approaching. Boom. Suddenly, several giant earthworm-like tentacles plucked up from the ground and rushed towards Luffy and Garp. Bang, bang. And Luffy and Garp, using observation Haki's quick reflexes, blasted the tentacles with one punch. Then, a fighter with a large number of earthworm tentacles emerged from the soil. It's me, Diffuxing Lemmy. The assassin sent by Pandora is here. Chapter 315 Burn the Devil Brands. Underworld fighter, watch me beat you up. Luffy smoked all over, turned on the second gear, and put on his holy clothes, and teleported to Lemmy at the speed of lightning. Kuomo, rubber meteor fist. The small universe exploded in an instant, and countless fists blasted forward like a meteor. Stinky boy, you are too manic. Remy swung a lot of tentacles to block Luffy's onslaught. Long-winded, prepare to die. And Luffy shouted again and continued to strengthen the offensive. The power of the small universe was gradually increasing. Bronze Saint Seiya, can such a small universe erupt? Lemmy Vivi was shocked. Luffy's strength was not only at the level of bronze, even half of silver could not defeat him. After the shock, Lemmy smiled confidently again, and began to get serious. Bound with earthworms. Instigate. At the moment of drinking, several 510 earthworm-like tentacles were instantly pulled from the ground, trapping Luffy directly. Damn, let me go. Luffy yelled angrily. He's just a reckless man. Can such a person still threaten Lord Hades? Remy sneered. Chap. And at this moment, a black shadow flashed and directly tore off all of Lemmy's tentacles. Is this a monster? Lemmy broke out in a cold sweat, and behind him, the Avenger turned Garp glared at him with claws. Dare to do it in front of me, no big or small trial, only to see Garp stretch out his demonic hand and grab Lemmy's head. Boom. Then, Garp hit him hard, throwing him behind him. Drink. Immediately afterwards, Garp pulled Lemmy for a quick charge, pressed him to the ground for a frantic friction, and finally threw him out with one hand. Boom. In the end, Lemmy hit a black pillar directly. In the end, Lemmy smashed his helmet and the robe was shattered. Now that Garp has reached the level of 70 and has a variety of professional powers, the general fighter is not his opponent at all. Luffy in front of him, it's just dead and alive. And right here, the black pillar has also been cracked and a ray of light flashed. Immediately afterwards, 4 skeletal mages wearing cloaks and holding staffs poured out from the shattered black pillars. The things in the pillars are really not simple. Garp geared up and flew over immediately, grabbed the 4 skeleton mages and slammed them towards Luffy with another friction. Luffy, it's up to you. Garp laughed. Luffy jumped up and launched a volley chase. Gamamo. Giant comet fist. Boom. The huge arm, like a small meteorite, directly returned the 4 skeleton mages to Garp. Grandpa, I'll leave it to you, Luffy said with a grin. Rumbling. In the next 10 minutes, the 2 grandfathers and grandsons blasted the 4 skeleton mages around as if they were playing tennis. However, these skeleton mages are extremely defensive, so they have not died yet after being attacked so brutally. The loud noise attracted even Buggy, Ace, and others. Hero Garp, why are you here? Buggy said in surprise. Mr. Garp, are you playing a parent-child game with Luffy? Kobe looked at this scene. The picture was very warm. It didn't look like a fight at all. The old man is always so young, Ace said with a smile. At this time, the 4 skeleton mages had already been smashed to pieces. It's time to end. Demon Hand. The end. Garp stretched out his claws and then used the power of the devil, squeezed hard, and instantly crushed all the skeletons into pieces. It turns out that there are no special monsters in this black pillar, Buggy said disdainfully. There are a lot of them, and it's not easy to clean up. Sabo said, these skeletons have thick skin and a lot of blood, and without the strength of Vice Admiral, it will be very difficult to deal with. With such a large number, even if it were to be cleaned continuously, it would take a year and a half. Bear. Suddenly, a black flame descended from the sky, falling fast like a meteor, and slammed into Garp and the others. Ace frowned. The flame was very familiar. This breath, it's him. It seems that a strong enemy is coming. Sabo's expression was solemn. This is the breath of a fighter, and the small universe is extremely powerful. And this underworld fighter is Skyburst can you bird Huiwo who can't even fight with the 3 ASL brothers. Corona whirlwind. In the sky, a huge fireball has been condensed in Huiwo's hand and it slammed to the ground rapidly. Boom. And at the moment when the fireball was about to fall, a pillar of fire erupted on the ground instantly, and I saw that the fireball of Huiwo was offset. What is this? Wei Huo was stunned for a moment, shocked by the sudden blow. Is it Gonus, the space ruler? Sabo Vivi was surprised. This monster was similar in shape to Gonus, but the whole body was burning with flames, and its momentum was slightly weaker than that of Gonus. It seems that it is not as simple as 4 skeleton mages, Garp said with a heavy face. The demon in front of him came from the same planet as the space ruler Gonus. Brands, who is known to burn everything. Chapter 316 _ A strong man from a parallel world. Who are you? Huiwo was burning with anger and roared at Brands. The flame on Brands was even more provocative in his eyes. You stinky brat, pretending to be an old-fashioned tiger in front of me, courting death. Brands roared wildly, and in an instant a shock wave of flame spread instantly, directly burning the entire forest. Is this a small universe? Sabo Vivi was surprised because the arrival of Brands, the whole sky turned into a burning universe. I think this is a big universe. Buggy's mouth twitched and hid behind the others. This Brands, his momentum alone had already overwhelmed him. However, Wei Huo was not afraid, and the small universe was instantly lifted to an explosion. Triple coronal blast. Bear. Wei Huo did not leave any spare strength and directly used his ultimate move, and Brands was instantly surrounded by flames. Stinky boy, it's too slow. However, Brands is extremely fast. Just walking, he can run faster than the practitioner. Boom. Only seeing a strange movement, Huiwo's fireball shot straight into the air, hit the ground, and instantly blasted a deep pit with a radius of 100 meters. In the deep pit, the flames continued to burn, ravaging the earth. Brands strolled on the flame zone and sneered. This level of flame is cooler than the lava I bathe in. The side, Sabo reminded Huiwo. Hey, his flame resistance is so high, how can you fight him? Don't worry about it. Wei Huo was very unconvinced and approached Brands at the speed of a gust of wind. If the flame is not good, then use my fist to smash your head. Beneath the pillar, the earth-fluxing Star Limey struggled to prop up his body. Wei Huo, hurry up, kill Pegasus. Where are the bugs from? Brands turned and scorned Remy, then threw his fist lightly. Bear. The endless fire of karma burned, burning Lemmy to ashes in an instant. He's my prey. Wei Huo didn't give Lemmy a second glance, and didn't care about Pandora's order, and directly sent a lightning-fast punch to Brands. Bang bang bang. However, Huiwo's fist didn't do much damage to Brands. Although Huiwo's strength is not weaker than Brands, but because Brands is a cosmic demon with the ultimate fire attribute, he is almost immune to his flames, so even if he is exhausted, it is impossible to defeat Brands. The strong demonic aura is definitely a major threat to mankind. Let's kill this monster first. Monster, die. At this time, Garp, Luffy and other saints also joined the ranks of the fight against Brands. Devil's Hand, Kuomo, Giant Comet Fist, Lushan Chenglongba. Boom. The overwhelming skills instantly drowned Brands, causing a powerful explosion. Don't interfere in my battle. Wei Huo snorted coldly. Having said that, Luffy and the others wanted to intervene, but they couldn't stop it. At this moment, Brands roared, and the aftermath of the explosion was all shaken back. Flame meteorite. With a roar, a huge flame meteorite quickly descended from the sky. Oops, if you smash the other pillars, it's going to be bad. Garp's face changed drastically. Ming Destruction Strike then poured all the power into both fists and delivered a divine blow. Kuomo, Giant Meteor Fist, Lushan Bailongba, Unicorn Double Fist. Everyone made a move again, and even Wei Huo had to blast the meteorite first. If the black pillars of the entire island are shattered, even a level 80 powerhouse will not be able to escape. Boom. All the big moves hit the meteorite in the sky, and the dense energy rose into the sky, gradually smashing the meteorite and finally blowing it up. Fireball bursts. However, the crisis has not been resolved, and a strong flame has condensed in the palm of Brands' hand and then erupted instantly. Get out of the way. The continuous fireballs tracked everyone, and the speed was extremely fast, more terrifying than Ozma's black flames. On the opposite side, Ace raised his mouth slightly. Flame barrier. The flame barrier created by the different fire gradually offset the fireball of Brands, and finally escaped the powerful blow. We have a lot of people, let's go together. Immediately afterwards, everyone swarmed up and set fire to Brands' flowers. Because of the advantage in numbers, Garp's offensive gradually overwhelmed him and soon occupied an absolute advantage. So this monster doesn't have any ability, Buggy said proudly. Apart from these few moves, Brands has no other special skills, so it is not too difficult to deal with. It's time to end. And just after nearly 100 rounds of battle, Garp began to teleport behind Brands and then shouted angrily, "Dark power!" I saw was Garp's palm forward 2 black chains, which instantly bound Brands. hands and then held him up in the air. Good chance. Guo mo. Rubber meteor fist. Juyujinzu. Dai Enkai Ente. Dragon's claw. All kinds of deadly big moves all fell on Brands, and a powerful explosion occurred again. Ugh. In the end, Brands let out an unwilling wailing and then turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. With the combined efforts of everyone, this terrifying monster was finally defeated. The things that are in the way are gone, and it's you next. With black flames burning on Hui Huo's body, his eyes were as sharp as knives, ready to destroy these saints. I think you haven't figured out the situation yet. Garp pointed behind Hui Huo, his face extremely solemn. Nanny. Hui Huo turned to look, and suddenly, behind him, a strong light flashed out, and for a moment time and space seemed to have stopped. Come to fight, you strong men. Hey, have you ever eaten magic star bombs? Looks like a lot of fun. Immediately afterwards, among the cracked black pillars, 5 professional figures appeared, exuding a strong aura. Garp and others recovered their vision. A red-haired woman with gloves, a magician dressed in fashion with a brush-like broom behind him, a cleric wearing a red costume with a totem on his back, Ashura holding a long sword. There is also a berserker with a magic sword in his hand and his whole body glowing with blood. All are gearing up, ready to attack. The real secrets in the black pillars are these powerful professionals. Chapter 317 The secret of the black pillar. Just before these pros came out, Sabayati Archipelago, Kizaru came to Kelly with a lot of cash. Teacher, what information about the black pillars are you talking about? Kizaru asked eagerly. It's closely related to artifacts and epic equipment, Kelly said. Epic gear. Kizaru was suddenly shocked. He knew the lethality of the weapon in his hand very well. If an elite army with epic equipment was formed, this level of combat power would definitely be comparable to that of a regiment of 4 emperors. How do I get the gear? Kizaru demanded. It's very simple, that is, battle. Kelly smiled mysteriously and said, battle? Are there monsters sealed inside? Kizaru asked. Well, not only monsters, but also a large number of professionals who were accidentally attracted to different dimensions, and even some peerless powerhouses who were copied by the Cosmic Force 110. Kelly said. People call this fight the Abyss Party. Abyss Party? A peerless powerhouse? Strong, Kizaru said in surprise. Of course. According to the adventurer, even the 4 great swordsmen of the Arad continent are also inside. Kelly said. For adventurers with little equipment, these pillars are very dangerous. Hearing this, Kizaru immediately took a deep breath. Back then, he had seen the horror of Forrest Gump. The 4 sword saints were together. Wouldn't that be against the sky? At this time, the island of the New World. Hey, who are you? How are you in the pillar? Buggy demanded. However, these powerhouses ignored Buggy. Speed is weight, and the wind blows. And the clergymen who were all red were the first to charge towards Hui Huo, sweeping out a whirlwind-like blow at high speed. The man in red, nicknamed Bullet Man Dries, is an adventurer who has perfected his speed. Although only level 55, a collision at high speed, even a small bird can destroy an aircraft. The other 4 professionals were of similar level to her, but they all possessed unique skills. If they were not careful, even the going Saint Seiya would be instantly killed. I can catch bullets, and in terms of speed, I have never been afraid of anyone. Hui Huo threw his punches again and again, as fast as a gust of wind, and could not be caught by the naked eye. Bang bang bang. The sound of the collision of fists and feet like firecrackers resounded in the sky, and only a flash of sparks could be seen in the sky, and the 2 fought like a raging fire. At this time, the other 4 professionals also started to attack. Magic star bullets. I'm about to open my eyes. Dark sky wave eyes. Crashing. Meteorite explosion collapse fist. The improved photoelectric eel of thousands of miles of tracking. Ashura's awakening ultimate move, and the powerful attack of the magic sword Apophyse coupled with a meteorite explosion comparable to the ultimate move of going Saint Seiya, rushing towards Luffy, Garp and others. Dick Parker, who specializes in magic star bullet. Castro, the broken-eyed who devotes himself to spiritual practice. Demian, the berserker who was transformed into a monster and vowed revenge on Ozma. Banquan Holofai, who can shoot meteorite explosions. They all have special powers, and their attack power is terrifying. Although Luffy and the others have 6 people, it is too much advantage to deal with them. Demon Shield. At this moment, Garp rushed forward, a steady stance, forming a solid barrier. Boom. All the attacks hit Garp. However, Garp stood still and didn't take much damage from it. A bit of skill. Banquan Harofai Vivi said in surprise. This old man's shield can reduce injuries by 90%. Garp patted his heart proudly. After the Avengers were demonized, they were called Black and Hard, and their defense was extremely high. And even if he is fatally injured, the demonized body will block a fatal blow for him, and he will not die immediately. It's our turn to fight back. Hell's Gate. Garp rushed forward and punched forward, instantly opening the gate of hell, and instantly exuding endless black aura. Okay, let's go, Luffy said excitedly. Garp's impeccable barrier defense, coupled with his leading charge, instantly boosted boosted the morale of the saints behind him. Kyomo, rubber meteor fist, the nebula chain, unicorn double kick. The small universe of several saint CEs exploded in an instant, and the big move came out immediately and slammed into the powerhouses of the other world. If you have the ability, come here. On the other side, the powerhouses of the other world will naturally not be mercenaries, and they have also responded with great moves. Volatility burst, magic star bullet, improved magic star bullet, meteorite explosion, collapse fist, bounce the mountain and cut the ground. Boom. In an instant the entire island fell into a big melee. The gorgeous moves collided wildly, and the entire island shook violently. In the dozens of minutes that followed, the battle between the two sides became more and more anxious. Huo and Bullet Man are here. Damn, if I catch you, I'll cut you to pieces. Wei Huo roared into the air. Although Wei Huo's speed is very good, but the speed of Bullet Man is not at the same level as him, and his attack can hardly hit Bullet Man. Even if it hits, it won't take much damage, because these professionals from other worlds not only have abnormal abilities, but also wear a lot of heaven-defying equipment. Even if there is a gap in level, they are all balanced by these equipment. The Bullet Man's strong attack made him even more distressed. The attack of the gust of wind and thunder couldn't be dodged or resisted at all. In the end, his dark clothes were also smashed into several parts, and he fell into a hard fight. And Garp here. Luffy and the others were more comfortable with Garp in the front. However, Garp's damage is reduced by 90%, and the defense is not invincible. If they consume it, or they don't have time to make a defensive big move, they will also be in danger. Eat my punch. 5. Cyclone legs and Luffy, they played very exciting, fully engaged in the fight. At the beginning of the confrontation, they can all have a certain advantage, but after getting familiar with each other's opponent's moves, the situation on both sides gradually became anxious. In this battle, I am afraid that the winner cannot be determined for a while. At this time, Hades City. Monsters from parallel universes. It seems that this holy war will become more and more complicated. Hades' omniscient ability predicted the appearance of cosmic demons. Although he is a god, he does not govern the entire universe, and he does not know exactly what this monster is. And the most important thing is, what is the purpose of these cosmic demons and these powerful outsider professionals? Chapter 318 _ A treasure for fire practitioners. Lord Hades, this mission should be a failure. Pandora has already learned that the earth-fluxing star Limey has been killed, and the battle situation of Huo is not optimistic. The appearance of the abyss monster was beyond her expectations. It doesn't matter, this is a sudden situation, even I didn't expect it, Hades said lightly. Lord Hades, what are these monsters? Maybe it has something to do with the cosmic demons, and I don't know their origins either. Hades shook his head gently and said, are they enemies? Pandora asked. It's all unknown, but it's not a big threat to us. Hades smiled confidently. They only have mysterious and special abilities to suppress Huo. So strong. However, this group of professionals from parallel worlds are almost at the bottom. If Hades is careless, he will definitely pay the price. Go back. After that, Hades waved his hand, motioning for Pandora to step back. Pandora nodded and then left the palace. 17. Hades, on the other hand, did not think too much and started to paint. And this time, on the battlefield, bang bang bang, Wei Huo's onslaught on Bullet Man was almost helpless, leaving many scars on his body. Hey, didn't you say you can catch bullets? The Bullet Man sneered. At this time, Wei Huo lowered his head, his face darkened, and ignored him. The Bullet Man's onslaught hit him, but he resisted it hard. Have you given up struggling? It's long overdue, Bullet Man said with a smile. Despair. However, when he attacked again, the entire huge totem was caught by Wei Huo with one hand. That way you won't be able to escape. I only saw Wei Huo shouting loudly, and a black flame ignited in the surrounding 100 meters in an instant. Damn. Bullet Man realizes that the situation is not good, throws the totem away, and tries to escape from the fire. However, it was too late. Black flames wrapped around him. Lock soul immortality pattern, Huo shouted, and the black flame turned into a huge black cross, trapping the Bullet Man on it as if it were being burned at the stake. A scream resounded through the sky, and Bullet Man struggled in pain, but he couldn't escape under the shackles of the flames, and was eventually burned to ashes. Huo took a few breaths. His consumption was very high, and he had no strength to deal with Luffy and the others. In the end, Wei Huo ignited flames all over his body, flew into the sky, and left the island. At this time, the battle of Garp and others also entered the final stage. After comprehending the abilities of these professionals, Garp's eyes became sharp and he began to move. It's time to end. I saw Garp using lightning-like steps to dodge behind the four professionals. How is it possible? The four professionals were suddenly shocked and did not expect. Avengers also have the ability to teleport. Of course, the Avengers didn't, but Marine Rokushiki's shave was fast like teleportation. Judgment. Just under their surprise, Garp stretched out a huge demonic hand and grabbed the four. Boom! A brutal frenzy followed before throwing them at Luffy and the others with one hand. Garp's level is far higher than them, and he also has artifact equipment. This big move directly smashes them into serious injuries. Hee, great opportunity. Luffy, Ace and the others laughed excitedly, and then all jumped up. Kuomo, Comet Bazooka, Dai Enkai, Fenyi Tianxiang, Lushan Beilongba. The five Saint Seiya cooperated tacitly and blasted colorful energy to the four professionals. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy in the sky exploded like fireworks, and four professionals were also killed in this explosion. Fix it! Luffy clapped his palms, and this hard fight was finally over. At this moment, Buggy pointed to the thick smoke in the sky and exclaimed, "Lo crystal!" Everyone turned around and saw that in the thick smoke a golden light flashed so dazzling it was almost blinding a dog's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a gold dot fell into the grass not far away. Is it a special treasure? Everyone's eyes lit up and they rushed to the grass immediately. Peeking through the grass, I saw a flaming, delicate ring in front of me. Wow! Buggy's eyes are shining with gold. This time he really found a treasure. What he likes most is treasure, and his greatest hobby is treasure hunting. Before he got the power of the Saint Seiya, he was a king of digging pits, and hunting for treasures. Wait! And just as Buggy was about to reach out and pick up the 763, Garp rushed over and knocked him off. Hey, smelly old man, why did you hit me? Buggy rubbed his head and yelled, "You can't just pick it up. This is epic equipment." Garp took a serious look and found that this is a level 50 epic jewelry ring of fire elf. Epic equipment? Everyone said in surprise. This is the ring of the fire spirit. It has a magic seal. If you pick it up, it will be bound by magic and cannot be handed over to others. You are not someone who cultivates the fire element, so it is useless to take it. Garp explained. Galantis once told him about these epic equipment and gave him an illustration, so he was very familiar with these equipment. Fire attribute equipment? It should be suitable for me. Ace said. You can try. After all, Kaido also has an artifact on him. Garp said. Hey, then I'm welcome. Ace said confidently, and then he picked up the equipment on the ground. There. The moment he put on the ring, the flame in Ace's hand ignited, and the power instantly increased by a small realm. This time, Ace picked up the treasure of fire practitioners. Chapter 319 Disappearing black pillars. These black pillars are really dangerous. It seems that I have to report this information as soon as possible. Garp squeezed his chin and muttered, "Ahahaha, Luffy, Ace, you guys are growing up fast. Let's see you next time." Leaving only one sentence, Garp erupted from his back and left the island. "Grandpa, your transformation is so cool." Luffy grinned and waved goodbye to Garp. "Mr. Garp, go your own way as usual." Kobe smiled. Gollum. And just after Garp left, Luffy's stomach collapsed. "I'm so hungry." Luffy instantly became dead, his body as weak as a rubber. "It's time for dinner." Ash geared up, rushed into the forest, and began to look for prey. And after a full meal, they are about to go to the Sabayati archipelago, looking for Glantais. At night, Marine Headquarters, the Marshal's office. Although it was night when Garp returned to the headquarters, Marine's high-level fighting force was still gathered in the office. "Kuzan, why are you all here? Are you welcoming me back?" "Ahahaha." Garp stroked the back of his head and burst into laughter. "Mr. Garp, are you back?" Kuzan said. "Garp, have you shattered these pillars? Are the demons in them strong?" Sengoku looked at Garp's body of dust, obviously fighting, and eagerly asked the strength of these cosmic demons. "How do you know there are demons inside, and you have released these monsters too?" Garp said in surprise. "No, we got this information from Kelly. I heard that the monsters inside are very dangerous, and there are strong people from parallel universes." Kuzan said. "Well, it's really hard to deal with. The attack power is very high and the number is large, but I met Luffy and the others, and it's not very difficult to deal with." Garp muttered. "Did you get epic equipment?" Kizaru pressed eagerly. Yes there is, but it was taken away by Ace. The fire attribute ring is very suitable for him." "Ahahaha." Garp laughed again. "Sure enough, high risk, high reward. It seems worth a try." Kuzan was immediately excited. Marine's high-level combat power plus Garp united no worse than the combination just now. "There are so many pillars, it seems that we can find a lot of equipment that suits us," Kizaru said excitedly. Kuzan's plan is to form a team and unite to deal with cosmic monsters. If you drop an artifact or epic level equipment, give it to the right person. In this way, it is hoped that an elite team with epic equipment will be formed. A day later, because Luffy and the others couldn't keep their secrets, the secret of the pillars came quickly. Many strong people had gathered powerful partners and began to dismantle the pillars, frantically searching for powerful equipment. And the first to act was Marine's elite troops. "Found a treasure, but unfortunately it's just a rare piece of equipment. Marine's expedition is so strong, it has beaten several pillars. Damn, what a useless partner. Can't beat these monsters. These demons are really perverted and strong. I heard that a pirate group with a bounty of of 1 billion was destroyed within half an hour of entering. Not everyone can survive in the Abyss Party, and many people died because of lack of strength. Also, not every pillar contains this epic equipment, so Marine doesn't get much benefit either. And at the same time as Kyuzen's epic elite plan was implemented inside the Tower of Death, adventurers enjoy death and despair. The era of survival of the fittest is coming. All of this was actually brought about by Death God Dreyfus. His purpose is to use these as an encouragement to the strong, so that people all over the world will pursue stronger power, and those who do not have the ability to acquire powerful equipment will be eliminated from this world. Human, your cowardice is not born. Choose a life surrounded by fear and shame, or take the blade of counterattack and make a path to the strong. The roar of the God of Death spread all over the world in an instant, and the whole world was covered with dark clouds in an instant, like the end of the world. Marine headquarters. The voice, Death Dreyfus. Hearing this familiar voice, Kyuzen immediately opened the window and looked at the Tower of Death in the distance. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly stunned. The black pillars that had previously landed all over the world suddenly shone with a dazzling light and then disappeared in front of his eyes. The pillar is gone, Kyuzen said in shock. What? Sengoku's face instantly turned into a blank piece of paper. The spring and autumn dream that he had just planned has now been instantly disillusioned. At the same time, people all over the world have seen this magical scene. Damn, where's my pillar? The people and horses have been assembled and they disappeared out of thin air. It's good. This obstructing pillar has finally disappeared. The disappearance of the pillar. Some people are happy and some are sad. The happy people are some ordinary pirates and civilians, and these pillars are not of much benefit to them. The people who are worried are the big forces like Marine, who are ready to have the ability to dig treasures. Humans, I can't satisfy your endless greed. If you want more power, then pay for it. Only a word from Dreyfus, the God of Death, remained in the sky, and then the pillar completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's just that the deep pit smashed by the pillars did not disappear, and there was a strong demonic atmosphere lingering, and no grass grew. Death God Dreyfus will not let these people easily get powerful equipment. This is just the beginning. The purpose is to let people all over the world know the existence of the Abyss Party. As for how to open an Abyss Party in the future, it is up to the adventurer to explore by himself. At this time, Hades City. Let the saints and the strong human beings become stronger. Dreyfus. Hades painted a portrait of the God of Death without a scythe in his hand, while the other side of the painting looked like an angel without wings. Death without weapons will lose the ability to harvest souls. Angels with broken wings will eventually fall. Although Dreyfus did not indicate his intentions, these actions were clearly intended to strengthen the strength of Saint Seiya and humans. Hades meant that he wanted to abolish Dreyfus. Dreyfus, the God of Death, has always been an existence that is neither an enemy nor a friend. If he dares to stop Hades' holy war, Hades will make him pay a heavy price. Chapter 320_Jihad Interlude. Age of the Abyss. After half a day, all over the world, just when the world thought the world was stable on the Great Waterway, the New World, and a few islands, the door to the abyss was automatically opened. Cracked black pillars. Didn't they all disappear? Run away. We are not their opponents. Don't do kill me. Many pirates, marines, and the powerhouses of the New World were attacked and suffered heavy casualties. However, this situation is generally not encountered in residential areas. Only some strong people come and go, and demon attacks will occur in conflict-prone areas. Marine headquarters. What? Demons attack humans? Didn't the pillar disappear? Kyuzen said in shock. It seems that this matter is not so simple. Sengoku said solemnly. Well, now the person who is familiar with these black pillars is the teacher. Why don't we go to Sabayati Archipelago and ask? Kizaru suggested. Okay, that's all it can do now. Kyuzen nodded and said. Then they followed Kizaru to the Sabayati Archipelago. Half an hour later, Sabayati Archipelago. A few lights and shadows drifted past, and Kyuzen, Kizaru, and others flew into the island, immediately looking for Kelly, and asked what all this was for. Teacher, why did the pillars suddenly disappear, and why did the demons suddenly appear to attack humans? Kizaru said in confusion. These 030 pillars are not everywhere. This time they suddenly appeared and disappeared. I don't know why, but it must be related to Dreyfus, the God of Death. Kelly said lightly. Kizaru didn't ask about it last time, so she didn't say it. So what's the situation now? What did Dreyfus mean when he said there was a price to pay? Kyuzen asked. I'm not very clear about this. You'd better go to Glantis. She built a new church on this island and has been here recently. Kelly said. Good. Kyuzen and the others nodded and prepared to move to the newly built church in Glantis to find the answer to the disappearance of the pillar. A moment later, in a pure white cathedral, Kyuzen and others found Galantis and asked her about the black pillar. Teacher, I want to ask, why did the pillar suddenly disappear? Garp asked. There will also be shadows under the lights, and evil has always existed around us. Galantis said solemnly. only. These pillars have not disappeared but have been isolated by other dimensions, so the evil atmosphere has never been able to dissipate. Why do some reappear automatically? Do they threaten humanity? Garp asks. Generally not, but if the breaths of the strong collide with each other, it will cause the peeping of the abyss demons. Galantis said, these human beings who encounter attacks are like this, and not all the monsters at the gate of the abyss are the same. In some weaker areas, the abyss monsters that appear are only around level 20, which is not difficult to deal with. Galantis added, different regions have different strengths of the abyss gate, and not only Vice Admiral and Admiral have the opportunity to obtain equipment. Dreyfus's setting is also relatively fair. Is there any way to make these pillars reappear in the world? Kuzan asked. This way, you don't have to be so passive. There are ways, but it takes a lot of work, said Galantis. What should we do? Kuzan said resolutely, whether it is going up the mountain of swords or going down the sea of fire, we will do our best. If you want to reopen the gate of the abyss, you need to break the magic stone. Galantis said, breaking magic stone? How can I find it? Sengoku said confusedly. As Marshal Kuzan said, to find these magic breaking stones is to go up the mountain of knives and go down to the sea of fire. Galantis took out a flaming stone like a meteorite, a land of extreme cold and extreme flames, rich in these magic breaking stones that break space. In addition, in the dungeons and various mountains rich in exquisite ores, there may also be related materials or finished products that may drop. Galantis said, okay, we'll do our best. Kuzan nodded. Mr. Garp Borsalino, the habitats of the three holy birds are all polar regions. You go and explore. Kuzan immediately ordered, Shaitan, Tokike, you and I go to Wanyan Snow Mountain to find the magic stone. Kizaru, Garp, and the others nodded, and then they all opened their vindictive wings and flew all over the world. The next day, all over the world, because the NPC almost always answered every question and would not keep a secret for anyone. Many people learned about the information about the magic stone, and the news spread quickly. It turns out that there are low-level abyss monsters. This time you don't have to be afraid of them. The price to pay is to find the magic stone. Ha ha ha. I dug it up. A cyan-colored magic breaking stone that exudes vitality. Very good. Epic gear. Here I come. Many pirates began to go back to their old jobs, digging holes in mountains around the world. Not long after starting mining, many people have dug up these precious magic breaking stones. The frenzy of the abyss party exploded all over the world in an instant. Hades City. Lord Hades, shall we go looking for epic gear? Pandora asked. Is Minji not enough to deal with these cowardly saints? Hades asked coldly, stressing again that he would not use outside forces. Pandora frowned and said bitterly, but the 9 sons. Enough. Hades snorted softly. A trace of anger appeared on Vivi's gentle face. Go back. Okay. Pandora closed her eyes as if she was sighing deeply in her heart. What she is worried about is because many epic equipment contains cosmic power, or has the inheritance of gods and demons. The 9-day demon god Naga King's gluttony is the inheritance of the 8 great dragon kings of Buddhism, and it has the power to destroy the gods only after the ultimate forging. Hold on. And just as Pandora was about to leave, Hades stopped her again. Continue to send people to stop Pegasus, and at the same time, let Minos attack the sanctuary, as ordered. Pandora nodded, and then left Hades' bedroom, and this time, Ghost Island. Yechen used God's perspective to watch everything in the world fall into the abyss in order to become stronger, and add as much color as possible to this holy war. Yechen said with a satisfied smile. When the jihad came, Yechen deliberately broadcast this episode, causing the world to fall into a frenzy in the abyss and disrupting the jihad. Times change, disrupt jihad, and earn chaos points more than ever. Next, let the era of the abyss party develop well. An epic show is coming soon.